G'day mate, 40 here. There's so much misinformation going out there into America and into the world, just trafficking in disinformation and misinformation. It's like a sewer flowing right through the heart of our democracy. And so I'm going to teach you how to spot misinformation and manipulation and all that bad stuff. Wait, why aren't I hearing this? Bloody hell, guys. Fact check. Fact check. There's just rampant misinformation. And you got to be alert. I mean, it's rampant. It's rampant. Okay, here's a manipulated clip.
I work at the vote bailouts, which means we get your votes and we separate them. So, if some of these votes happen to say, like this one, Donald J. Dumb Trump, that one just don't make it towards the mail.
Come on, man. What's this malarkey? There's all this malarkey going on, guys. You gotta watch out for the information. You know, no, Joe Biden did not boast about committing voter fraud.
You guys did it for our administration.
This is manipulated. Guys, don't fall for this manipulated misinformation.
We're in a situation where we have put together, and you guys did it for our the President Obama's administration before this. We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
Look, we need to rely on our media, our established media. They're gonna steer us on the straight and narrow, so that we don't fall for all this misinformation. It's threatening our democracy.
Vote bailouts, which means we get your votes and we separate them. So, if some of these votes happen to say, like this one, Donald J. Dumb vote bailouts, which means we get your votes and we separate them. So, if some of these votes happen to say, like this one, Donald J. Dumb Trump, that one just don't make it towards the mail. As some of you guys know, I work.
Okay, we can't be falling for all this misinformation. And luckily, the Washington Post here is around to keep us straight. So this is someone trying to steal the election in broad daylight, literally stuffing the ballot box in Philly. You're only allowed to deliver your own ballot. Look, this is all part of the plan. This is all legal. I mean, come on, man. You're not going to believe this malarkey, are you, about stealing? This woman's just doing her job. She's just a hardworking civil servant. Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't fall for this malarkey. Okay, a viral video that all these people have claimed falsely shows a person burning ballots cast for Trump. The ballots in the video are samples, guy. They're samples. Right, so don't fall for this malarkey. Come on, man. Oh, man, you can't even play that video anymore. Come on, man. Okay, here's some more viral disinformation. Come on, man. Wagons, suitcases, and coolers roll into Detroit voting center at 4 a.m. Okay, this is just a photographer. Don't fall for the disinformation, guys. That's why we have the Washington Post. That's why we have the New York Times.
Looks like one of those lock boxes. I wish I could tell.
Bloody hell. You found the place for you, guys. Look. You just can't keep falling for this viral misinformation. But luckily, the Washington Post here is going to keep us on the straight and narrow. Watch out for the misinformation. That's why we have authoritative news sources. That's why we have the institution of the news media, guys. We can't be fallen for misinformation. Okay, so yesterday, Jeffrey Toobin got fired by the New Yorker for rubbing one out on a live stream.
Yeah, we have.
And I did nothing because I've never rubbed one out on a live stream. And then it's a day later, and I'm thinking, when the mob comes for me, who's going to be there for me? Like, I did nothing for Jeffrey Toobin because I'm no FAP. I've been no FAP for almost 7.5 years, and it's not November, especially. So I just let Jeffrey Toobin get fired, and I didn't do anything. I didn't raise a protest. I just shrugged. But if we let them get away with what they did to Jeffrey Toobin, what will they do to us next? Like, they're going to start whacking it on a Zoom call the ultimate act of white supremacy. Here's the bottom line. The deep state's real agenda here is they want to criminalize white male sexuality. For gosh sake, they're even turning the frogs gay. But I am on your side. I am your voice. I will fight for you, and I will win for you. That's right. So, got a column here by the lovely Michelle Weldon. She writes for the USA Today, and she claims that Jeffrey Toobin initially just getting suspended without being immediately fired. She says, during Zoom calls, keep your pants on. It's not prudishness, it's white male privilege. Jeffrey Toobin was suspended for exposing himself on a Zoom call, but his punishment should have been worse. What is not mentioned often is the inherent white privilege and sexism embedded in the defense of his action. I find his public display of his privates not only improper, but immoral and maybe illegal. So, what happens to people of color when they whip it out? Well, they get fired. Haiti's consul to the Bahamas, Carl Henry Chatelier, was fired after a video allegedly of him masturbating surfaced on social media. In the Philippines, Captain Jesus Estil of the Fatima Dos Village Council in the province of Cavite appeared to be unaware that his camera was on and had sex with his secretary on camera during a virtual council meeting. What happened to this man of color? He was fired in a virtual meeting about the rights of children and adolescents organized by the City Council of the city of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil's southeastern state. This staff member was seen sitting on a bed naked with a woman beside him. The couple began to get frisky, completely unaware the colleagues on the call were watching in horror. So we have these oppressed people of color. They just automatically get fired. And it took like the New Yorker 10 days to fire Jeffrey Toobin. So whacking it's a symbol of white supremacy. That's what they're doing to us. They're even turning the frogs gay. Like, white male heterosexuality, it's becoming a criminal offense. And so we can claim, oh, I'm not Jeffrey Toobin. I don't whack it on Zoom calls. Therefore, I don't have to raise my voice in protest. But when the mob comes for you, what are you going to do? Like, just imagine that you're on a Zoom call with Masha Gessen. Like, imagine the smoldering sexuality of Masha Gessen there on a Zoom call, and you're Jeffrey Toobin. And Toobin says, look, you may say I'm a pasty old white man, but I'm a sexual being. Deal with it. And he was honest. He was forthright. He came out of the closet. He said, yeah, I'm 60 years old and I'm white, but I'm still a sexual being. When I'm on a Zoom call with Masha Gessen, and not just Masha Gessen, He was also on the call with the lovely Jane Mayer, right? So you'd think, oh, I'd never do that. But just imagine you're on a Zoom call with Jane Mayer and Masha Gessen. And like the smoldering sexuality in that Zoom call, and you get tired of being derided, and you finally want to stand up and say, look, I'm a sexual being, deal with it. This is how God made me. I didn't ask for this orientation, but I like what I like, and I love what I love, and I can't help it if my flag stands at attention when I'm Zooming with Masha Gessen and Jane Mayer. Like, who among us would be immune to that kind of smoldering sexuality? So that's why I'm starting a Fair Play for Jeffrey Toobin committee, and I want you to be a part of it. I've composed a little song. So goodbye, Jeffrey Toobin. Though I never knew you at all, you had the grace to hold yourself, to mold yourself, to caress yourself, to stroke yourself while those around you crawled. They crawled out of the woodwork and they whispered into your brain. They set you on the treadmill and they made you change your name. And it seemed to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to toss to when the rain set in. Your candle burned out long before your legend ever did. Jeffrey, loneliness was tough, the toughest role you ever played. The New Yorker created a superstar, and pain was the price you paid. Even when you were fired, the press still hounded you. All the papers had to say was that Toobin was found in the nude. It seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to fling it to when the rain set in. And I would have liked to have known you, but I was just a kid. Candle burned out long before. So please, if you got a candle or a lighter right now, pull out your candle, pull out your lighter. Let the light of Toobin never go out. Let the Me Toobin movement grow from strength to strength. Who among us does not realize that God may have told Toobin, take up your rod? Like the New Yorker editor David Remnick might have demanded, show me a miracle. Toobin does this. He takes up his rod and he throws it down in front of David Remnick and Jane Mayer and Masha Gessen, and it becomes a serpent. One of the greatest lessons of this is that the greatest love of all is happening to me. This is what Jeffrey's teaching us. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve, learning to love yourself. It is the greatest love of all. And people want to shame him for this. I mean, Toobin's only mistake was not knowing how Zoom works. He didn't mean to offend these co-workers. I believe the wankers are our future. Absolutely. Jeffrey Toobin told me about something that happened when he was 17. He was on an outing of our family association, told me, and he said I once caught an apple and saw to my astonishment, with the aid of my obsession, what it looked like. I ran off into the woods to fall upon the orifice of the fruit, pretending that the cool and mealy hole was actually between the legs of that mythical being who always called me Big Boy when she pleaded for what no girl in all recorded history had ever had. Now shove it in me, Big Boy, cried the cawed apple that I banged silly on that picnic. Big Boy, give me all you've got, begged the empty milk bottle that I kept hidden in our storage bin in the basement to drive wild after school with my Vaseline upright. Come, Big Boy, come, screamed the maddened piece of liver that, in my own insanity, I bought one afternoon at a butcher shop and, believe it or not, violated behind a billboard on the way to a bar mitzvah lesson. But you think Toobin is going to be content to live in shame? You don't know Toobin. I mean, loneliness has followed Toobin his whole life, everywhere, in bars, in cars, on CNN, the New Yorker sidewalk stores, everywhere. No escape. Well, Toobin, he is God's lonely man. So listen up, you fuckers, you screwheads. Here is a man who would not take it anymore, a man who stood up against the scum, the C words, the dogs, the filth, the S word. Here is a man who stood up. When you see Jeffrey Toobin, here is a man who stood up. Just not going to take it anymore. And yeah, his life's taken a turn again. The days can go with regularity over and over, one indistinguishable day from the next, a long continuous chain. Then suddenly there's a change. Suddenly here's a man who stands up. So there's a rain that's coming. There's a flood that's coming. And it's going to wash all the filth right off the streets. I mean, thank God for the rain, which washes the filth off the sidewalks. I mean, all the animals come out at night, the whores, the skunk pussies, the buggers, the queens, the fairies, the dopers, the junkies, sick and venal. Someday a real rain will come and it will wash all the scum off the streets. I mean, Toobin don't care. Toobin takes people to the Bronx, Brooklyn, to Harlem. He don't care. Don't make no difference to Toobin. He'll take a spook. Don't make no difference to Toobin. God's lonely man. And the things that they do to him. I mean, I don't have to tell you that things are bad. I mean, everybody knows things are bad. It's a COVID depression. Everybody's out of work or they're scared of losing their job. Like, white heterosexuality is being stigmatized and criminalized. The dollar now buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the street. There's nobody anywhere seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe. Our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs and our Zooms while some local newscaster or streamer tells us today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad. They're crazy. Like everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out in anymore. We just sit in our homes. And slowly the world we are living in is getting smaller and smaller. And all we say is, please, at least, just don't censor my live streams. Let me have my misinformation. Let me have my disinformation. Just don't censor my live streams. I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, Toobin says, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write your congressman. I don't know what to do about the depression and the COVID and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being, damn it. My life has value. I am a sexual being, and I'm not afraid to show the world that I'm a sexual being. So I want you to get up right now. I want you to get out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now, and I want you to go to the window. And I want you to go to the window, and I want you to stick your head out, and I want you to yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. I want you to get up right now, sit up, go to your windows, open them up, stick your head out, and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore, because things have got to change. But first, you got to get mad. You got to say, I'm as mad as hell, I'm not going to take this anymore. Then we'll figure out what to do about the censorship and the stigmatization of white male heterosexuality. But first, you got to stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. Sorry if I'm a little stood up. I mean, they'll tell you you can't wank alone on a Zoom call. Then they'll tell you you can't wank on a Zoom call with somebody else. But sooner or later, you sleep in your own space. Either way, it's okay. You wake up with yourself. Toobin is telling you, I don't need you to worry for me because I'm all right. But I want you to tell me it's time to come home. I don't care what you say anymore. This is my life. Go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone. Jeffrey Toobin is just the canary in the mine shaft. We're about to enter an era of sexual darkness unlike any in human history. Now, Jeffrey Toobin, he has no beauty and he has no majesty to attract us to him. There's nothing in Jeffrey Toobin's appearance that we should desire him. Toobin was despised and rejected by man. Toobin is a man of suffering and familiar with pain. He's like one from whom people hide their faces. Nobody even wants to shake his hand. Toobin is despised and we hold him in low esteem. But Toobin took up our pain. Jeffrey Toobin bore our suffering. Yet we considered him punished by God, stricken by God, and afflicted. But Toobin was fired for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. We all, like sheep, have gone astray. Each of us has tossed it in our own way, and the Lord has laid on Toobin the iniquity of us all. Toobin was oppressed, and he was afflicted, yet he did not open up his mouth. Just a very classy tweet on Twitter about getting fired by the New Yorker. Toobin was led like a lamb to the slaughter, as a sheep before his shearers was silent. So Toobin did not open his mouth. And this is when we need Toobin the most. Like, this is when Toobin should be speaking to us on CNN to warn us about all the misinformation out there on live streams. Toobin's essentially being cut off from the land of the living. The land of the living is TV. For the transgressions of us, he was punished. I don't know why God wanted to crush him and cause him to suffer. I mean, I give Toobin a portion among the great. He will eventually divide the spoils with the strong. He poured out his life. That's what he was doing on that Zoom call. He was pouring out his life unto death. And it was numbered with the transgressors. For he bore the sin of many, and he made intercession for the transgressors. So I think it's all time we took stock and looked inside and came to terms with our own Me Toobin moments.
Today's question asks if I can analyze the Jeffrey Toobin scandal. Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll put the link to Patreon in the description. In New York City, his father was a news broadcasting producer, and his mother had been a news correspondent. After he graduated from high school, he went to Harvard College, and then Harvard Law School, graduating in 1986 with a Juris Doctor. That same year, he married a Harvard classmate. He worked as a law clerk and an assistant United States attorney before starting work with The New Yorker in 1993 and becoming a television legal analyst for ABC in 1996. Toobin became popular in part because of his analysis of the Michael Jackson trial and the O.J. Simpson trial. In 2002, he became the chief legal analyst for CNN. In 2008, he had an affair with another lawyer named Casey Greenfield. She became pregnant, and Toobin denied he was the father. A paternity test proved that he was, and he was ordered to pay child support. This takes us to October of 2020. Toobin was in a Zoom meeting with several staffers from The New Yorker. They were doing some type of election simulation, which involved role-playing. So, simulation, not stimulation. It's easy to get confused in this context. At one point, when the people on the call were breaking into two groups, it looked like Toobin was taking another call. He lowered his camera, and when they did this, they saw that he was masturbating. He left the call, but then came back and acted like nothing happened. The incident was reported. Toobin would say that it was an embarrassingly stupid mistake. He believed he was off camera. He went on to say that he believed he was not visible on Zoom. He thought no one on the Zoom call would see him. He thought he had muted the Zoom video. The New Yorker suspended him, and he asked CNN for some time off to deal with a personal issue, which they granted. The reaction to this case has been fascinating. Toobin is a partisan figure. He's anti-Trump, a position he makes pretty clear. Not surprisingly, we see a partisan response. One side defends him, saying his actions were clearly unintentional, so there's really nothing to worry about. And the other side says that Toobin's behavior is part of a larger pattern of inappropriateness, and he should be held accountable. I think the evidence in this case supports that Toobin being visible on Zoom was unintentional. Looking at the question regarding his judgment, I think he was negligent to engage in that activity in front of what I assume was a laptop computer or smartphone. I think what happened here is that he used the same device to make or receive another call, a call designed to stimulate his interest, so to speak. So he pointed the camera toward a private region, I guess as part of that whole process. This was essentially multitasking, and just like all multitasking.
Okay, let's talk to Alt-Right Talk. What's going on, sir? What's going on?
What's going on? You're obsessed with this Toobin guy. I really can't stand this Toobin guy.
You don't like Jeffrey Toobin?
No, you know who? Does he remind you a little bit of Al Franken, sort of, a little bit?
Yeah, he looks
really
like Al Franken. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I actually had one day I went on a trip to New York, and you can see some, cool celebrities. I ran into some really lame people that day, though. Al Franken and Al Sharpton. Crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, very uninspiring. But so you're not buying into the whole, you're a denier when it comes to the election steal, huh? Is this what I hear?
It's more complicated than that. So I have not seen sufficient evidence that makes me believe that there's widespread election fraud that cost Trump the election, but I'm agnostic. I don't deny it. just have yet to see sufficient evidence. What I
He
am
said that.
let me just finish this point. What I'm very strong on is that Republicans have cried about voter fraud for more than 25 years, and they've never produced sufficient evidence. Okay, back to you.
Well, Trump said that millions of Mexicans voted for Hillary illegally against him. And, you know, did you check their alibis? Like, did you prove that they didn't? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not how it works. If you're going to make an allegation, you have to be able to provide evidence for your allegation. And there's
Trump has never told a lie.
Yeah.
Never told a lie.
There's no evidence that millions of people, and it would be crazy if you're in the country illegally. It would be absolutely crazy for you to vote because it's only going to draw attention to you.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you. I think
I know.
your analysis has been pretty good. Because I mean, I'm on Twitter. I see these allegations, like the Sharpie Gate, like more people voted than there are people in Milwaukee or whatever. There's all these stories, and they're all they're all pretty crazy, which is unfortunate because if they do, it's like crying wolf, right? So it has that effect. Because I really do want them to uncover what is real. So even if there's only a 1% chance of preventing a Kamala Harris administration, I think that's worth pursuing.
Oh yeah, I mean, even if they just uncover, moderate amount of voter fraud, it could make our election safer in the future. So I am all for uncovering voter fraud. I'm all for challenging possible voter fraud, let alone if it is sufficient to install Donald Trump as president of the United States. So I'm definitely down for it. But at the same time, I'm going to call out those who have been hucksters and grifters and just disreputable types who have made wild claims about voter fraud for decades without ever being able to back it up.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been entertaining to see all these theories online. And, it's like, how do you ever police this in any sort of fair way? I think people just have to get used to that there's a lot of bullshit out there and they got to sift through it on their own because you can't really trust Twitter to do it or Facebook or something like this. But I don't know. I'm just enjoying it. It's entertaining.
Yeah, I think it touches on, I actually like to try to connect things to important issues. So it touches on something called epistemology. That's the science of how do we know what we know. And to me, in an issue like voter fraud, where I don't know anything, what I do is that I go research and find what are the best academic analyses of the topic by people who've devoted their lives to the topic, who've published in peer-reviewed publications, and who are professionals and who have been called into court and had to defend what they say. And so it was remarkably easy to find two of the leading books on voter fraud and then to read in them the disgraceful way that Republican activists have behaved in this regard, like Hans von Popovsky from the Heritage Foundation and Chris Kobach and John Fund, and just the endless lies that they've told about voter fraud without being able to substantiate it. And when they've been called upon to substantiate their allegations, they cite sources who did no such thing. So just like with Kevin McDonald, like I did a 180 on Kevin McDonald when I saw how consistently he misread and misrepresented sources, like incredibly shoddy scholarship. So as soon as I see like this consistent pattern of misrepresenting and misstating sources, then I can no longer take those people seriously. And so that's what I'm seeing with much of the Republican industrial complex that has consistently lied about this issue for decades.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know. I've been a Trump supporter, but maybe you might say worried or concerned Trump supporter, like in the primaries. It's like, I don't know. I kind of like this guy, but he kind of scares me too. You know what I mean? Definitely never Trumper or anything like that. But I've kind of felt that way lately, seeing this go down. But I don't know if you have similar feelings, but
yeah. I mean, I'll also admit something embarrassing. I shed a few small tears the night of Trump's final rally in Michigan. So it was about 9 p.m. my time, and I got into bed and just listened to the beautiful prayer that Mike Pence gave, and then saw the crowd, and I just had this sense that the 4 years of the excitement of this presidency was coming to an end. So yeah, I shed a few tears. At the same time, I understand why so many people loathe him, and I also understand the dangers of Trump presidency, and just the dishonesty with which he often speaks. So
his legacy is a really complex one because for me personally, and I think for historians and experts, because I mean, he prevented Hillary from becoming president, right?
mm-hmm.
And that was like, I thought it was inevitable. We were stuck with it. 2006 election eve, I was like, oh, we're fucked. It's President Hillary, and that was like the most unbelievable event ever. But, I don't necessarily support everything he's done or believe everything he says, like the 5 million illegals that voted for Hillary. But it's like, I have a hard time figuring him out. You know what I mean? I have a hard time figuring you out and how you do 3, 4, 5 hours of live streaming every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And I did like 8.5 hours on election night. I mean,
oh my God.
Wow. How closely did you watch the election returns? Was that a ride or what?
I was like, I was with my girlfriend. I'm like, we're not watching the election. I'm not wasting time. We're not doing that. We're just going to wait till hopefully Trump wins. But, you're constantly checking, oh shit, like he's winning in Pennsylvania. Oh my God. And then actually we put on, when it looked like he was going to win, I think that was around 10 p.m. We put on the Young Turks. That was hilarious because they were kind of having another meltdown. So, yeah, I mean, I was disappointed because I thought he was going to win Pennsylvania. He was going to win Michigan. So I'm like all these people. I'm not as angry because I don't really believe the election was stolen at this point or anything like that. But yeah, of course, it was disappointing.
Aunt Coulter said it was the best possible result. So she voted for Trump, but she was scared of a second Trump term, and so she liked that Biden got in, but Republicans have taken back at least 11 House seats, and they've also seemed to be on track to retain the United States Senate. So it's going to limit what Biden can do.
There's strengths and weaknesses. Now, I think the Republicans the challenge is there's these counties like Gwinnett County near Atlanta in Georgia. Republicans are having a hard time competing in suburbs, and it's the suburbs that are growing. So if you can't win a county like Gwinnett or whatever other counties around Atlanta, the suburban ones especially, like there's only so many rednecks in America. Now, like you get 70% of the redneck vote, it's just not enough to cut it anymore. You get 70% of the evangelical vote. It might work in Oklahoma, but it's not going to work in Georgia. It's not working in even Texas so well anymore. So, I like the crazies on the Republican side, but you got to win the lame suburban voters. So I think Republicans got to pay attention there.
Yeah, I think Trumpism without Trump is the only way forward for Republicans, meaning make the party of the working class, make the party populist and nationalist, immigration restriction, and trade protectionist, so that you protect the jobs and the wages of people with the least amount of education.
Right, I gotcha. Now, I've been describing to people like why I vote Republican, because I feel like they're the more sane party. The key there being more sane. And what we're seeing on Twitter with the election being stolen, I mean, I don't think it's the end of the world for the Republican Party, but it's not making them come across as the more sane party. You know what I mean?
Now, I would like a Tucker Carlson or a Josh Hawley or a Tom Cotton as presidential candidates in 2024. Do you have any favorites?
I like those guys. I don't know if I like Tom Cotton. He comes across as kind of like a little countryish to me, but I like Josh Hawley. I like DeSantis. He seems like a strong candidate potentially. People say Trump could rerun, but he would be Biden's age, so that's definitely no guarantee. I don't know. Like I said, I have a hard time wrapping.
Yeah, suddenly your phone cut out. Are you still there?
Hello? Girl?
Okay.
Ano tawag nito? Pumapasok kasi yung ano ko, yung
Okay, Mike,
phone.
what's going on, bro?
Okay.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
All right. Have a good show.
Okay, man. Take care. Good to talk to you.
All right. Bye bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right. So, what do we got here? All right. So, Donald Trump made a tweet today that was widely shared, saying essentially that the election had been stolen by a Dominion software. And so the New York Times responds, no, Dominion voting machines did not cause widespread voting problems. President Trump on Thursday spread new baseless claims about Dominion voting systems, which makes software that local governments around the nation use to help run their elections, fueling a conspiracy theory that Dominion software glitches changed vote tallies in Michigan and Georgia last week. And so the New York Times has a debunking piece. But let me go back to Jeffrey Toobin scandal analysis. What is the masturbatory hypothesis?
It doesn't work out as well as people
This is
hope.
Dr.
Now,
Todd
Toobin is a
Grant.
millionaire. He lives in a $2.7 million Manhattan apartment. He has published several books. Perhaps he should have simply invested in a separate device for taking care of business, so to speak. Now, he had some other options as well. He could have left the Zoom meeting. I don't think they would have fired him for that. He could have said, I need to go. Something popped up I need to handle. He could have said, I'm afraid things will get out of hand if I stayed on the call. Or I need to come to grips with myself. So really, there were many options available to Jeffrey Toobin. As I mentioned before, he went to Harvard, but given the details of the story, I thought maybe he went to the lesser-known college of Paul Rubens and George Michael. There he could have taken classes with very straightforward course titles that have no alternate meaning. For example, Raising the Mainsail, a course about boating. A Critical Review of Free Willy, a course about learning how to critique motion pictures. Understanding the 5-Digit Disco, a review of key metrics from the movie Saturday Night Fever. And One-Handed Typing, a class that helps somebody become more productive at work by freeing up one hand. I think that what Toobin did was negligent and certainly could have been frightening and disturbing to people on the Zoom call. I think what's important here is the call wasn't actually over. It was just shifting into a small group format. It wasn't like everybody said goodbye and he thought he clicked the close button, but he missed it, and then he went on with his day. That would be easier to understand. However, to be fair to Jeffrey Toobin, I do think that the stigma around masturbation plays a part in the reaction. If he accidentally transmitted video of himself getting undressed, I don't think people would have had the strong reaction. His mistake was keeping the Zoom call live, and I suppose demonstrating an unusual work ethic. I mean, he could have waited till later to engage in that activity. Now, separating from the specifics of Jeffrey Toobin and moving to a general discussion, we see that masturbation has an interesting history as far as mental health. The activity is fairly common. 97% of men and 80% of women will engage in the activity during their lifespan. It is primarily conceptualized as something that compensates for a lack of partnered sex or low satisfaction in sex. Its frequency is positively correlated to educational level, sexual thoughts, depression, and physical vitality. It is negatively correlated with age. A number of religious belief systems condemn masturbation. For instance, some beliefs say that if people engage in it, they will burn in hell forever. This may lead to feelings of guilt and shame and can affect one's mental health. There's even a theory from years ago that masturbation leads to insanity. This is sometimes called the masturbatory hypothesis. The activity was thought to lead to psychosis and a number of physical health symptoms. Between 1885 and 1900, the understanding of the activity changed a bit to the idea that it caused neurosis, essentially an expression of high neuroticism, not a relatively permanent expression like from a personality trait, but in a temporary sense, like having depression, anxiety, and self-consciousness. A separate theory said that the neurosis came first, and then frequent engagement in the activity would follow. So there were different theories as to whether masturbation was the cause or the effect of psychopathology. The masturbatory hypothesis was ultimately abandoned. The research literature now indicates the activity is considered normal and healthy, although there is technically some amount of disagreement about potential health benefits. Now, even though masturbation isn't connected to a negative outcome, masturbatory guilt has been connected to mental health symptoms. But that's not really the activity itself, rather one's perception of the morality of the activity. This is actually a fairly common dilemma in the supervision of new counselors, like how to give advice to a client who is struggling with the desire to engage in this activity, while maintaining a belief that condemns it. Really, there's no easy answer for that question. I think there are 3 lessons from the story of Jeffrey Toobin. 1, whatever he accomplished in his life, graduating from Harvard, being on television, all that is now seemingly reduced to the guy that got caught giving himself a hand, so to speak. 2nd, there's a time and place for everything. I understand his defense, but there are certain activities that are perfectly acceptable in private, but completely unacceptable in a workplace, even if that is a virtual workplace. 3rd, being intelligent and having an education are not automatic protections against unwise actions. So those are my thoughts on the Jeffrey Toobin case. Please put any opinions and thoughts in the comment section. They always generate an interesting dialogue. As always, I hope you found my analysis of this topic to be interesting. Thanks for watching. This is actually a fairly common dilemma.
Okay, thanks for watching. All right, so you'd think that if there was a place in the world where men could be men and blokes could be blokes without this stigma against white male heterosexuality, you'd think it'd be Australia, mate. You'd think in Australia that they don't have these kind of problems, mate. Well,
political parties need to think about the type of people that they have in positions of power and authority, and Australians need to think about the type of people that they want representing them. Whether you're the First Law Officer or you're the Prime Minister or you're the Premier, that expectation is that one conducts oneself with the highest degree of integrity.
Ministers, cabinet ministers in particular, have got to really be very conscious of the fact that when you're out in public, you have to make sure that you're not doing anything that could expose you to compromise.
This isn't about party politics. This is about the nation's parliament. I think a big part of the problem is that women have been forced to stay silent on these things. And
yeah, like women have been forced to stay silent, guys. I mean, if you know one thing about women, it's how silent they are. It's how reluctant they are to ever share. It's how reluctant they are to engage with their feelings. It's how reluctant they are to indulge in negative feelings. If you know anything about women, you know how reluctant they are to blame other people for their problems. If you know anything about women, it's always about accountability, responsibility, taking ownership. Like, they hate to be victims. If you know anything about women, you know how much they hate to be victims. And for too long, women have been silent. I mean, think about all the unhappy married men out there who will tell you in a private one-on-one confidential conversation, it's like, mate, my wife, she's just way too silent. I can't get her to open up to me. I just don't know what's on her mind. I just wish that she would share more. I wish she'd feel more free to talk. But women, they've been silent like way too long. And it's time that this silence ends and women finally feel free to get in touch with what they're really feeling and let us know. Please, women, speak up.
Silence doesn't help anyone.
Silence doesn't help anyone.
The behaviour wasn't okay, and the culture's not okay, and there should be something done about it.
Yeah, the behaviour is not okay. Even the culture in Australia is not okay. All right, Dog says, sorry about that, Luke. The call jumped to my girlfriend's car, Bluetooth, and had to hang up. Laponius, your girlfriend sounds Mexican, bro. I've heard of the Proud Boys. Why are there no Proud Girls? Oh, Proud Boys. Have you heard the latest? Proud Boys leader is trying to rebrand the group as explicitly white supremacist and anti-Semitic. Shocking. I mean, think the Proud Boys might be anti-Semitic. This is Proud Boys activist Kyle Chapman now claims he has transformed the group into an explicitly white supremacist organization, though it's unclear whether he has a following. Disavow. One of the leaders of the Proud Boys, the far-right group that President Donald Trump told to stand back and stand by during a presidential debate, trying to rebrand the organization as explicitly white supremacist and anti-Semitic. Kyle Chapman, the founder of a tactical defense arm of the Proud Boys, known for engaging in street violence, claimed in a message on the encrypted chat app Telegram that he has staged a coup against the current leader of the Proud Boys, a black man named Enrique Tarrio. We will confront the Zionist criminals who wish to destroy our civilization, Chapman wrote, after using other bigoted language. We recognize that the West was built by the white race alone, and we owe nothing to any other race. Chapman also wrote that he's renamed the group the Proud Goys, referring to the Jewish term for non-Jews that neo-Nazis have tried to appropriate and use to symbolize their anti-Semitism. The move comes as the Proud Boys are preparing to protest with other right-wing groups in Washington, D.C., on behalf of Trump's unsubstantiated claims that the presidential election was stolen from him through widespread voter fraud. It is unclear how Chapman's call has been received by others in the group. And there's a message from one administrator who says, no, we are not the Proud Boys. No, Kyle didn't stage a coup. And then referred to him with an ableist slur. Does that mean that they were calling him like a retard? What is an ableist slur? So please clue me into the best ableist slurs in the chat. Proud Boys were founded in 2016 by Gavin McGuinness, a far-right provocateur and misogynist, who also co-founded the Vice media brand. The group has billed itself as a Western chauvinist fraternal organization, but thus far has insisted that its preference for Western civilization was not built on racist or anti-Semitic views. However, the Proud Boys have documented ties to white supremacist groups. Members are known for wearing gold and black Fred Perry polo shirts, which the retailer has discontinued in opposition to the group. And the Proud Boys are known for engaging in street brawls with left-wing protesters. On Saturday, protesters are expected to converge on Washington in an event billed as a Million MAGA March. Okay, very scary stuff there.
Welcome to Four Corners. There's a strong but unofficial tradition in federal politics of what happens in Canberra stays in Canberra. Politicians, political staff and media operate in what's known as the Canberra bubble. Along with the political gamesmanship, there's a heady, permissive culture, and that culture can be toxic for women. Tonight on Four Corners, we go inside the Canberra bubble with an investigation that questions the conduct of some of the most senior politicians in the nation.
Now, what I'm scared of is that people are going to make remarks saying that this female correspondent does not have to fear being sexually harassed. But some women really object to being sexually objectified and sexually harassed. Other women complain that they are ignored. So either way, there seem to be a lot of female complaints. If men pay attention to them and appreciate their good looks, then they're being objectified and they complain about that. If men pay no attention to them, then they complain about that. Also, how a woman carries herself will have a significant effect on how other people talk to her and relate to her.
I've been in politics a long time, and sexism, unfortunately, has been a feature of it for all that period. I just think it's quite regrettable that younger women...
Okay, so I like this woman. She's got a lot of spunk. But, I mean, to claim that sexism has been a part of politics for a long time is a completely meaningless statement. If a man holds open a door for a woman, is that not sexism? If men take out the trash so that women don't have to do that, is that not sexism? When men die in battle at a far higher rate than women, is that not sexism? Men die much earlier than women, is that not sexism? Women are more highly educated than men, is that not sexism? Our whole educational system seems to revolve around creating a system that crushes the spirit of boys. You don't get a lot of military history in your typical schooling. Our educational system has been created largely by women and feminized men, and manly men such as myself absolutely hated it. Like, competition's a dirty word. Essentially, being rambunctious and being a typical boy is heavily stigmatized. So sexism, this accusation, is just meaningless.
And people who are in a more vulnerable position are still experiencing sexist overtures or sexual harassment, quite frankly.
Okay, so if no women receive sexual overtures, the human race would die out. Like, all romantic and sexual relationships essentially depend upon men making sexual and romantic overtures. You don't have any overtures? Do women really want a world where there are no male sexual overtures, no male romantic overtures? I mean, that this woman can get on here, go on national telly, and complain that there are men making sexual overtures. I'm just afraid that this is going to feed stereotypes that women will always find something to complain about.
Whether it's the sexist slurs and the bullying and intimidation that I've stood up against, or a young...
The sexist slurs and the bullying and intimidation that you stood up against. Well, what kind of sexist slurs did you use, right? So, to me, there are obvious differences between men and women. There are obvious differences between different groups of people, and these differences necessitate a different reaction and different treatment for different groups. So, women want all the advantages of being women without any of the disadvantages, but it doesn't work that way. On top of my blog, lukeford.net, I have a quote from a professor of Jewish studies. American Jews want to maintain a distinct identity, on the other hand, want to be fully integrated into broader society and don't want the distinctiveness to come at a price. Well, it doesn't work that way. So if you want special treatment for being a woman, doors opened, being spared from more onerous and dangerous tasks, then you can't complain, on the other hand, that you're not getting 100% equality. If you want 100% equality, then go die in wars, go do dangerous jobs, go put up with the crap that men have to put up with.
Staff are feeling intimidated or put upon in an office. It's part of the same problem.
For the women who work inside the Canberra bubble, it can be a dispiriting place.
Well, guess what? McDonald's can be a dispiriting place. You know what's a dispiriting place? Fighting in Afghanistan for democracy and women's rights. That can be quite a dispiriting place and also a dangerous place. Fighting in Iraq to bring freedom to the Iraqi people. That can be quite a dispiriting place, right? Working around women who are prone to making complaints. That can be quite a dispiriting place. Going through a normal education that is essentially designed for girls and for women who tend to color inside the lines much more than boys. That can be quite dispiriting.
It's a man's world that we still haven't cracked open.
Oh, well, if it's so bad, then why are you there? Right? Kindergarten teachers are 99% female. So if a man complains about that, maybe he should go do something else if he finds it dispiriting that teaching kindergarten is overwhelmingly female. So this is my greatest fear here with this documentary. And that is people are going to use this to promote the false image that women are hypocritical, that women are hypochondriacs, that women complain a lot, that women aren't as cut out for some tasks as men. That's what I'm concerned about. This documentary is going to perpetuate these hateful stereotypes.
One of the problems with the culture in Canberra is that you've got all of these people, politicians, staffers, away from home, stressful environment, late hours, too much alcohol. It's not a healthy working environment, and it's a very isolated one. If you think Canberra's a bubble, Parliament House is a bubble inside a bubble. And so it's not a great working environment, and I think people often...
So some jobs are incredibly demanding, and if you're going to be on the job 60 hours a week, when are you going to have time for relationships? You're going to have to get it done on the job or not have any at all.
Lose sight of the fact that there are, standards of behaviour and conduct which have to be maintained. The attitudes to women and the lack of respect of women in many quarters in Canberra reminds me...
Okay, lack of respect for women and attitudes towards women. Is there anything that women are doing that causes men to have a lack of respect for them? So if a bloke is complaining that other people don't respect him, I would expect there's probably some things that he is doing that causes that. A person commands respect if they are made of certain stuff, if they conduct themselves in a respect-worthy way. But if you allow yourself to be raped, there are no end of people who will line up to rape you. So essentially, we create much of the way that other people relate to us.
Me of the corporate scene, 40 years ago. It's just not modern Australia. It really isn't.
Do you think that there's a bit of a view by some of the blokes in Canberra that what happens on tour stays on tour?
Well, that's, Louise, a question that I would direct to...
Well, guess what? There are plenty of women who want what happens on tour to stay on tour. It's not only blokes who like privacy. I've been acquainted with some women in my life who also like privacy. For example, most women like to play down the number of sexual partners that they've had.
To the blokes, but certainly if one conducts oneself with an appropriate standard of conduct and integrity, then whatever may have happened on tour...
Yeah, it's largely up to you. If you allow other people to take advantage of you and to beat you down, then people will do so. If you don't allow that, then people will be forced to treat you with proper respect.
ought to be a matter for public disclosure.
Right. If someone comes into this chat and just endlessly abuses me, I ban them. Right. So a little bit is fun, a little bit is funny, a little bit is makes things a little more lively. But if a person makes, a dozen, 2 dozen abusive remarks, then I just ban them.
In Australia, the private lives of politicians have traditionally been considered off limits.
Guess what? In most of the world, the private lives of people have been considered off limits. This is not something that's unique to Australian politicians.
But many women working in Canberra believe this culture of silence allows sexist behaviour to thrive.
Sexist behavior. This is like one of these weasel words that can mean absolutely anything you want. It doesn't actually mean anything, but it sounds horrible. It sounds terrible. It sounds like lynching, but it doesn't actually have any concrete objective meaning.
I think a lot of MPs and senators get into the kind of trap of thinking that Canberra's a place where they can come and kind of do whatever they like because...
Why do you think people want to succeed? The reason men want to succeed in large part is to bang women. That's why men work so hard. That's why men run for parliament, run for public office. I remember I visited Sacramento, the state legislature in California, with the Free Speech Coalition, the lobbying arm of the porn industry. And the women who were the secretaries and assistants to the California politicians were far better looking than the porn stars who were lobbying them.
There'll be no scrutiny because they're out of their electorate, they're away from their family.
Rochelle Miller worked at Parliament House as an advisor to Liberal Party MPs and ministers for 9 years.
So if you don't like the fire, get out, right? I mean, intense atmospheres like politics, where there's a lot of power on the line and power being wielded and power being sought, are going to produce high testosterone activity. And if you're too much of a fragile flower to deal with that, then maybe you should leave.
She believes it's time to blow the whistle. Why are you here?
Look, I think for 2 reasons. One of the reasons is that I really strongly believe that the standard that you walk past is the standard you accept. And I saw a lot of really poor behaviour in my time in Parliament, and I feel I let down a lot of women. As a senior staffer, I could have done a lot more to stand up for people. Instead, there was a...
And does that ring true to anybody? I know that she believes it, but it doesn't ring true to me. So Australia struggled with bonk bans and Manterruptions. Prime Minister Scott Morrison came under fire this week for abruptly interrupting a female senior minister who was asked what it's like to be a woman in Parliament. Oh, this is just the worst thing ever. It's just horrible.
Ms. Ruston, could I ask you, as a woman in the government, your reflections on the culture inside? Has it got better, worse, or no change since the bonk ban era?
Well, Phil, the only thing that I can...
How this ban is referred to, I think, is quite dismissive of the seriousness of the issue, Phil. And I would ask media to stop referring to it in that way. We took it very seriously.
Guys.
And I think constantly referring to it in that way dismisses the seriousness of this issue. It's a very serious issue.
Don't call it the bonk ban.
Yeah. What are your impressions on the culture?
Well, Phil, I mean, obviously I can only reflect on my own experience since I've been in this place since 2012, and I have to say that I have always felt wholly supported while I've been here. And I particularly note that, since becoming a member of the Cabinet and a member of the ERC, there is nobody who's provided me more support and shown greater respect towards me as an individual than the Prime Minister.
What kind of pansy wants support and values support? Support is for when you're dying. Support, it just gives me an allergic reaction. I don't want support. I don't look to the chat for support. I don't look to my friends for support. If I want support, I wear a jockstrap. Is that the gayest, stupidest, most cringy term? Oh, thank you for your support. Who, what kind of poofter wants support?
Culture of kind of just putting your head down and not getting involved. And I think that it's really important now for me to be able to speak out and say that this behaviour wasn't okay.
Oh, it's really important for you to come out and complain. Complain about behavior that you had a role in shaping, behavior that you helped to elicit. And it's really important that you should come forward and complain about the facts of life.
And that if you're experiencing this behaviour and still working in Parliament, it's...
Look, lady, you're not going to be sexually harassed much. All right? I mean, maybe in Canberra, you're a 7. In West LA, you'd be a 4. No one's going to sexually harass you in West LA. Now, in Tampa Bay, again, you'd probably be a 7. But as the years go by, nobody's going to sexually harass you. You're going to become invisible. Is that what you want?
It's not okay, and you should know that.
The Liberal Party has been grappling with what's been described as a woman problem for several years, with accusations of endemic sexism.
I do not recognise my party at the moment. I do not recognise the values. I do not recognise the bullying and the intimidation that has gone on.
It is evident that there is an acceptance of a level of behaviour in Canberra that would not be tolerated in any other workplace.
Often, when good women call out or are subjected to bad behaviour, the reprisals, backlash and commentary portrays them as the bad ones. The liar, the troublemaker, the emotionally unstable.
Well, maybe the women aren't totally angelic. Right? Maybe women have agency. Is it possible that women have agency? Are women just solely victims? Are they just passive victims that men act upon? Do women simply lie back and take it like a wife?
Or weak, or someone who should be silenced.
Prime Minister Scott Morrison has begun trying to win back female voters, and he's using some of the same female MPs who recently accused blokes in the Liberal Party of being bullies.
There are 7 women now in Cabinet. That is the highest number of women ever in a federal Cabinet.
Okay, so here we got women complaining about blokes being bullies. You know what women will really complain about? Men being weak. Women loathe weak men the same way that men loathe fat women. Right? Women just have an instinctive revulsion against weak, insubstantial men. So women are far more in touch with their feelings than men, so they're going to be able to express their disgust when men are weak and when men are strong and when men are medium. It will always be appealing to blame others for their own problems.
Do you think that the Liberal Party has a woman problem?
Well, I think women have got a problem with the Liberal Party. It's probably a better way of putting it. I think the party...
Yeah, so parties of the left are victim coalitions, highly unstable victim coalitions, essentially united around their hatred of white Christian men. So the Liberal Party in Australia, like the meaning of the word liberal in Europe, means the right of centre party. They're part of the Conservative coalition with the National Party. So liberal in Australia means classically liberal, not left-wing like in America.
Does not have enough women MPs and senators. I think it is seen as being very blokey. That's
seen as being really blokey. Right. So part of the opposition to Donald Trump is that he was blokey. He was a man's man. Men voted for Donald Trump. Women voted for Joe Biden. So Donald Trump is a strong masculine man. Joe Biden is a weak, wimpy, metrosexual, so to speak. So there's nothing wrong with a group or a party being male-friendly. Is there something wrong with a group of women creating like a strong estrogen bubble?
It's wrong. That is wrong, full stop. Politically, it's also very mistaken.
Women remain underrepresented on the government benches.
Well, men are underrepresented in all sorts of areas. So what? Men are overrepresented in early death. Men are overrepresented in doing society's most dangerous tasks. Why doesn't that ever get any attention? It's just whinge, whine, complain.
Well, look, there's no question that the Liberal Party can and should do better when it comes to getting more women into Parliament, and we need to do a lot better at keeping them there.
Why? Why exactly? Why is it so important to get more women into Parliament? What exactly genius things will they do?
Looking at me, please. 7 of the 30 current government ministers are women. There are fewer Liberal women sitting in the lower house than there were 20 years ago, while the number of opposition women has doubled.
We want to see women rise, but we don't want to see women rise.
Why? Why not encourage women to do other things than compete in the vicious, cutthroat world of politics, where it encourages traits in women that may well be better discouraged?
Only on the basis of others doing worse.
A gender and politics report released just last month by Liberal think tank the Menzies Research Centre.
Great. A conservative think tank has released a gender report.
Found the party has a long way to go.
The fact that if we believe that everybody should have an equal opportunity in life, and as Liberals we believe that passionately, then there's no reason why women should not be better represented in Parliament.
We know that there are barriers to women putting their hand up for pre-selection and then being elected. And
well, guess what? There are barriers for blokes, and there are barriers for pufters, and there are barriers for trannies, and there are barriers for Jews, and there are barriers for black people, and there are barriers for Asians. Everybody faces barriers. Life is an endless series of barriers. In this ABC Four Corners production, there's only one point of view that is allowed.
And then staying elected is the other part of it as well, which is why we still need to see far more women in safe seats.
Well, guess what? Men have a hard time staying elected and getting selected for the safe seats and moving ahead in their careers. Life is an ongoing series of barriers.
I don't feel like there's equality in the Liberal Party at the moment, and that's really concerning for me.
You don't feel there's equality? Well, is there equality in the number of men who die serving overseas? Is there equality in the length of life for men versus women? Is there equality in all sorts of areas? Is there equality in education? No. In many areas of society, the playing field is tilted in women's favor, but you never hear them complain about that when the playing fields are tilted in their favor. When men suffer from inequality, that just never seems to come up.
It's one of the reasons why I've thought recently seriously about giving up my membership of the Liberal Party. It's one of the reasons why I've been quite discouraged in pursuing a career with the Liberal Party. There's plenty of women working in staffing roles in Parliament at the moment. So really cruel, uncouth people are going to argue that neither of these women is in much danger of being sexually harassed. And I got to disavow. But the experience is you need to be like a male to cope, to survive.
Senior Liberal.
You got to be like a male to cope and survive. Yeah, you're entering a man's world. When men enter a woman's world, a world dominated by women, they have to become woman-like to cope and to survive. When non-Jews enter a Jewish world, they have to become Jewish-like to cope and survive. When Jews enter a Gentile world, they have to become like the Gentiles.
Liberal women, including current cabinet ministers, have despaired at the sexism of some of their male colleagues.
So again, just using sexism without ever providing a definition. And the reason is there is no objective definition of sexism. It's just a weasel word that you throw out there that sounds horrible, but has no objective meaning.
Private WhatsApp message group obtained by Four Corners.
It is past time for us to get organised and collectively stand up. After listening in Party Room to bikini judging commentary, enough is enough.
What's wrong with bikini judging commentary? Women have their own type of crude talk. Men don't complain about it.
We, each of us, inspire young women to aim for leadership. How do we continue?
Really? Really? You sure that you inspire young women to aim for leadership? Maybe you're a bit full of yourself. Maybe there are a lot of young women who have better things to do than to be inspired by you.
To do this in the face of puerile backstabbing from male party members.
Oh, so women, they never engage in puerile backstabbing? Female party members, they just don't do puerile backstabbing. They're just angels.
Whose sole aim is to count numbers and take our place. This leads to huge party discontent and loss of loyal Liberals who feel terribly betrayed.
It's not just sexism that women face in this highly charged atmosphere. There is also a pattern of inappropriate sexual behaviour, which is tolerated and condoned.
I don't for a moment kind of say that all the men were predators and all the women were victims, but, you know, it was a highly sexualised environment at times, and I think that's a consequence of the stress.
Did anyone force you to work there in this highly sexualized environment that you chose to work in for decades? Okay, you're a woman approaching 50. You've chosen to spend most of your adult life working in this horrible, highly sexualized environment. You know why you did it? Because you liked it.
It's kind of that work hard, play hard mentality that I've seen before early in my career in industries like advertising. And there is a kind of...
Yeah, what about all the men who are tired of women judging them on their height or on their wealth, on their level of success?
An almost gung-ho kind of mentality by a lot of the senior males that they're kind of almost beyond...
Oh, so maybe you need a gung-ho mentality to succeed in certain areas of life, including politics, including business.
Approach like they can just get away with things. And I...
Oh, and you never get away with anything? Like when you were younger, you were, I assume, reasonably cute. And did you ever get away with anything simply because you were cute? Because you used female manipulative wiles? Is it only men who get away with things? Because that doesn't match my real life experience. I notice women getting away with things at least as much as men do. This Sheila has zero self-awareness.
And they can, because nobody calls that behaviour out.
Nobody calls that behavior out. Maybe because that behavior is part and parcel of this high-powered life that you choose to spend most of your adult life working in because you like it.
The annual midwinter ball at Parliament House is one occasion where politicians, staffers and journalists like to let their hair down.
I attended the 2017 Midwinter Ball in my capacity as a Sky News presenter. I was a host of one of the Sky News tables. It was a work event for me, but I was looking forward to a fun evening. And I can only describe what I witnessed and experienced. And quite frankly, that was some men who were clearly on the make at that event.
Oh my God, there are men on the make. You dress like a woman who is looking to be made, right? You put out a certain energy that attracts a certain type of male behavior. What were you doing as a as a wife, a married woman, going to this event without your husband, apparently?
And I know people are going to think this might sound partisan, but let's remember I was a Sky News presenter in 2017. I wasn't a member of Parliament. And what I experienced were some coalition men trying to have a crack. And
yeah, well, if men don't try to have a crack, there's no reproduction. Do women really want a world where men never try to have a crack, right? Would you really be much happier if men had zero attraction to you and just ignored you? Because if men were only going to relate to you based on the quality of your intellectual thought, then they'd be much better suited only relating to other blokes.
It was clumsy. It was easily fobbed off.
Yeah, it was clumsy. It wasn't as delicate and as soft and as seductive as you like it. I remember I had a girlfriend who was taken to dinner by some powerful man in politics, and then she was stunned to find out that he regarded it as a date. She thought he just wanted her views on social justice. He didn't care about her views on social justice. If he wanted wisdom about social justice, he would have gone to dinner with a bloke.
No harm was done to me, but it did make me feel uncomfortable. I hadn't particularly experienced that at a function like that before, and it made me wonder, what kind of environment is this where men think they can just have a crack at it?
Yeah, she dressed up. She spends hours and thousands of dollars putting herself together for this event, and then she's surprised that there are men there who find her attractive. She's upset that men noticed her. Yeah, would you prefer men to crank up or crack up? Now, she dresses in F me pumps, and then men try to F me. Dresses like a floozy, and then men have a bit of fun and flirt with her a little bit. Maybe they were just trying to pay her a compliment. It's like, oh, let me just give a mercy flirt to this old lady.
Public figure. I'm pretty publicly well known to be married, and I really was surprised and taken aback by that. In fact,
oh, you're well known to be married, right? Because women never, ever, ever hit on a married man, right? That's just taken for granted.
looked back and told one of my colleagues at Sky, I'm not going to that event again without my husband. Not because I need him to protect me, but I just felt that a woman there alone had a kind of a sign on her neck that said she was available. This was an event with hundreds of people. If this is what is happening in the federal parliament in a relatively open way, what's going on behind closed doors?
What's going on behind closed doors? Men are trying to have a crack, and women have the crack, and they parcel it out to try to get what they want. That's been going on for millennia.
Particularly if you've got men who've got a sense of power and entitlement. I just have to...
Yeah, because women, they're just so interested in men who don't have power and don't have any entitlement. Right? There's nothing that women find more sexy than a powerless, weak, sniveling man. The only type of man that attractive women are interested in is a powerful man with a sense of entitlement.
To wonder what's going on for many of the young women in this building.
What's going on for many of the young women in this building is that they're right where they want to be. They're in the center of power. They choose it because they want to be around powerful men. Okay, this is the woman who's complaining all the time. Okay, and she talks like she's a 10. Okay, listen to this. So we got this matronly middle-aged woman who's incredibly entitled.
Media advisor Rochelle Miller was also there for her first midwinter ball that night in 2017. She attended with her boss. Then,
okay, so from the back, she looks like a middle linebacker. And I wouldn't make these remarks if she didn't emphasize how gorgeous she was. So if you want to talk about how gorgeous you were, then it's fair that other people get to weigh in.
Human Services Minister Alan Tudge.
I had a really lovely dress that I'd found, which was like a floor-length red.
Yeah, really lovely dress. That's what men are really interested in is, how lovely is the lady's dress?
Red dress. And the girls did a really good job with my hair and makeup. So it was nice to dress up and feel nice.
Yeah, it's nice that you dressed up and felt nice and spent hundreds and thousands of dollars on dolling yourself up. Way to go, right? You did the best you could with what you had. You're a matronly middle-aged woman.
Nice and feel that you looked nicer than the usual suit that you wore every day.
Both married with children, Rochelle Miller now admits she and Minister Tudge were having an affair.
Oh, so she's already betrayed her family, betrayed her husband, betrayed her children, betrayed those who liked and respected her. This matronly middle-aged woman who, with the physique of a linebacker, gets to have one last fling because she's around people for so many hours a day that their resistance breaks down. Like if she was just in a pub and this guy was in a pub, he'd never pick her up in a million years. But because he's worked around her for hundreds and thousands of hours, then eventually, barriers drop.
She was terrified they would be found out.
I was walking with Alan.
If you're terrified you're going to be found out, then why'd you go to the event with him? Why did you spend hundreds and thousands of dollars dressing up to look your best? And why were you having an extramarital affair if you were so terrified about being found out? So the women in this documentary, they have zero agency. Everything is men's fault.
And I was chatting to him and I intentionally dropped back because I didn't want to walk in with him. I mean, I wasn't...
Yeah, this reminds me of women I know who dress in short skirts. Then when you're talking to them, they're spending all their time, if they're sitting opposite you, like trying to pull their skirt down. Right? Then why do you wear such ridiculously short skirts, particularly if you have tubby legs? Like, why are you wearing a tight, revealing outfit with the physique of a middle linebacker?
His guest. I wasn't his partner, and I didn't want to be on camera. And he stopped and he turned around and he said, "No, I want you to walk in with me."
Oh, she didn't want to be on camera. That's why she spent so much time dolling herself up, going to an event filled with cameras. She didn't want to be on camera. Then why'd you go to the event? Why'd you have the affair? Why did you doll yourself up?
And I was really surprised by that. I have a feeling that my appearance had a bearing on why Alan would want to walk in with me on his arm, and I felt at the time...
Give it a break, lady. Your appearance is that of a matronly middle-aged woman. In most of the world I know, nobody would give you a second look. And don't worry, today, next few years, nobody's going to give you a second look. Nobody's going to try to have a crack at you.
I'm a lot like an ornament, and that I was being used...
Lady, you're no ornament. You're smart. I'll give you that. You're smart. You're probably good at your job. But there's nothing about you that's ornamental. Okay, you look like people's mum. Most guys don't want to bang their mums.
Used as an ornament.
That feeling continued later.
Oh, she doesn't want to be used as an ornament. That's why she spends so much time and so much money dolling herself up to look her absolute best, to go out to a highly public, highly publicized event filled with cameras where there's going to be lots of drinking and lots of gossip and lots of cracking on. And it's all because you don't want to be looked at as an ornament. Okay, so if you don't want to be looked at as an ornament, what you're saying is you don't want to be looked at, period. Well, then you would conduct yourself in a way and dress yourself in a way that does not scream, pay attention to me.
Later, at the after party, when Rochelle Miller remembers bumping into Mr. Tudge's friend, now Attorney General Christian Porter, who was with another MP.
Minister Porter was obviously quite drunk at public bar after the ball, and they came up to me and they said, "Oh, you look really great, you look really hot." Of course, Alan.
They were trying to be nice to you. They were giving you mercy compliments. Believe me, no normal person would think you look really hot or really nice. You look like a middle-aged matron.
Being the media tart that he is, would want to have you on his arm when he walked into the ball with all the cameras there, and he's.
Yeah, these guys had beer goggles. Like no normal sober guy would say you looked really hot unless they were just trying to be kind.
A total media genius, thinking that, to have you walk in with him. And
yeah, I mean, this girl's got tickets on herself. She believes things that these really drunk guys are telling her, who are just trying to be nice to this matronly middle-aged woman.
Really felt quite demeaning.
The member for Preston.
Oh, she found it demeaning that they gave her some compliments. Well, how demeaning would you find it if they were completely oblivious to your presence and to your looks? Would that be demeaning?
Alan Tudge has publicly represented himself as a social conservative and an advocate of traditional marriage.
My reservations about changing...
Oh, so heterosexual guys who believe in traditional marriage, they also have penises and they like to use them. That's shocking. How hypocritical.
The Marriage Act to include same-sex couples was my view that marriage is an institution, traditionally has been primarily about creating a bond for the creation, love and care of children. And I was concerned that if the definition is changed to be purely one about recognising love, rather than a foundation for the raising of children, then the institution itself would potentially be weakened.
So these blokes were off the clock, right? They weren't in Parliament. They're at a social event where people cut loose.
That was his public image, absolutely. Look, I think it's hypocrisy. And I've told him that.
Did you tell him that while he was pronging you? Did you tell him that while he was inside your mouth? Did you tell him that while he was in, various orifices? Were you telling him that, how hypocritical he was? Is that why you were so attracted to him, that you betrayed your husband and your family, your reputation, your friends, and your social standing so that you could get this hypocritical guy up inside of you?
Probably I'm a moderate liberal, and it really upset me to hear him, particularly during the same-sex marriage debate, actively speak in Parliament.
So you were so upset, did you stop sucking him off? Did you stop spreading your legs for him? Did you stop going to bed with him? Did you stop taking it up against the wall?
And have and express a view that for children to have, the right upbringing, they need to have a mother and father in a traditional kind of family environment. And I just thought, wow.
There's no question that some of the most trenchant opponents of same-sex marriage, all in the name of traditional marriage, were at the same...
Yeah, exactly. Guys who know how powerful sexuality is and how it can explode lives will very likely be for traditional standards that they themselves will not be able to hold up all the time. Low testosterone guys won't feel the importance as much of maintaining traditional sexual standards because they aren't driven as much as high testosterone guys. So people are weak. Does that mean we then drop all standards because people are weak?
Same time, enthusiastic practitioners of traditional adultery. As I said many times, this issue of the controversy over same-sex marriage was dripping with hypocrisy, and the pools were deepest at the feet of the sanctimonious.
Conservative Liberal Senator Concetta Fierravanti-Wells...
Yes, pools will always be deepest at the feet of those who have moral standards, to those who hold themselves accountable to a transcendent moral code such as found in an organized religion like Christianity or Judaism. Secular people who are not religious, can never be hypocrites because there is no moral code to which they are accountable. Wonderful.
Believes ministers should live the values they espouse to the public.
I understand that you can't make specific comments about any...
Right. People should ideally live the values that they espouse. But guess what? Everybody is weak. So you have a choice. If people are not allowed to have a private life that can deviate from their stated ideals, then people can't have a private life and they can't have ideals. And society will collapse.
Specific ministers, but generally, how do you feel about ministers who publicly to their electorates portray themselves as conservative family men married?
Oh, well, how do you feel about people in the media who hector those who are heterosexual and beat them down, but in their private lives, they enjoy, say, a different kind of interaction than what they publicly present?
Men, and then when they're in Canberra, lead a different life, you know, carousing with staffers and so on.
Well, values and beliefs are very important in politics. When we stand for office, when we stand for pre-selection, and when we stand before the electorate, we stand on a set of values and beliefs, and there is an expectation.
People don't vote for you for your values. They vote for you because they think that you're on their team, that you're on their side, that you're going to look out for the interests of their group.
That whether it's to our pre-selectors, whether it's to our electors, that we abide by those values and beliefs, because ultimately we will be judged by them.
Is it appropriate for a minister to have a...
People aren't going to primarily judge you on the basis of whether or not you've lived up to your own moral standards. They will judge you primarily on the basis of how well you did your job as a politician or as a businessman.
Relationship with a staffer?
It's not appropriate, and we've seen...
So in politics, you're going to be working 60 hours a week, or you're going to see as staffers. So in that kind of high-pressure environment, it's incredibly inhuman to expect that there'll be no kind of sexual or romantic interaction. The whole reason staffers become staffers and politicians become politicians is that they can have a crack.
Instances of that happened, and different leaders of both political persuasion have taken appropriate action. As I said, it is notwithstanding the different pressures that do exist in this place, we have to maintain a high level of conduct.
Rochelle Miller says her affair with Alan Tudge, now acting immigration minister, was completely consensual, but she has lived to bitterly regret it.
I lost a lot of self-confidence because I didn't feel I had any power at all to be able to stand up for myself. I was just exhausted, really exhausted. So what I'm trying to do by speaking to you is stand up for myself and say, this isn't okay, the behaviour wasn't okay, and the culture's not okay, and there should be something done about it.
She constantly had to manage the rumours about the affair that circulated in the press gallery.
Alan?
Well, if you don't have an affair, you don't have to manage rumours about an affair. You chose to have the affair.
Put a lot of pressure on me and quote unquote asked me to war game, the lines that I was gonna give the journalists to try and kill the story. And so when I'd call it, it'd be all like, make sure you don't talk, make sure you get your lines straight, make sure you don't answer your phone. Actually, it'd just be better if you don't answer your phone at all.
After the affair ended, Rochelle Miller left Alan Tudge's office and went to work for another minister. She says she was later demoted in a restructure. She felt she had no...
Why would anyone want to employ a woman like this who will backstab you? Who will suck and fuck you 1 minute and then backstab you the next minute?
No choice but to leave politics.
I knew I was leaving a job that I really loved.
Well, guess what? In most jobs, when you're sucking and fucking your superiors, while you're married and they're married, that's not a real stable activity. It's not going to give you a reputation that is going to make people want to have you around. Either men or women are not going to want to be around someone who conducts themselves as you do. And that's on you. That's on your choices.
But I didn't see that there was any other way out. And look, the culture is very much like that. It's very much you sacrifice yourself for the good of the party. I actually at that time viewed myself as damaged goods. And
Yeah, did you sacrifice yourself for the good of the party? Is that why you were sucking and fucking this guy? Was it just for the good of the party? Or was it because you wanted to work out something on your own?
I was really worried about this coming out and impacting our chances at the election.
Well, if you were really worried, why were you doing it? Maybe not do it and then not worry about it.
It's really important to emphasise that this sort of relationship is not been acceptable, in the big banks or the big corporations for years, decades. And then you move into Parliament and ministers...
Oh, the big banks and the big corporations, right? They just have none of this going on. This is something that's just brand new here, because normally this just would just never happen. And it's just the Australian politicians where this happens. Give me a break. Okay, let's play a little bit from Tucker Carlson last night.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Happy Veterans Day. It's been more than a week since the final votes were cast, and still many of Donald Trump's 72 million voters believe this election was fundamentally unfair, and they're right about that. There was massive outside interference in our democracy, and it didn't come from Russia. The tech monopolies of Silicon Valley used their unprecedented control over news and information to silence Donald Trump's voters, and at the same time to protect Joe Biden. And then public health authorities and blue state governors wielded the pandemic like it was a partisan political weapon. It's hard to believe they actually did that, but they did do it. Corporate America helped them. In a moment, we'll have a report on Big Pharma's role in what happened. It's an amazing story. And then there's the question of the votes themselves, the actual ballots. Democrats completely changed the way we voted in this election. Our system has never been more disorganized, and it's never been more vulnerable to manipulation. So was there voter fraud last week? That's a question we've been working on since election night. We try to be careful and precise as we report this out. In moments like this, truth really matters more than ever. False allegations of fraud can cause as much damage as the fraud itself. Jussie Smollett hurt more people with his lies than any actual hate crime. And the last thing America needs right now is more damage. So we want to be accurate. What we're about to tell you is accurate. It's not a theory. It happened, and we can prove it. Other news organizations could prove it too. They've simply chosen not to. The position of corporate media across the country this week has been very simple. There was no voter fraud. The New York Times, once the paper of record, declared that as fact this morning across the entire front page. Look at this banner headline. Election officials nationwide find no fraud. No fraud, none. End of story. Move on and listen to Kamala. You're hearing virtually the same thing from everyone in the media. Everyone. At CNN, the anchors have been repeating the approved message for days. They say it with a kind of brittle intensity that suggests, precisely because they don't really believe what they're saying, you absolutely must believe it. Shut up and accept the verdict, America.
Sources tell CNN that top aides are suggesting that the defeated President Trump, hold rallies to drum up bogus conspiracies about election fraud.
The GOP keeps spreading completely unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud.
The Attorney General now telling federal prosecutors to look into those unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud.
There is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. No evidence of widespread flaws in the mail-in voting process.
Bogus conspiracy theories, completely unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud. They say it again and again, but what exactly are they talking about? They won't tell you, so we're going to tell you. Right now, fewer than 15,000 votes separate Donald Trump from Joe Biden in the state of Georgia. It's close enough that it's worth getting specific about what happened there. And Georgia's Secretary of State has now confirmed there will be a hand recount of all votes cast in Georgia. Among those votes, auditors will find a ballot cast by a woman called Deborah Jean Christensen. It'd be hard to find anyone who's got a bad word to say about Deborah Jean Christensen. She was well known in her community for years as a bird watcher, an avid gardener, a committed fan of the Georgia Bulldogs. Those who knew her were sad when she died last May, and they might be surprised to learn that even after her death, Deborah Jean Christensen still managed to register to vote and then cast a ballot, presumably for Joe Biden. In some ways, it's an inspiring story, the triumph of voting over death. And no one quite embodies that story like James Blaylock of Covington, Georgia. Mr. Blaylock was a mailman for 33 years until he passed away in 2006. 14 years later, according to state records, he was still mailing things. James Blaylock cast a ballot in last week's election. How did he do that? It might be worth asking the New York Times. Maybe James Blaylock was just one of those extraordinary mail carriers. Neither rain, nor snow, nor gloom of night, nor even death itself could keep him from the mail. In his case, maybe voting from the grave wasn't really fraud, it was just commitment. Okay, but what about Linda Kessler of Nicholson, Georgia? Linda Kessler died in 2003. 17 years later, she was still voting in presidential elections. Edward Swinott of Trenton, Georgia, spent his life working construction and teaching school. In his spare time, he loved bluegrass music. According to those who knew him, he played multiple instruments and enjoyed jam sessions. When he died 5 years ago at the age of 82, it seemed like he was gone from this world for good. But no, last week he voted for president. And he wasn't the only one. On your screen right now, you will see the names of other deceased voters. Every one of them played a role in last week's presidential election. As of tonight, there aren't enough of them to alter the outcome. That could change as we learn more. But for the moment, the point is, they exist. They are dead, but they voted anyway. The question is, how did they do that? How exactly did they cast their ballots? And the short answer is, by mail. Dead people tend to vote more often when you make it easier for them to vote. They're like any other group. And this year, we made it much easier for the dead to vote. States sent ballots and registration forms to millions of people totally unsolicited. The pretext was COVID. We had to do this for public health reasons, remember? We had no choice. It was a public health emergency. The effect was to encourage fraud. One 2012 study by Pew found there were close to 2 million dead people still on voter rolls around this country. That study also found that approximately 24 million voter registrations, that is 1 out of every 8 in America, were wrong. They were no longer valid, or they were significantly incorrect. Close to 3 million people in America had registrations in more than one state. 3 million. So what happens if you start sending ballots and registrations to lists like this? well, you're guaranteed to increase the amount of fraudulent voting. And that's exactly what Democrats did. Republicans, we should add, let them do it. Take the state of Nevada, where Joe Biden is currently leading Donald Trump by fewer than 40,000 votes. This year, state Democrats and their lawyers made certain that Nevada sent ballots, not ballot applications, but actual ballots, to every single registered voter in the state, whether they requested those ballots or not. And they did this even though they knew, they were perfectly aware, that more than 41,000 people who are registered to vote in Nevada haven't voted or updated their registrations in more than 10 years. Why? Because many of these people are dead or gone, but they got ballots anyway. One of those people was a former elementary school teacher called Rosemary Hartle. According to her 2017 obituary, Rosemary Hartle was a loving, fun, sassy, and sarcastic in a fun way. Beautiful, powerful, relentless, and inspiring. Sadly, now she's gone. But her voter registration remains. She's still on the rolls. Someone received Rosemary Hartle's ballot in the mail and then cast it. Who did this? We don't know who did it. We wish we did. We should know. It's fraud, it's a threat to our system, and it's being hidden by a news media totally vested in a Joe Biden presidency. Again, we have a right to know, we have an obligation to know much more about this. But thanks to the media blackout, it is left to independent conservative sites, places like The Federalist, to report what the rest should be reporting but are not. Thanks to The Federalist, we know that on October 9th, for example, a man called Fred Stokes Jr. received an unsolicited ballot in Clark County, Nevada. That's where Las Vegas is. 3 weeks later, the county received his ballot back by mail. Voting records indicate that ballot was, quote, completed. Fred Stokes voted for president. But Fred Stokes had been dead for 3 years. He died in June of 2017 at the age of 92. How'd that happen? We don't know. No one's reporting on it. In Pennsylvania, the state that made Joe Biden the president-elect, there are likely quite a few dead voters. How do we know that? Because the state told us. According to a report from last December, less than a year ago, from the state's Department of Auditor General, nearly 3,000 potentially deceased voters remained on the voter rolls in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign says it has found evidence that some of them voted this year. For example, on October 24th, Allegheny County officials mailed a ballot to one Denise Odnick. She died 2 days before. Yet somehow records show that county officials received that ballot back, completed, voted for president, on November 2nd. Again, we're showing you more names on the screen just like Denise Odnick's. We can confirm that they all voted in the election last week, and all of them were dead when they did so. None of this is conjecture. It's not one of those bogus conspiracy theories that CNN worries about. It is entirely real. Why did it happen? How can we prevent it from happening again? Those are the questions. The first is very simple to answer. Democrats did it. They understand that when you send mail-in ballots to an entire unverified voter roll, you can't really know who's voting. But just to make certain that fraud remained likely, Democrats filed lawsuits in Nevada to eliminate signature verification. Think about that. In 2019, well before the coronavirus panic, Ron Wyden, this is a Democratic senator from Oregon, sponsored the Vote by Mail Act. The Vote by Mail Act demands that every state in the union mails ballots to their entire unverified voter list. Whether you ask for it or not, whether you're alive or not, you get a ballot. There's no other way to interpret this. Democrats are abetting fraud. This summer, Democrats in the House of Representatives passed something called the HEROES Act. It wouldn't simply have provided, quote, automatic mailing of absentee ballots to all voters in America. It also would have prevented states from restricting in any way ballot harvesting. That means that anyone could collect and return bundles of ballots from dead or living voters to polling stations, and there would be no oversight of this at all. That's insane, but expect more of it. Loose voting rules are too useful for the left to pass up. In January, Democrats could very well gain control of the United States Senate. If that happens, much will change, but one of the things that will happen, they will pass the HEROES Act into law. Right now, they're claiming universal mail-in balloting is necessary because of coronavirus. It's a public health emergency. We have to have it. But they're lying. They've been pushing for this very thing for years, for one reason. It gives them an advantage because it increases the incidence of fraud. According to Barack Obama, the most divisive president in our history, if you're against this, if you're against sending ballots to unverified voter lists in every state in the country, unsolicited, you are a racist. Watch.
Even as we sit here, there are those in power who are doing their darndest to discourage people from voting by closing polling locations and targeting minorities and students with restrictive ID laws and attacking our voting rights with surgical precision, even undermining the Postal Service in the run-up to an election that's going to be dependent on mail-in ballots so people don't get sick.
Barack Obama, suddenly not from Hawaii, didn't go to Punahou, a product of the red clay of Georgia, and he's preaching. And the message is always the same. Obey or I'll call you racist. Obama spent 8 years working that scam pretty effectively, but amazingly, a lot of people still fall for it. So they shut up and obey. But we should stop doing that. Because if we care about our democracy, we must demand clean and honest voting, regardless of the outcome, no matter who wins or who loses. The system is what we must protect. Sending ballots to entire unverified voter lists, unsolicited, gets you dead people voting. And what does that do? It puts us where we are now. Cynical, distrustful, withdrawn. If you want to run a democracy, you need one thing above all, social trust. If you want people to have social trust, if you want them to believe in the system, it's not enough to yell at them on television and tell them that they must believe. You have to create a system that is worth believing in. Adam Laxalt is the former Attorney General of Nevada. He's co-chairman of the Trump campaign in that state. He's been warning about voter fraud, including on this show, for months. We're happy to have him on tonight. Thanks so much, Adam, for joining us tonight. So tell us if we're misreading what apparently happened here. Ballots were sent to people in your state who were dead, and inevitably some of them voted. Is that correct?
You know,
first of all, it's important for people to understand there is absolutely voter fraud, as you continue to try to point out, as we continue to try to point out. But in the campaign, we aren't the system. We don't have access to the Clark County voting system. We can't call them and say, it looks like Tucker Carlson died. Can you confirm if he voted or not? This all has to happen on the outside. And so, yes, we've confirmed dead voters. And so finally, we're no longer being accused of producing zero fraud. Now we're being accused of not producing systemic or widespread fraud. And I've been attacked viciously by the sitting attorney general and other people and for being and somehow attacking our system. And last time I checked, I served both in the Navy and in Iraq and was a top law enforcement officer. All I want to do is what you want. I want to put a spotlight on this system because the bottom line is there is fraud. I don't know how wide scale it is for all the reasons you pointed out, and we don't own the system. And America needs to understand this. We keep being told, well, all the fraud will be investigated. By who? There's no investigative body that goes in independently and actually investigates elections. This is why we have this mess. And if they're suggesting that the local registrar is going to do its own audit after the fact, of course we know that isn't a real investigation. The FBI was doing these little videos before elections saying, nothing to see here, it's a secure election, and you're asking the FBI, excuse me, were you in there checking signatures? Were you running lists to see if dead voters have made it on the rolls and actually voted? The answer is, of course not, right? And so this is what we deal with, is that we put out a list of over 3,000 people that moved out of the state of Nevada, and they voted in this election. We said, we referred it with no names for an investigation. Now, about 100 of these people put out a list apparently were military voters, and they have a valid exemption. Great. Of course, their vote counts. But we're being accused of improprieties here, and we don't have all the information. They just want to shut down any spotlight to the fact that there is voter fraud in our state.
Of course. I'm not surprised. Adam Laxalt, thanks for that update. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you.
Thanks, Tucker.
So here you have the people whose job it is to worry about fraud, the Attorney General of the state, the FBI, Democratic office holders, the media, telling you that you're wrong if you're worried about fraud. Totally incurious about how the fraud happened when the fraud, incontrovertible evidence of the fraud, is right in front of their faces. What does that tell you? What do you think it tells you? Yeah. Well, Democrats could control the Senate in a few weeks. It comes down to 2 runoff elections in the state of Georgia. Those races really matter, maybe more than any Senate races in our lifetime. What's the state of play in that state? We'll talk to Georgia Representative Doug Collins.
Okay, so press 1 in the chat if you think Tucker Carlson is onto something important there. Like, this is a grift. Like, the whole reason that you get viewers to a TV show like this is to outrage them. This is the whole business method for successful TV shows, for successful talk radio, is to get people outraged. So Tucker Carlson doesn't have any expertise in voter fraud. Voter fraud has been studied extensively. The Heritage Foundation has people studying this extensively for decades. How many examples do you think the Heritage Foundation has been able to find for voter fraud over the last 40 years? Studying this full time. 40 years. They've come up with 1,285 proven cases of voter fraud in America over 40 years. So what, this amounts to what 10 times 40 would be 400. So this amounts to about 30 cases a year. Right? Completely insignificant. Now, if there is substantial evidence that there is widespread voting fraud in the United States now or in the past 40 years, then I would love to see it. That evidence has yet to be shown. What we do find is we find bureaucratic mistakes. We have yet to find any evidence that there is substantial voter fraud. This is a grift. It's just saying, oh, you should be outraged by this. And that guest he had saying, oh, we know there's voter fraud. Of course. We know that there's voter fraud in something like 0.0001% of cases. This is something that you fundraise on, and this is a campaign that allows you to pass legislation to make voting as difficult as possible for particularly groups who are less likely to vote for you. So Democrats call this voter suppression. Republicans call this voter integrity. I don't have a horse in that race. But this is a grift. The whole, I enjoy Tucker Carlson. He's an entertainer. He is funny. He is deliberately infuriating you. But what he is definitely not is an expert in voter fraud. He's a guy on TV who gives his opinions. go read academic studies of voter fraud. If the Heritage Foundation, what was the scope and the size? This has been their thing. Hans von Spakovsky, this has been his thing for 2 decades, right? And at most, he can come up with 1,285 cases of voter fraud over about 40 years. And this is how the Heritage Foundation presents him. Hans von Spakovsky is an authority on a wide range of issues. Guess what? If you're an authority on a wide range of issues, you're in all likelihood not an authority on anything. He's an authority on civil rights, civil justice, the First Amendment, and immigration. In other words, he's not an authority on anything. So Republicans have yet to be able to come up with evidence that there has been substantial voter fraud in the United States over the past 40 years. If all they can come up with, the Heritage Foundation, is 1,285 cases, that's nothing, considering we're dealing here with, what, 1 trillion votes over that time. So I would love there to be substantial voter fraud in the 2020 election so that we could overturn it. And I'd be happy to read evidence that there's been substantial voter fraud in the past. But all the talking heads that the Republicans have trotted out to talk on voter fraud, they're grifters and hucksters. They have no credibility. Their testimony doesn't stand up in court. Their testimony does not stand up. Their publications don't stand up to the most casual, critical review. So if this really is such a big issue, then put some decent intellects on the topic instead of these lame hucksters. And remember, the way that Fox News and talk radio and live streamers get you in is the easiest way to catch you, the easiest way to get you to engage with this type of product is to enrage you, to infuriate you. So that's the business model. They tell you, oh, we're here on your side. And the elites, the mainstream media, they're lying to you. They're gaslighting you. The elites, they're screwing you over. But we here at Fox News, or we here at Right Wing Talk Radio, we're taking your side, the little side. We're on the side of God. We're on the side of angels. We're on the side of the true Americans. And we're going to fight back for you. And we will be your voice, and we will fight for you, and we will win for you. It's rhetoric. It's a business model. It's a scam. Now, if you're cool with being scammed and emotionally manipulated like that, and because they're telling you something that you want to believe, that's far more important to you than actually knowing what's the truth, then, go along for the ride. But if you're actually interested in the truth, read a book such as The Myth of Voter Fraud, came out in 2010, or read Election Meltdown 2020. These are by 2 experts who spent their adult lives studying the topic of voter fraud. They're peer-reviewed. They're experts in their field. They're academics, and read their analysis. And if you can come and then compare that to the bilge that the Republican establishment puts out with the Heritage Foundation with hucksters like Chris Kobach, John Fund, Hans von Spakovsky. It was on Dennis Prager. Dennis Prager this week had 2 experts on voter fraud. Hans von Spakovsky, who's just a buffoon. Like, look up his Wikipedia entry. Total buffoon. John Fund, another buffoon. And I wish it wasn't true, because I like everything that Chris Kobach says. I love it. But he's a buffoon. He's an absolute buffoon. When he gets caught into court on his claims, he is turned into mincemeat because there's so little foundation for what he says. I like hearing what he says. I just wish there was some substance to it. I wish there was some foundation to it. So it's easy to be conned when you want to be conned. When I came to Los Angeles in 1994, I came into a world where there are wanted ads in the local newspapers for, wanted actors, wanted models. And I fell into that, and I went into all sorts of scams where they scammed me out of money. Why did I part with my money? Because I wanted to be conned. I wanted the fantasy that I could be a working actor and a working model. So if you want the fantasy that there's widespread voter fraud, that Democrats are just dastardly and Republicans are righteous. Like, if you want to live in a world of delusion, if you just want to have your prejudices just supported, if you just want people to tell you what you want to hear, fine. Like, that's valid masturbation. But if you actually want to know the truth, read some of the academic works on the topic that have been peer-reviewed. Read those, and then read the stuff that you want to read, and then compare them. So for me, it was so blindingly obvious when I just read a couple of standard academic works on the topic of voter fraud, and then reflected on the bilge that I've been listening to from Conservatism Incorporated over the past 25 years, just the constant drumbeat of lies and misinformation about voter fraud. And it was just so blindingly obvious reading two academic works.
Officers who are absolutely public property, who are living in a fishbowl, who have enormous responsibility. There's always a power imbalance between the boss and somebody who works for them. The younger and more junior they are, the more extreme that power imbalance is. And of course, ministers essentially have the power to hire and fire their staff, so they've got enormous power. This is, again, one of the reasons why these types of relations in those offices are just not acceptable.
Alan Tudge did not respond on the record to Four Corners' request for an interview or provide answers to our detailed questions.
Good evening, Juanita Phillips with ABC News. We begin tonight with dramatic developments in the Barnaby Joyce affair. For full coverage, we go to Parliament House.
In February 2018.
Okay, let me scroll through the chat. So there's a challenge here. Yes, Republican congressmen and senators just happened to win by multiple percentage points in districts and states where Joe Biden won the presidential race. So give me examples. And it's not, it doesn't validate the case for voter fraud that if Joe Biden, say, wins the presidential race and people have been splitting their tickets for decades. So suddenly a practice that has been widespread in American politics for decades happens again in 2020, and therefore it's voter fraud. Now, there are a disproportionate number of Joe Biden ballots that are cast just for Joe Biden and then for no down ballot options. So why would this be? Well, and why would it be so more disproportionate for Joe Biden and not for Donald Trump? So Joe Biden and the Democrats encourage their voters to vote early and vote by mail. So a lot of low information voters who don't really have any information or knowledge or interest in lower ballot elected offices could have simply selected Joe Biden and ignored everything else. Now, it could be a case of massive voter fraud. I am completely open to the case that it could be a case of massive voter fraud, but I've been stroked off so long by the Republican Party and the conservative establishment and Chris Kobach and Hans von Popovsky and all the Republican talking points and John Fund. They've been stroking me and stroking me and stroking me and telling me what I want to hear about those bad, dastardly Democrats. Now they've been stealing elections, and Hugh Hewitt published a book. If it's not close, they can't cheat, right? It's just become Republican talking point for the last 26 years that Democrats are committing massive amounts of voter fraud. I just took it for granted. Then this weekend, I finally do a little investigation and find that these claims have been shown to be bogus. Now, there may be evidence out there. Republicans have not produced it. So I'm tired of being stroked off by Chris Kobach. I'm tired of being stroked off by Hans von Popovsky. I'm tired of being stroked off by right-wing talk show hosts. I'm tired of being stroked off by the Heritage Foundation. I'm tired of being stroked off. I don't want to live in lies, even if it's emotionally appealing, all right? I'm a no-fap guy. I've been no-fap for 7.5 years. I don't need any fapping from the Heritage Foundation, Hans von Popovsky, John Fund, Chris Kobach, a Republican talk show host who say, oh, if you don't believe there's massive voter fraud, then you lack integrity. Even though they've never read any academic books on the topic, they don't know the first thing about the mechanics of electoral fraud, voter fraud. But they're proclaiming that anyone who does not buy in to their theory is somehow dishonest. So let me have a look at the chat. Yes, I've been Toobin too many times. The fraud is that the same people who are too scared to vote in person had no problem celebrating in the streets on the 4th of November. The fact that a protected group of people are allowed to vote is fraudulent itself. This news anchor is the hottest woman in this news report. I wish we could live in an Anglo society, but we don't, so truth and upholding the law means very little in politics. This chat is peer-reviewed. Reflecting upon the bilge, the story of Mr. Ford. According to the New Yorker, von Spakovsky has promoted the myth that Democratic voter fraud is common and that it helps Democrats win elections. Yeah, if you're going to proclaim that in publications and in TV appearances and in talk radio appearances, Hans von Spakovsky was proclaiming that this week, Dennis Prager's show, on Mark Levin's show, on Fox News. You're going to proclaim that. You need to provide some substantial evidence. And the best this bloke has been able to provide that over the past 40 years in American politics, they've been able to come up with 1,285 documented cases of voter fraud. In other words, about 30 cases of voter fraud every year. That's not going to swing elections. That's pathetic. If you think that documenting 1,285 cases of voter fraud in the entire United States of America over a time span of about 40 years, that somehow that this is incredibly damaging, I don't get that. If you want to make the case that voter fraud is swinging elections, then you would need to produce evidence that tens of thousands of votes were cast in a fraudulent manner. And Republicans have failed to do that until now. Maybe they'll do it this time. Maybe they'll finally get their act together. Maybe they'll finally act with scholarly integrity this time around, and they'll provide evidence that they have completely failed to provide previously. On the other hand, they may be just stroking us off. They may be just, you donate money to stop the steal. And apparently, where does that money go? It goes to paying Donald Trump off Donald Trump's campaign debt and into Super PAC supporting Republican senators in Georgia. And almost none of it actually goes to stopping the steal. So maybe this is just some feel-good drama, which was one report that Trump is promoting this just so his base could have some pleasant drama. Maybe this is just for Trump's ego. Or maybe this is the real deal. Wow. Okay, there was a really good article in the New York Times about Trump and reality. Essentially noting that people often do not want to live in reality. And so Trump has been providing people with a way to escape the burdens of reality. I think there's some truth to it. May not be the primary truth about Donald Trump, but I think there is some truth to it. How Trump almost broke the bounds of reality. Even in the midst of a pandemic, the president set out to eliminate the drab and pain of everyday life from politics. Op-ed here by Bruno Max, the author of the book History Has Begun, The Birth of a New America. President Trump has been endlessly mocked for his reality show stunts and attacked for his willful disregard for the facts. But what most critics have missed is that the disconnect from reality is a feature, not a bug. It is not a flaw to be corrected, because without it, Mr. Trump would never have become president in the first place. And even now, in the dying moments of his presidency, every accusation of voter fraud, no matter how implausible, seems to him preferable to the fact of defeat. Former reality TV star Mr. Trump filled the White House with media personalities, often like John Bolton, the former national security advisor, someone the president saw on Fox News. And Trump ran the administration almost like a TV series, shaped by the beats, conflict, crisis resolution, as with parts of the North Korean diplomacy and even common settings, the use of the White House itself as a political campaign prop of conventional narrative stories. Over and over again, Mr. Trump has striven to produce a vision of political events plausible enough to be absorbing, but without the drab and pain of reality. The problems of a typical president were political in nature, For Mr. Trump, though, they seemed like technical problems of storytelling. The key was to create deeply immersive storylines without allowing them to crash against the limits of reality. He was often successful, convincing his followers that they were living in a new country, even when very little of substance had actually been accomplished. His executive orders, for example, were often less acts of government rather than narrative tricks. Did the Democrats live in reality when they concocted the Russian interference story? Yes, they lived in reality that this would be a useful weapon against Donald Trump. Were the claims serious and consequential? No. Russia did not play an important role in the 2016 elections, but they took a lie and they used it to mobilize their side and to distract and make Donald Trump and the Republicans' task more difficult. So too, Republicans may well use voter fraud in a similar way. Let's say that there is not sufficient evidence that voter fraud played a significant role in the 2020 election, but it is a good fundraising tool. It undercuts the legitimacy of the incoming administration, just as the Democrats deliberately undercut the legitimacy of the Trump administration, and it fires up your base. So when you look at it from that perspective, it may be a Machiavellian and effective real-world tactic. That doesn't mean those who know better should not be able to see the scam for what it is. About a year ago, during a rally in Minneapolis, Trump addressed his followers with wistful eagerness, recalling the night of his 2016 victory. That was one of the greatest nights in the history of television. It was one of the most revealing moments of his years in the White House. His presidency was not an event in the political history of the country, but an event in the history of television. The Limits of Reality by Luke Ford, available on Amazon. Yep, that's just what Trump is doing now. Reality is what the people in charge say it is. It's what the media say it is. So turnaround is fair play. What Mr. Trump promised was the power to create imaginary worlds and the freedom to unleash a selfish and extravagant fantasy life, free of the constraints of political correctness or even good manners, the limits imposed by climate change and the international rules tying America to the ground. This extreme form of freedom, call it hyper-freedom, appealed to Greenwich, Connecticut financiers no less than to West Virginia coal miners. It was attractive even to some minorities. In the traditional way to think about freedom, we want to limit or even eliminate obstacles to individual choice, but ultimately we must deal with reality. Mr. Trump's example is to take it an extra step. Why not be free from reality as well? This may be the ultimate goal of contemporary America, a society that is pure fantasy, free from reality. COVID-19 is perhaps the best lens through which to view Mr. Trump's hyper-freedom and its limits. Mr. Trump seemed to take the pandemic's arrival on American shores as a personal insult. If only he could wish it away, re-election would be assured. He tried. The questions about its seriousness and lethality, the outdoor and indoor rallies and gatherings, the refusal to model simple public health tactics like masks, the drumbeat of assurances that it would soon pass. Doesn't matter, we want Trump to win. I agree. I also want Trump to win. I want Trump to have a second term. The illusion started to buckle under the relentless attack of this physical threat. Even then, even when Mr. Trump tested positive, the reality TV impulses never stopped. The videos from Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, the successful return to the White House, pulling away the mask and standing strong, and the heroic return to the campaign trail. But the virus had a hard logic of its own and would not disappear. With a winter wave approaching, Mr. Trump was vulnerable. What Joe Biden seemed to understand before everyone else was that the fantasy was about to collapse and voters weren't ready for an alternative liberal fiction. The main binary in American politics now may not be between left and right, but between fiction and reality. At some point, fictions must be revealed as no more than fictions, and they must be switched off. In this view, Mr. Biden is the kill switch. He promised to remove Mr. Trump and switch the channel to something less risky. After the election, a verdict is being widely shared. Mr. Trump may leave, but Trumpism is here to stay. This may be true, but it won't be in the way people think. What survived the election was not Trumpism as a policy platform, but the fantasy politics of the last 4 years. Those are as powerful and addictive as ever, but they will look very different once the current executive producer has left the job. Return to reality is but one stage in developing new fantasies. It is a way to wipe clean the canvas before departing again in search of new adventures. The search could well be resumed on the left, but there are also many powerful instincts to fight against the limits imposed by reality. Sooner rather than later, Trumpism is bound to return. So I remember Rob Long, producer and writer on the TV show Cheers. He talked, I think, on NPR about how when we vote for president, we're voting for who's going to have the lead role in casting America's leading reality show.
Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull made an extraordinary announcement in response to news that his deputy, Barnaby Joyce, was having an affair with a staffer.
Barnaby made a shocking error of judgment. He has set off a world of woe for those women and appalled all of us.
Under his infamous Bonk ban, Mr Turnbull declared that ministers could no longer sleep with their staff.
Ministers must behave accordingly. They must not. I don't care whether they are married or single. I don't care. They must not have sexual relations with their staff. That's it.
What the public didn't know was that as well as his deputy, the PM also had other ministers, including Alan Tudge, in his sights.
Was the Bonk ban then just about Barnaby Joyce?
No. Well, no, it was. I mean, Barnaby's case triggered it, and it may not have happened at that time. Had it not been for the Barnaby issue, but it went much further than that.
Did some of the ministers think that it was acceptable to sleep with staff?
Oh, I think there was quite a widespread view in Parliament that this sort of thing was entirely a private matter.
Another cabinet minister whose conduct had come to the attention of the then Prime Minister and helped inspire the Bonk ban was the man who now holds the office of Commonwealth Attorney-General, Christian Porter.
There had been some reports about Christian. I think he recognised that his conduct had not been up to the right standard.
It's very easy to support bonk bans when no one's going to want to bonk you anyway.
Ministers, cabinet ministers in particular, have got to really be very conscious of the fact that when you're out in public, you have to make sure that you're not doing anything that could expose you to compromise or that could be represented in a way that could expose you to compromise.
The Attorney-General, Christian Porter, has ordered his department to look into sexual harassment allegations made in the media by an unnamed woman who worked as an assistant on the Royal Commission.
The Attorney-General's role as the nation's chief law officer includes implementing rules to protect women.
No one should have to suffer sexual harassment at work or in any other part of their lives for that matter. So it's very, very serious, but the Commonwealth Government takes it very seriously.
I think being in a good suburban Australian family is a real leveller.
Like many of his cabinet colleagues, the Attorney-General promotes himself as a family man.
I've got a daughter. I'm married to a lovely person who's a lawyer and has been involved in male-dominated professions for a long time. So it's something that's constantly on your mind, and it's something that I talk to my staff about, and that from time to time, of course, is a subject matter of conversation with your colleagues. But this is about every individual, I think, holding themselves to high standards.
Look, the reason the Attorney-General occupies a pretty unique role in our...
Do women really want a world without sexual harassment when men make zero sexual overtures to them? If there's not the possibility of sex, most men, most of the time, are simply going to ignore women. Because if there's not the possibility of sex, men would much rather spend time with other men.
Our political system is because the Attorney-General's role is as the first law officer of the country. And as a Attorney-General, you are meant to be above reproach. You're meant to be able to articulate the proper role of the courts, the proper role of the legal system, while also occupying a position as a politician. In other words, to be impeccable in terms of personal and political behaviour.
Serious questions are now being raised about the Attorney-General's conduct, and they go back over decades.
Why are you here?
I'm here because for a long time, Christian has benefited from the silence around his conduct and his behaviour, and the silence has meant that his behaviour has been tolerated.
And anyone else benefit from silence? Is there anything in your life where you benefit from silence? Everybody benefits from silence about aspects of their life. It's not something that's unique to white Christian heterosexual men.
And after a certain amount of time, the silence means that it's condoned.
What if we knew everything about you? Has your life been sparkling inside and out in every single moment? Where are you benefiting from silence?
And it's considered acceptable. And I'm here because I don't think that his behaviour should be tolerated, and it is not acceptable.
Christian Porter was always destined for political leadership. A private schoolboy from Perth, he had a proud Liberal pedigree. His father was an Olympian who had become a kingmaker in Western Australian politics. Young Porter was a champion debater who was selected for Australia's national schools team.
We met Christian Porter in 1986 for the first time. He was very charming. He was very confident.
And this woman's very lucky. Almost no man is ever going to even consider trying to take a crack at her. Is this what women want?
we were all quite confident back then. He had that assuredness that's perhaps born of privilege, but he was, brash, blonde and breezy.
Yeah, and we all know that women just hate a confident man. Like, women hate a brash man. Women just loathe men who have power. Women prefer weak men with no confidence, right? That's what they find sexy.
Christian was quite slick in some ways, and he had...
I wonder what he'd say about a harpy like you.
An air of entitlement around him that I think was born of the privilege from which he came.
And you don't feel any entitlement? This ABC correspondent and producer and crew, they don't feel any entitlement that they get to tear down white Christian heterosexual men?
Christian Porter studied arts economics and then law at the University of Western Australia. He was at UWA for the better part of a decade.
I've known Christian since I was 16 years old. I was a member of the WA state debating team, and he was brought in to assist coaching, as a lot of university students were at the time. And I knew him later when I was at the State Solicitor's Office in Western Australia, and he was at the DPP. So I've known him for a long time. For all of that time, I've known him to be someone who was, in my opinion, and based on what I saw, deeply sexist and actually misogynist in his...
And what about you? What would he say about you? He's known you for a long time. Wonder what he'd say about you. What would other people who know you, what would they reveal about you? Because nobody is just sparkly clean inside and out.
Treatment of women, in the way that he spoke about women.
And how do you treat men? Like, how have you manipulated men with your amazing looks and charming personality, with your smouldering sensuality?
Kathleen Foley is a barrister who also sits on the Victorian Bar Council. She did arts and then law at UWA in the 90s, where she collected prizes for her academic...
Wow, so she was hot. At one point, she was hot.
...achievements. She spent a lot of time with Christian Porter, as she too was a champion debater.
He was a really...
Yeah, was she really such a champion debater, or was she awarded the title of champion debater on a curve?
Powerful figure. He was a dominant personality, and many people at the law school looked up to him because they felt that he...
Right, and women just are not ever attracted to dominant men, right?
Was going to really be a powerful person one day. He spoke about the fact that he wanted to be Prime Minister. People knew that his father was a Liberal Party power broker, so he carried a lot of weight and he threw that weight around.
Christian Porter's nickname on campus was Chiller, after his...
Wow, she's cute.
...Olympian dad. He gained a reputation as a hard-drinking party boy and womaniser.
Christian's persona, particularly at UWA, was the sidelining of women in any kind of forum in which they wanted to be involved. They were...
Wow, he was heterosexual and he liked women. He's a witch, burn him.
Treated as a joke. They were objects of ridicule. The only point to women, as far as I could tell from Christian's way of treating women, was for him...
Most men are not interested in women if there's no possibility of sex. It's much easier to spend your time with blokes. So a lot of women have negative views of men. A lot of men have negative views of women. It's not like this just goes in one direction.
For him to hit on them, or for women to be made fun of, particularly for the way that they looked.
Schiller was a frequent contributor to...
Oh, and I'm sure you and your female friends never made fun of men who were weak, or men who lacked power, or men who weren't dominant. You just never made fun of unattractive men.
The law student's magazine, Briefs, where he's quoted as saying, "I'm going to smut my way through law school." He joked about his drinking and his rowdy behaviour, particularly at the so-called Are You Barking pub crawl competition, which he attended.
Oh my God, he was a man. And he was rowdy, he liked to drink, and he liked Sheilas.
6 times.
They would have plastic bags tied to their wrists, and as you did the pub crawl, you would vomit into these plastic bags that were tied to your wrists. So you would be going through the streets of Perth, vomiting into bags and carrying the vomit around. It was really extreme. I never did it because it wasn't the kind of thing that I was into, but...
Yeah, but what did you do? Did you lead a life entirely devoid of anything that would be embarrassing to publicly broadcast? I doubt it. What's your dirty laundry?
The commentary around that, the way that the men spoke about that, and the way that the women who participated in that were talked about and treated was really off-putting.
Porter wrote of...
And have you engaged in any behaviour that's off-putting? Have your friends engaged in any behaviour that's off-putting? Did you provide sustenance? Did you provide platforms for people to engage in off-putting behaviour?
Of what he called the chick teams, that they were about as gratuitous and off-putting display of female sensuality that has ever occurred on Are You Barking? Writing about a debate on whether lawyers are just well-dressed prostitutes, Porter said, "Our opposition's case had more holes than Snow White's hymen." A graduation profile of Porter when he was 26 said he'd be remembered for vomiting all over himself on the dance floor. It predicted that in 10 years' time, Porter would be running for PM, being kicked out of the Liberal Party for being a fat, unattractive, sexist political power broker who tried to stick his tongue in a secretary's ear.
The fact that they're talking about him being sacked for putting his tongue in a secretary's ear, everyone knew what kind of guy he was. Everyone knew how he felt about women and how he treated women.
Right, so are women forced at the point of a gun to hang out with this guy, to work for this guy? Women like powerful, dominant men. What is politically incorrect in the boardroom is kryptonite in the bedroom.
After he graduated, Christian Porter was nominated for Clio magazine's Bachelor of the Year in 1999. In the article, he was asked what song he'd choose to serenade a woman. He selected Another One Bites the Dust by Queen. His self-portrait for the magazine was a stick figure, which had to be censored because he'd drawn it with large genitals.
I would see Christian around the traps at functions, and we moved in some of the same social circles at the time. He didn't change at all.
Everybody can be portrayed as a creep. Wouldn't take a great deal of effort to portray this woman, Kathleen Foley, as a creep. And you can do it absolutely honestly.
Christian remained exactly who he had always been. I remember distinctly a couple of things that he said at the time. I remember him commenting that he would never date a woman who weighed over 50 kilograms. That stood out to me. I also remember a relationship of his that ended.
Wow. A man who doesn't want to marry a fatty or go out with a fatty. Do you think women are just dying to go out with weak, pathetic, sniveling losers? That's not my experience.
And he commented that the woman involved was thin enough, but she didn't have big enough tits. And the next woman that he was going to date needed to be as thin but have bigger tits.
Okay, so some men like big tits. If men didn't like tits, they wouldn't talk to women most of the time. Right? Without tits, men would just talk to other blokes. It's because women have tits that men are attracted to them.
We'll look at many cases of theft of...
Men aren't attracted to women because of their intellects, generally speaking, or their fine moral character. Men are attracted to women because they have tits and vagina.
People in positions of trust relate to solicitors and accountants, but our submissions have always been...
In part. Okay, so men go for the package deal. All right? So men almost always settle down with a woman where they have sex, where she can become a mother to his children, where he can go out with her publicly. Like, men are looking for the package deal. But if there wasn't that sexual component, men would not sacrifice as much as they do to have a woman in their life.
30s, Christian Porter became a Crown prosecutor. He married his first wife, but left her for a junior colleague. While Christian Porter was a prosecutor, he worked part-time at the University of Western Australia as a lecturer in the law of evidence. Four Corners has spoken to some of his former UWA students who described incidents of inappropriate behaviour.
And if we investigated your life, Missy, would we ever find instances of inappropriate behaviour? Of course we would. Everybody has acted inappropriately.
Included sexualised comments about female students and a gratuitous focus on violent and sexually graphic material in the legal cases he taught. Christian Porter's political ambitions were realised first in WA state politics, then with a move to federal politics in 2013.
I would also like to thank all of my new coalition colleagues, and genuinely the welcome here has been collegiate and very warm. I'm intent, Madam Speaker, to bask in this warmth before people get to know me and it grinds to an inevitable halt. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In fact, this is my
Christian Porter was quickly promoted to the front bench as Social Services Minister. His language on women changed as he spoke up strongly on domestic violence policy.
If we can change the attitudes and make sure that young boys understand...
Oh my God, people change as they grow older, as they get married, as they have children. Oh, that's the worst thing ever. People change.
Understand what a respectful relationship is, understand what are the proper boundaries, understand what's acceptable and not acceptable, they will go on to be good fathers and good husbands and good partners, and we won't have to have as many men's programs as we presently need.
He was long touted to one day become Prime Minister.
His reputation is one of a rising star, very competent, a man who has a great capacity, and a man who as a child was referred...
Wow, so sounds like the type of guy that a lot of women are going to be attracted to. Do women share any blame for that, being attracted to someone who's supposedly so amoral?
...to by his own father as a future Prime Minister.
But in the corridors of Canberra, Christian Porter was developing a reputation. In late 2017, his behaviour came to the attention of then Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull.
On the 6th of December 2017, I had a meeting with Porter in my office, and I told him that I had had reports of him being out in public, having had too much to drink, and in the company with young women, and he acknowledged that. He didn't argue with that.
Being out in public, having too much to drink in the company of young women is pretty much what every successful Australian male wants to be doing.
And I just said, look, this is unacceptable conduct for a cabinet minister, and it exposes you to the risk of compromise.
The incident that prompted the Prime Minister's concern occurred at Canberra's public bar in Manuka. It was a Wednesday night when politicians, staffers and journalists head to public bar for drinks and gossip. One of the people there was Liberal media advisor Rochelle Miller, who was out for a drink with her boss, Minister Alan Tudge.
So we often, on a Wednesday night, would go out to some of the bars that were just around Parliament House during sitting week. There would be always at public bar lots of journos, lots of staffers, lots of ministers, MPs.
Rochelle Miller.
Oh my God, people drink and say and do inappropriate things at bars. If that offends you, then don't go to bars. What do you think is going to happen when you go to a bar?
Spotted Christian Porter with a young woman. At the time, Mr Porter was tipped to soon become the next Attorney General. He had a wife and toddler at home in Perth.
When we were at the bar, I noticed that Minister Porter was with someone in the corner and they were clearly very intimate. They were cuddling, they were kissing. It was quite confronting, given that we were in such a public place and we're in a place.
And this is you who's carrying on an affair where you've got a husband and children. But you feel quite free to condemn someone else who's playing around.
Where we had multiple press gallery journalists, multiple MPs and senators, and I was quite surprised by the behaviour. And while, you know, we all like to go out and have a drink and sometimes people drink too much, I thought that this was probably was definitely a step too far.
Mr Porter's companion was a young female staffer.
And Missy, did you ever take a step too far?
Was working for another cabinet minister.
They were kissing and cuddling, and I remember turning around to Alan and just going, oh my God, like, cannot believe I'm seeing what I'm seeing. What are we going to do?
And we got Robbie here is watching from Canberra. You're in the Canberra bubble, Robbie. Robbie, what happens in Canberra stays in Canberra, bro. But make sure you don't drink too much and make any unwanted sexual advances, mate. Because there's a bonk ban on in Canberra, mate. So watch yourself. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, mate.
I do. And I sort of switched right into media advisor mode and kind of scanned the room to see, well, who else is seeing what I'm seeing and who's in the room.
Four Corners has spoken to 5 other...
Wow, so she didn't switch to adulterous vixen mode where she's getting pronged by somebody else's husband. Amazing.
The people, including coalition staffers who were at public bar that night and who saw Minister Porter's behaviour with the young woman, and they were shocked by it. One man who witnessed it was a public servant. He thought Minister Porter was opening himself up to compromise.
Yeah, it's shocking. We've got a public figure here who seems to be cheating on his wife. Where could that possibly happen? And I'm sure his constituents would be just absolutely devastated. When you marry a politician, like when you marry a rock star or a Hollywood star or a TV star or a news star, women who do that do it with the understanding that their men are going to have 1,000 times the opportunities to cheat with hot, attractive young women that an ordinary bloke will have, and that most of them will take advantage of it. Most men, most of the time, cannot resist sex with attractive young women.
Picked up the phone of a journalist and he took a photograph.
We spotted a group of journalists and I said to Alan, look, there's a group of journos over there. It looks like someone's taken a picture. I saw somebody with their iPhone out. I was concerned from a work perspective. I suppose it sounds quite unfeeling, but I was really worried about it ending up in the papers. It would do a lot of damage to the government. It would be a scandal that we didn't need.
Really? Would it do a lot of damage to the government? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that it'd be such a big deal. On the other hand, I have no problem with the news media reporting a story like this. That who a politician is pluking is news, is important. Because if he's given it to a woman in all 3 apertures, that's very likely to influence him. Right? That's the most intimate relationship. And if he's banging the bejeebas out of some Sheila, that, to me, that's newsworthy. Whether he's married or single, who you're banging is going to have a profound effect on the choices you make outside of the bedroom.
We were completely really stressed out by it, and we sort of hatched a plan to, head over there and actually confront them and say, look, you're taking photographs. So Alan did head over, and he asked the person taking photographs to stop taking photographs.
Alan Tudge angrily demanded that the journalist delete the photo of his friend Christian Porter.
He was certainly quite firm and kind of demanded that, hey, this is not what we do on Wednesday nights. This is an off-the-record environment. We don't take photos of each other, and he was quite angry about it.
Mr. Tudge later contacted the journalist, again insisting that the photo be deleted to erase the evidence. The news travelled back to the Prime Minister's office. Malcolm Turnbull delivered Christian Porter a stern ultimatum.
I noted that I'd heard reports of him being out in public, having had too much to drink in the company of young women. I reminded him that Canberra was full of spies. Not all of them work for us. And of course, in the age of the smartphone, pictures can be taken by anybody. So it is just not acceptable. And he knew that I was considering appointing him Attorney General, which of course is the first law officer of the Crown and has a seat on the National Security Committee. So
I would have no problem if the Prime Minister takes this into consideration and does not appoint someone to a cabinet position. So I'm open to both sides. I don't think this is necessarily the best behavior for someone you're going to give increased political power to.
Risk of compromise is very, very real. It's not just the stuff of spy novels. People who put themselves into positions where they can be compromised or blackmailed are really taking risks and unacceptable risks.
What was his reaction?
He clearly didn't enjoy it. Nobody enjoys a discussion like that, but he took it on. He took it on board and noted it. And the message was very clear that if there was reports like that emerged in the future, that would have very, very severe consequences for his role in the ministry under my leadership.
At a time when there is a strong debate about foreign influence and foreign interference, most especially in a place like Canberra, the risk, I think, of compromise is far greater. And that's why it's incumbent on all politicians, irrespective of whatever position they hold, to ensure that their conduct is one of the highest standard.
Greens Senator Sarah Hanson-Young volunteered this story to Four Corners about a young Liberal staffer who confided in her one Wednesday night at Public Bar about a secret relationship with Christian Porter. Sarah Hanson-Young did not name the young woman she spoke to. Four Corners believes it was the same woman seen with Christian Porter at Public Bar.
One particular conversation I remember went from being a general chat to a pretty distressed young woman who was very upset about and what had been going on in the office that she worked in, and how she was being treated as a result of people finding out.
So this young woman was talking about Christian Porter.
Okay, so this woman makes really bad choices, but she's really distressed by other people's behavior. Maybe she should be distressed about her own choices.
Yes.
What did she say happened?
And she told me that she'd found herself in somewhat of a relationship, and that clearly had found herself in a position that at some point she didn't want to be there. It was, I'm not going to speculate as to why or how, but when she was talking to me about it, she was clearly very distressed, and she was in a situation she didn't want to be in. And I think, that's a terrible position for any young woman to find themselves in, to feel like you have to question your job, your abilities, your skills, who you can talk to, who you can trust in your workplace. The sense I had from her was that she felt pretty isolated. She was very guarded about what she said, but she started crying, and it was quite clear to me that there was a lot.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. So what has Joe Biden been up to lately? We're told that Joe Biden is our president-elect. Supposedly he's going to shuffle into the White House in January, along with something called a mandate. If that's true, what exactly is he going to do with this mandate? Now that's an interesting question. It might be worth asking, but almost no one is asking it. Instead, our news media is busy swarming Rudy Giuliani, a former mayor who hasn't held public office in decades. Why? Because Giuliani has questions about some of the voting that took place last week. Therefore, he's an imminent threat to the Republic. It's a coup! Better give him blanket coverage, more Giuliani coverage. There's a fresh angle. But whatever you do, do not cover the guy that you claim is president. Joe Biden is the president, and that's enough. Shut up. By the way, the Biden people are fine with this. They don't want to deal with the media either, so they're not dealing with the media. On Tuesday, Ryan Lizza of Politico noticed this. Quote, discouraging signs about the Biden team and press access so far, Lizza wrote. No regular transition briefings, no readout of calls with foreign leaders, no open press access to the candidate and his people. This is a break with tradition. Well, of course, it is a break with tradition, and it's worrisome, but you're not allowed to notice it. Biden supporters immediately screamed at Ryan Lizza to shut up. So what exactly is going on behind this news blackout veiling Joe Biden from public view? Well, pretty much exactly what you expect is happening. Over at the newly official office of the president-elect, they are busy rewarding the forces of repression that made these election results possible. Guess who's first in line? Oh, you guessed it. The tech monopolies. They did their job. They shut down one side, protected the other, and now it's time for the reward. And here's the reward. In one of his first acts as president-elect, Joe Biden named a man called Ron Klain to be his chief of staff. Now, Klain worked for Biden before. That's the story that you've read. Oh, he's a close Biden ally. That's why he's got the job. But that's not why he got the job. Ron Klain is also a lobbyist for big tech. 4 years ago, he joined the executive council of Silicon Valley's lobbying arm in Washington. Oh, starting to make sense? Ron Klain was not chosen for his success as a public servant. We know that because last year he acknowledged that the Obama administration, where he was a senior official, totally mishandled the swine flu pandemic, the one that came before this one. Quote, it's purely a fortuity that this isn't one of the great mass casualty events in American history, Ron Klain conceded, with admirable bluntness, we'll say. Quote, it had nothing to do with us doing anything right. It just had to do with luck. Okay. So he admitted that. But what's amazing is despite admitting this, mismanaging a pandemic, somehow Ron Klain managed to become Joe Biden's advisor on the coronavirus pandemic. And from the first day, he got that wrong too. Watch Ron Klain on television this year in late January explain that President Trump's ban on travel from China, where the virus came from, was a very bad idea.
Would you ban Chinese travelers from arriving in the United States? I wouldn't. I think that's premature. I think it's very important exchange, very important for trade and tourism.
Oh, it's very important for exchange and trade. Oh, Silicon Valley's bottom line. You can't annoy or inconvenience China. That was Klain's position, and then he kept going. On February 28th, he tweeted this, quote, on COVID-19, if you want to do something useful today, go to Chinatown, buy a meal, go shopping. The virus attacks humans, not people of any ethnicity or race. Fear is hurting Chinese American-owned businesses baselessly. Let's fight the disease and let's fight prejudice. Now, keep in mind, at the moment he wrote that in February, there were no attacks against Chinese Americans because of the coronavirus. This is a deeply decent, non-racist country. So why was he saying this? Funny, the Chinese government was saying almost exactly the same thing. If you're worried about the coronavirus, you're a bigot. Got it. But again, it doesn't matter whether Ron Klain was right about how to handle the coronavirus. What matters is that Ron Klain is on the right side of Silicon Valley. As we've told you before, if you want to understand what's happening now, keep in mind, this is not an incoming presidential administration. No, this is a corporate takeover of the country. They paid for the campaign. They plan to assert full control. At this point, Joe Biden's transition advisors include executives from Uber, Visa, Capital One, Airbnb, Amazon. The Chan Zuckerberg Foundation and the nonprofit run by ex-Google CEO Eric Schmidt are also on the list. Are you surprised? No, you're not. According to an analysis by the Wall Street Journal, at least 40 members of the Biden transition teams announced earlier this week were or are registered lobbyists. Oh, and speaking of transitions, Stars and Stripes newspaper reported today that one of Biden's key Pentagon officials will be a transgender veteran. Chosen to defend the country, maybe on the basis of identity. Because in 2020, corporatism is highly woke, the wokest. They're hoping their wokeness will distract you from their plundering. And it's working. Now, you won't be shocked to learn that the government of China looks on at all this and is highly pleased. A weak, divided America, obsessed with narcissistic identity politics, is good for them. And by the way, very different from them. In the United States, we're told your identity is the most important thing. They don't think that in China. In China, they think their country is the most important thing. And that's why they're winning. And that's why they're very pleased to see more identity talk. Childish as it is. Its very childishness is its appeal to the Chinese, because it suggests that we're buffoons. This week, the state-run Communist Party newspaper in China, the People's Daily, celebrated Joe Biden's ascendance by mocking the sitting president. Ha ha! The paper tweeted, along with a laughing emoji, as the news networks called it for Biden. There was deep relief to see this in China. The markets corrected, too. On Election Day, markets in China crashed when returns showed Donald Trump leading in the swing states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. The Chinese currency plunged more than 1 full percent, 1.4 actually, against the dollar early Wednesday morning. It was the largest single-day drop in nearly 3 years when they thought Trump was going to get reelected. And then when the news changed, that changed too. Chinese markets immediately recovered when votes started coming in for Joe Biden. Was there a connection? You bet there was. The Chinese government is happy now. Should you be happy? Let's see. Joe Biden has announced that as president, he will not deport a single illegal alien from this country in the first 100 days. Doesn't matter who they are, doesn't matter what they've done, it doesn't matter whether they were convicted or not. That would include rapists and murderers. Literally. They can all stay here. Now that's great news if you're Silicon Valley. They pushed for this. The tech companies wanted this because they rely on cheap labor. But for the rest of us, what's the upside exactly? And by the way, if you live anywhere along the southern border, good luck to you. And by the way, don't bother locking your doors or pining for a border wall or thinking that immigration restrictions might improve your life, because if you think that, you're a bigot. Joe Biden explained it to us over the summer.
I'll be a commander-in-chief who makes sure that our National Guard and their families have the support and the resources they need, not one who diverts more than $1 billion in National Guard funding to pay for a border wall. Taken out of the National Guard for a border wall. It's not really keeping us safe.
Yeah, the military shouldn't be used to protect the country. They should be in Syria doing whatever they're doing in Syria. Protecting America? That's unconstitutional. You think that's absurd? You think he couldn't do it? As president, Joe Biden could do that on day one with executive action. It wouldn't require the Congress to weigh in at all. But if Democrats wind up controlling the Senate, they will do much more than that. They will give amnesty to every illegal alien in this country. That's more than 20 million people. And they'll be on a pathway to citizenship immediately. We know that because Joe Biden's already called for it.
Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship.
11 million. That's how you know they're lying. Because no one who knows anything about the subject thinks it's 11 million. No, it's over 20 million. It's over 20 million citizens in one day. That's a big change. It's the biggest change of our lifetimes. But it's just the beginning. This show has obtained exclusively a memo from the Glover Park Group. That's a lucrative lobbying shop in Washington with ties to Joe Biden. The memo outlines Biden's chief priorities. Those would include financial aid for illegal aliens, a big increase in refugee resettlement, more taxpayer funding for critical race theory indoctrination. Quite a list of priorities. Who is for this stuff? Well, America's unhappy rich ladies. They're the ones who got Biden elected, and they love this stuff. It's no cost to them. It makes them feel virtuous, so they're going to get it. They're Joe Biden's base. They're in control now. But wait a sec, you might be asking, what do policies like that do for everyone else? How does resettling refugees in the country and critical race theory make the middle class more secure, happier, richer? How does it put your kids through college? It doesn't. It doesn't do anything for anyone else. But who cares? Those people didn't vote for Joe Biden, and they're not getting anything. Charles Hurd is the opinion editor over at the Washington Times. We're always happy to have him. Charlie, great to see you tonight. So I'm looking at these priorities, and by the way, there may be others. No one seems to be able to get close to Joe Biden, our president-elect, to ask him what exactly, as president, he's going to do. But from this list, and the Glover Park Group is a pretty connected operation, I would say, this does seem like a very specific kind of boutique lifestyle liberalism appealing only to about 10,000 unhappy rich ladies in like 9 zip codes. Doesn't seem like a national agenda to me.
No, it's not. And of course, that's the trick here. That's why the secrecy is so vitally important, because not only is that something that was not going to appeal to regular voters across the country, it's not going to appeal to Democrat voters. This stuff is poison within the Democratic Party. And that is how Donald Trump won in the first place. He cleaned the slate among Republicans, and then he took over part of the Democratic Party and it was a very simple strategy. He looked at all of these policies you've just laid out, all of these things you've just talked about, and said, hey, you know what? Actually, enforcing our border, our southern border, that's actually probably something that might be in the top, I don't know, top 3, 4, 5 things that we should be doing at the federal government. Another thing, should we be a globalist nation, or should we look out for America first? He said, okay, let's be America first. Let's put our priorities ahead of China's. Well, this crew, and the sad thing is, and this is the thing that's so terrible about all of this, is that for so long, while Democrats have sort of led a lot of these things, Republicans have either, gotten in there with them on this stuff, or they've stood by idly and been completely run over by him. And Donald Trump is the first guy that came along and called him out on it. And that's the secret to the guy's success.
You just got to wonder, though, I mean, Scranton Joe, and I think he actually won Scranton, according to the numbers from Pennsylvania anyway, these are not issues, it seems to me, that are going to benefit a single person in Scranton, Pennsylvania, or any other country or county that's not Malibu. So, like, shouldn't he at least think about everyone else who's not a huge donor or married to a tech mogul?
Yeah, exactly. And of course, when you talk to other Democrats, you talk to House members and things like this, they claim to represent these people. They don't represent these people. And a perfect example is you mentioned the transgender person that Joe Biden has picked to be on his transition team for DOD or whatever. What is the point of the military? Is the military supposed to be a lethal operation in which we send American troops to defend our borders and to protect our country from enemies and to kill as many enemies as quickly as possible with the fewest fatalities to our people? Is that the point of our military? Or is it supposed to be some social engineering project where we put colors and things up on a board that make us all feel good about stuff or make certain people feel good about things? The disconnect between what people like Joe Biden want out of our government and what regular, normal people in this country want has never been wider, ever. And again, Donald Trump is the first guy to come along and just sort of pick out these very basic, simple things and say, hey, this is actually what regular, normal American people in Scranton want.
Couldn't agree more. Anyone who talks about identity should be immediately disqualified from service. Who cares about your identity?
Amen.
That's the least interesting thing about you. Let's talk about the country. How are you going to serve and protect the country? Your identity. It really is just the apogee of narcissism. It's really, get your head out of your butt.
It is.
Charlie, great to see you tonight. Thank you.
Good to see you.
So we told you last night about voter fraud. We don't know its extent. We know that it happened. Dead people voted, quite a number of them. One political analyst on Twitter was banned for sharing what he has discovered about last week's election. We'll hear what he's found straight ahead.
Okay, I believe they're talking about Rich Barris there. So Donald Trump is not taking it easy. Trump has stayed in the Oval Office later than normal this week. He's still there now, was there until almost 8 o'clock last night, around 7:20 the night before, and until 8:15 p.m. Monday. Typically goes to the residence around 6:30 p.m. or so, where he has dinner and makes calls. So Donald Trump is not just sitting it out, taking it easy. He's working on some things. Dennis Prager from today's show.
Buddy, Dennis Prager here. I have been partially focusing on the announcement that the team, or a member of the team, the COVID-19 team of Joe Biden, has said that we should have a 4 to 6 week lockdown in February or March. And the way we'll cover the devastation to people's livelihoods is the government will pay everybody, literally everybody. And I'm supposed to take this man seriously. Sweden had no lockdown at any time and is doing fine. My guest is a man who is has quite a remarkable biography here. He has a PhD in mathematical statistics, calls himself a data philosopher. He was a professor at Cornell Medical School and a meteorologist with the National Weather Service, and played third base for the Pittsburgh Pirates. I mean, that is quite a resume, sir.
It was first base.
Oh, I hate getting that wrong. I really do. I heard you were so good you alternated third base and first base.
Utility infielder.
Yes, utility. And now I should say your name, William Briggs, who has a great website, a really great one, wmbriggs.com. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Where do you live?
In New York.
New York City?
Yep.
Are you a masochist?
It has been claimed, yes.
Okay, just checking. Why someone... No, I mean, I asked this of all those with your views. See, I live in L.A., and you could theoretically ask the same question, but I am surrounded by people who are kindred spirits. I don't believe...
So I immediately
maybe I'm
tweeted,
wrong. Are you surrounded...
Let's have him on my show. This crazy
Timcast
guy.
with Alex Jones.
Alex Jones, who is on my show right now. But here's the thing. Listen, I realized if I brought Alex Jones in here, YouTube would probably just ban me outright. So I thought, well, how do I guarantee that happens? I brought in Michael Malice as well, just to make sure that we have that extra degree of, I guess, chaos.
Kim Jong-un's boyfriend.
That's true. And now Michael.
All I want to say is, I'm very envious. My house is 4,000 square feet. Yours is like a spaceship. And the smell in the woods when I pulled up here, what the hell? It smells like heaven out in your yard, dude. What's going on out there?
We're in the mountains.
Yeah.
We're
It's very
elevated by water. It's the perfect position. But you know what?
So how'd you find this cool place?
Zillow.
But I mean, seriously, it's awesome.
Cool, man. Well, I appreciate the compliment. Yeah. Why are you laughing, Michael?
It's off and running.
It's off and running.
It's like
we're going to start the conversation.
Okay. Everybody, subscribe, hit the like button. But I guess share, because we've got Michael Malice and Alex Jones, and of course Ian. We got a new camera setup.
We're gonna talk about magnetics.
We do.
I think we might get crazy with it.
There's Ian.
Like actual floating succulent.
We do.
We can't really show. There's no camera.
I wish we could.
You got a YouTube channel with just a floating succulent? Trillions of views.
We have a levitating plant now, but we haven't set it up yet. So it's in front of me. It's floating, but you can't see it.
I've seen the documents.
But you know what? We've already as we're getting ready for the show, I told everybody we're gonna have this big guest. We can't.
But I'm actually Alex Jones impersonator.
Yeah, it's not really. Talked to you
on my
until
belly
like 3 days ago.
Well, you were just ignoring me.
I guess.
I was on my personal here. I love Tim Pool. I love him forever. I want to go on the show. You were just bouncing off all your. I want it on. I'm here. The Alex Jones impersonator.
There you go. But no. But there are some subjects I thought it would be interesting to have you on for. And so we're in the middle of this weird, very, very weird election period. We had an election day. The media has declared a winner, but the actual constitutional process has not concluded. So now you've got like two disparate realities. I think we've got pending lockdowns coming. New York, New Jersey, several states have already announced they're going to start locking down. And then the weirdest thing, which kind of ties into COVID, was something you mentioned earlier, the Great Reset from the World Economic Forum, which is an actual real thing. I'll make sure we pull this up because,
the most powerful people in the world say we're going to shut the world economy down for your own good.
Can you show
which every metric shows will cause mass starvation, total collapse. We're in debt, but they just let bankers that want us to be in debt.
Our monitor broke again.
It's okay. Globalist Klaus Schwab, world will never return to normal.
But is that from your website?
No, it is my website. It's linked directly to Infowars.com. So it's directly linked to his statements, though.
Okay.
So we actually, this has been happening the past couple of days. Our monitor busted, but it's weforum.org/great-reset. And it says, there's an urgent need for global stakeholders to cooperate in simultaneously managing the direct consequences of the COVID-19 crisis. To improve the state of the world, the World Economic Forum is starting the Great Reset Initiative. Yeah. So it's a real thing. It's on their website, and it's essentially about international cooperation in the wake of economic...
I mean, let's go back to the Rockefeller document, lockstep 10 years ago. We're going to use a virus, whether real or promulgated, to take control of society, set up a UN world government.
Did you print that one out?
No, you're saying it's on Infowars. I mean, what is on CNN? It's all about researching Klaus Schwab and Jean-Paul Juncker and what they're actually planning and what they're saying. Everybody should go look up their names, don't believe me, and look up what they're saying about you.
Pull up yourself.
And the carbon taxes and the shutdown of human society and the post-human world.
Here's the thing. So this even goes back further than 10 years. I tweeted out earlier this year, some very, very bad people have gotten some very useful information about how much people will put up with without fighting back at all. Regardless of whether you think it's good or bad, they have the documents, they have the data.
They have the Stanford research psychology experiments, they have the Milgram experiment.
I'm talking about now. They talk about this year. They ran the field test. They said, we're going to tell you to sit in your house and shut up. And not only will everyone do it, but people will voluntarily act as enforcement agents of the state to make sure that you do it. That's number one.
We're getting banned.
Earlier, 100 years ago, when the Great War happened, and it was an absurdity that America would get in, I think I talked about this last time I was on your show, this was very useful for them also, because it's like, all right, we have an excuse to have a pre-fascist totalitarian government in America to run this great war, the war to end all wars. And they had that data, so that when FDR wanted to have complete control of the economy 15 years later, they'd be like, you guys just did this 15 years ago. That was a war against war. This is a war against poverty. What's the difference? So they will have absolutely, it'll be so much easier. It'll be so much easier the second time to be like, you guys just did this last year. We're not asking you anything again.
And you just said it, Yale and Princeton and Oxford all are online doing studies years ago about we'll have a virus, whether real or promulgated, that will scare everyone into submission, and they'll have a vertically integrated economy once this happens, and everyone will give up their rights. We'll have tracker apps on all their phones, bring a new digital currency on top of it, and society as we know will be over because we're saving the earth from the carbon footprint. So by shutting down the consumerist society, they will, quote, save the earth. But meanwhile, it's all a bunch of billionaires that are tax exempt having meetings on mountains with a bunch of hookers telling us how they're going to take all our money away and bankrupt us.
We got to slow down. So we got First of all, we're going to start pulling these things up because you just said a lot.
Yes,
but no. But more importantly, I'm sure you said a lot of things. Backpage.
Well, no, I mean, there's a billionaire saying we're consuming too much. Like Ted Turner says, I want to depopulate the earth 80%. So does Prince Philip. Wants to come back as a virus, depopulate the planet. That's all official. Look it up. And then they all have a bunch of kids, and they all have all this money, and they all have jets, and they all have palaces. And then they cut the gas allotment for British old people that freeze to death, so they can heat the royal palace.
I'm going to translate Alex to like normal people.
Well,
it's not wrong.
Just to make this point, what I'm trying to say is there's probably a lot of people who don't know the full context. So if you say something about what Rockefeller's doing, we got to start from the beginning and work our way through. Here's what happened here. Here's what happened there. Here's what
Rockefeller's funded the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, created Hitler. Yep.
There you go.
Michael, please help me. Can you translate what just happened?
Let me talk about what Alex just said, because independently I had the same kind of information. When I was in college, and everything I'm saying and everything Alex is saying, take a second and look it up on the internet. Assume we're lying, assume we're crazy, and look it up.
I began the Holocaust. Let's just start there.
Okay, we're not starting there, Alex. Okay, so that's not where we're going, Alex. Okay, Alex Jones.
See, this was the challenge when people kept saying, "Have Alex Jones," and I was like, "There's no way I'm gonna be able to keep up with this."
Okay,
I know. You said 50 things, and I'm like, "Where we write it down, Michael."
They're saying a global depression is good
I'm trying to
for
help you here.
When it will starve hundreds of millions to death. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
All right.
When I was in college, there was a book. You can all look this up called Ishmael. And Ted Turner has blurbed this book. And the premise of this book is we need to go back to before the Industrial Revolution because there's too many people on Earth. And the book is about someone getting messages from a telepathic gorilla.
Wow.
And look at this, and it got all these awards.
It's award-winning.
Yes.
What's it called?
Ishmael. Look this up. You think I'm going to make a
kill yourself?
They're so
I am a gorilla. Murder yourself. It's a liberal Ishmael. Ishmael with a beanie on head.
And the thing is,
I'm going to message right now for Tim.
No, you're not. Wait, is this the novel?
There it is. There it is.
Start over, Ishmael.
Ishmael novel.
So the point is, why should humanity depopulate itself? Because someday the telepathic gorillas will thank us for leaving Earth to their stewardship. This is literally the message of this book, and you can look at all the awards it got. It's being taught at universities.
Exactly.
So no matter how crazy we think certain aspects of this globalist left is, when Alex talks about it, he's giving you the moderate, subdued version.
That's amazing.
Wow, true. That's what I mean. I read all their stuff.
Hold on.
Read this.
The gorilla says kill yourself. Are you against gorillas?
Harambe or?
No, I mean literally. He says, I'm a holy gorilla, murder yourself.
Yeah. It says, it mentions Ted Turner,
Right,
so
right,
it says, Ishmael's a 1992 philosophical novel by Daniel Quinn. The novel examines the hidden cultural biases driving modern civilization and explores themes of ethics, sustainability, and global catastrophe. Largely framed as a Socratic conversation between two characters, Ishmael aims to expose that several widely accepted assumptions of modern society, such as human supremacy, are actually cultural myths that produce catastrophic consequences for humankind and the environment. The novel was awarded the $500,000 Turner Tomorrow Fellowship Award in 1991, a year before its formal publication.
No kidding.
So
It's part of the
saying-
trilogy.
Who's the publisher?
They're saying.
Hold on, Alex.
Publisher was
It's not some
Bantam Turner Books.
Bantam.
Let's go
This
further.
is some random, not house.
Ted Turner. So let's go further. Give up your will, you're bad. You're a dirty human, wear a mask. Don't have children killing the earth. Sure, the earth has problems. We should be clean. They're telling us, give up our will, give up our life force for them, roll over and die. That's all this is. You suck, you're evil, you're bad, die. I remember the ads everywhere like, Ishmael, the truth. Humans are bad. Ishmael, the gorilla tells us to kill ourselves.
That wasn't the ad.
No, I heard it on the radio. It's like,
You heard it, but that wasn't the ad.
Here, Michael. Thank you so
pull
much.
it up.
I thought it was the chaos one. I'm like, you're helping Apollo today.
You pull it up.
Ishmael ad.
I remember the ad on the radio, like Ishmael, the novel.
It doesn't say kill yourself in the ad.
No, but it's like humans are bad. Oh, what are you gonna do? Here's razor blades. Oh,
Oh my gosh.
What is
you
this?
just said it. I'm telling you.
I can't find the commercial, but I did find a video
sounds
from
really
Daniel Quinn
weird.
discussing how to save the world or whatever.
They want to go, he says explicitly, to return back to before the agricultural revolution.
Tim, you have a nice house.
Here's the thing.
For the earth.
Okay, let's go back here to Tucker Carlson.
A lot of the big polls were way off in this election, way off. So off that they probably affected the election itself. They won't admit that, but it's clearly true. At the same time, some of the smaller independent pollsters, the one that everyone else ignored or mocked, turned out to be more accurate. One of the more accurate pollsters is known as the Big Data Poll. It's run by a man called Richard Barris. Now Barris, who on the basis of that we should probably listen to, says he's found new information about voter fraud in this election. And as soon as he announced that, as if on cue, Twitter suspended his account. So we wanted to hear what he found. And so he's joining us right now. Richard Barris joins us. Richard, thanks so much for coming on. So right to the newsworthy part is, what did you find that Twitter tried to suppress?
Well, first, it's good to be here, Tucker. I appreciate the time. What we did find, I mean, it's a work in progress, but we, like everybody else, and we had spent 2 months talking about the differences between mail-in voting in this election and mail-in voting in prior elections. And we did, like everybody else, see the allegations on Twitter, and we decided, because we do have the resources, we do have voter files, that we should probably take a look into them. So we did. And some of them panned down, some of them didn't, but it did warrant further investigation. And Americans should understand the voter rolls we call them dirty. There are a lot of change of address flags, there are a lot of deceased people, and that would be the low-hanging fruit that someone like me would look at first in order to try to find whether somebody died and voted. So there are questionable records that we have found, Tucker. And when we refused to give them up to certain media outlets, they banned me, they banned my wife, Laura, they banned the polling firm, all for good measure, all at once.
That's just shocking, because that's true. I mean, we found exactly the same thing looking at voter rolls, and this is widely known. And by the way, the states admit it. A lot of these rolls are, as you said, dirty, and they had people on there who don't exist or who have moved, and some of those people voted. So it sounds like what you said is provably true.
Yeah, we took a step back from this. So we gave it to an independent investigator, the list that we have so far. We've gone through a couple of states, one we thought we were pretty much done with, and we gave that list to an independent investigator, a fraud investigator, to look at it further, to tell us whether or not they agreed. And from there, we were going to take it to officials in the state to see if they had some kind of an explanation. But before we even got a chance to do that, that's when we got zapped. But it is, it's important for Americans to understand this time around, we basically used COVID as a predicate to put a moratorium on election integrity laws. It was going to lead to this kind of level of distrust. Right. That's where we're at now. So everybody should let these kinds of investigations move forward instead of squashing them. It'll be better for everybody all around.
See, I think you're making very reasonable points that any American, no matter who he voted for, could nod along with. Why wouldn't you want a country that trusts its elections? And of course, transparency is the only way you get to trust. I guess what bothers me most is we assume the tech companies were clamping down on speech and imposing censorship because they wanted their guy to win. We had the election 9 days ago, and they're still clamping down. What do you make of that?
You know, we had 4 years of being told that the president may be illegitimate. A lot of us out there just don't want another 4 years. They seem to want to close the book and just move forward. And I don't know where that ends, Tucker. That's ultimately my concern. So if we don't have this carry forward, we just can't continue like this, right? So we can't go from one administration to another where half the country thinks it was stolen or robbed. Right. We have to have some kind of conclusion. That's how self-governance works. You have to accept it and move on.
Again, I think everything you're saying is completely reasonable and fact-based, and the idea that someone saying the things that you've just said would be banned suggests a terrifying level of social control, I think. Richard Barris, I appreciate you coming on tonight.
Thanks for having me, Tucker.
So there are 2 Senate runoffs in Georgia. Of course, you know that. They'll take place on January 5th, and they will determine control of the Senate and, to some extent, the future of the country. Now, for years, and this is a concern, Georgia has been chipping away at election security. What have they been doing, and what kind of effect will it have on January 5th? John Daniel Davidson has taken a close look at this. He's the political editor at The Federalist, and he joins us tonight to explain what he's found. John, thanks a lot for coming on. How do you assess election security in the state of Georgia right now?
Well, just as you said, for years now, Georgia officials have kind of been whittling away at their election security, both through actions of the legislature and through lawsuits that either the Georgia government has lost or that they've agreed to in these sort of settlement decrees, going back, for years now. And a lot of it was driven after Stacey Abrams lost the 2018 governor's race. There was all these outside groups that came in to sue the state to say, oh, we need more voter access, and it was done in the name of voter access. But what they were really doing is weakening the controls around things like mail-in voting, which we saw a massive expansion of in the name of COVID in this presidential election. And there's all kinds of ways that they've weakened those controls in Georgia.
Why would you want to weaken election integrity laws? I mean, everyone knows because it's obvious that that's going to make the population paranoid. It's going to radically decrease social trust. It's going to make the country more divided. Why would you want to do that?
It makes it easier to cheat. I mean, it's simple, really. This is not a complicated, high-tech scheme here in states that have expanded mail-in voting. And it's not just fraud that we're talking about. It's not just dead people voting like you went through last night. It's also changes in how the mail-in votes are counted and the procedures that are put in place to make sure that the person who mailed in the ballot is the person who is allowed to vote under that name or that number. And so they've changed all these laws. Just back in March, Georgia agreed in a lawsuit. They agreed to loosen a key aspect of how they process mail-in ballots. And they said that the signature on the ballot didn't have to match the signature on the voter rolls. It just had to match the signature on the mail-in ballot application. Well, anyone can put 2 and 2 together to see how you could use that to fraudulently cast a mail-in ballot. You get a ballot, you sign or you apply for a ballot, you sign it, you get it, and you sign it, and the signatures match. And if they don't match the one that's on the roll, it still counts.
This is so much more third world than what happens in the third world. I covered an election in Nicaragua 30 years ago. Everyone who voted put a finger in ink to hold it up to prove to everyone else, I voted. I mean, they would never allow this in a place like Nicaragua, which is really revealing. John Daniel Davidson from The Federalist, thanks so much.
Thank you.
So you're hearing politicians say, all of a sudden, that they have the right to control what goes on inside your home during Thanksgiving dinner. But apparently they do. Well, they follow their own rules. You know the answer. Of course not.
Okay, let's play a little bit here from Mersh.
Something I was going to address on this episode, so I might as well since you asked. I don't care to have a Parler. I really don't. I'm not signing up for Gab Part 2. I'm not signing up for another echo chamber. I'm not signing up for another stupid website where I got to hear all of my right-wing opinions on one login, and then I got to log into another to hear mainstream. I'm not doing it. If you guys all want to fucking sit in a little chicken coop and balk at each other nonstop, that's on you. God bless. I wish you all the best. I really do. But I've already seen how these things play out. It's like, we're going to make a right-wing Twitter. Yeah, it's going to suck ass. It's going to suck ass. They're still going to censor people that say things they don't like. It's just going to be leftist things they don't like. Or they're going to censor pornography. Or they're going to censor, you know what I mean? Like, they're still going to censor shit. They're not going to be any different. They're going to be like, we're going to be like right-wing Twitter. I don't care. I have no interest in Parler. I don't have any ill will towards the people of Parler. I wish them all the best. I hope they do great. I hope this is one of those cool trends that I just totally missed the boat on. But realistically, it's not. None of this matters. It doesn't matter. You're just going to go over to another echo chamber where you can hear, retarded, cringy right-wingers say retarded, cringy right-wing things. And you're going to go, man, it's so refreshing when I go over to Parler because people say things I agree with. I don't care. I have no interest in that. So I'm sure you'll get your latest Ted Cruz and Rand Paul and Laura Loomer updates over at Parler, and I wish you all the best. But I have zero interest in it. I really don't. I've been to enough echo chambers. I've been to Gab. I've been to BitChute. I've been, you know what I mean? I've been all those places. They suck. They're all objectively terrible. And if I want to see fucking Steve Franson bilk people out of money by pretending to be a rancher, I can do that on Gab or Twitter. You know what I mean? If I want to watch fucking Johnny Benitez LARP as a white guy, I can do that on Gab. But I don't need to make another fucking account. So I don't know. Like I said, I wish Parler the best of luck. I hope they do great things, but I don't see that happening. Right? Am I wrong? Do I have? Am I out of touch? Am I Principal Skinner right now? I just don't see it. I don't see it doing well. It just seems to me like it's going to be another, oh man, President Trump's going to subpoena the. Okay, I'm sure he is. It sounds cool. Q said this week that they was going to arrest, the military was going to arrest Nancy Pelosi in front of her house. It's not happening. I don't need to be in that circle jerk. I've already got enough politics. You know what's going to happen? You're going to go to Parler and it's going to be all politics. That's what it's going to be. Can you believe these libtards? You fucking, I'm over it, dude. I don't care anymore. I don't. Let them have it. Burn this bitch to the ground. Let them have it. I don't care. I don't care anymore. You know, like, and it's not black pilled. It's clown pilled. I have been, what was it today we were covering? We covered something. The Armenia thing. You know, I broke the news to Royce that Armenia basically just surrendered to Azerbaijan and Russia. And, I was like, yeah, they just gave up, right? And I was laughing hysterically. I was laughing, and of course there were a few people. That's not funny. It's not fucking funny, dude. And I'm like, it is kind of funny, you know? Like it's. I'm sorry, but if my two choices are going to be this is funny, or I'm going to fucking cry about it and be this right wing coping, and that's why tonight's episode is the Great White Cope, because that's going to be 2020 is going to be the year of the Great White Cope. You're going to hear so much coping and moralizing and gay shit, and we're going to turn into the left. It is what's going to happen. We're going to slow. We're not going to be as bad as them, but we're going to be doing all the same shit. There's going to be all the same people in the chat going, "It's an illegitimate president, man. We need to fucking, we need to hashtag resist." You know what I mean? Like that's the Great White Cope, man. I'm not doing it. I'm taking the clown pill. And if you guys want to take this shit seriously, that's on you. That's on you. Taking reality seriously at this point, taking reality seriously in 2020 is the equivalent of lifting a refrigerator with your back. That's what you're doing. That's what you're mentally doing to yourself. Mentally, what you're doing to yourself is the equivalent of lifting a really heavy appliance, just jerking it up with your back. You're taking it that seriously. I'm going to laugh or psychologically lift with my legs. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta get the right stance and bend and do the right thing and bend your knees and just lift it easy. I'm doing that mentally for myself. Laughing at this shit is what's going to keep me from killing myself and snapping. So, yeah, if you guys want to be all, this is fucking, Mersh, this is serious business. Hey, Mersh, this is serious business. I don't know. I don't think it is anymore. And if you're going to take it seriously, cool. You know what? Some of you guys are taking it so seriously that I feel like you're taking it seriously enough for the both of us. So you can pick up for the burden that I'm putting on people by not taking it seriously. I'm just going to laugh at it. What are you going to do?
Will you kill yourself?
Okay.
And give me your deed?
You know, I've grown quite fond of living, so I think I'll pass.
But you're being hateful.
Come on, man.
Kill yourself.
You know, well, hold on. That's really interesting that you mentioned this book, because when I read the summary right there, it said human supremacy. And cultural myths of human supremacy, it's very much not too dissimilar to a lot of the critical race theory stuff about whiteness or whatever. And
it's like aliens showing up saying hate yourself. So who's telling us hate humans? It's global corporatists knowing that we're altruistic.
Okay, I actually read Ishmael. Check this out.
You read Ishmael.
There's this theory that the people split in the middle cradle of the world. Once people went north where there was no less sun, their skin started to get lighter and white, and they couldn't grow crops, so they had to hunt. So they got all bloodlust, and this is where the lizard brain mentality comes from. Is they had to get all hunty, and then they came back south and murdered all those.
Is that in Ishmael?
I think
There's
I
a
got that
trilogy,
from the
maybe
book.
from the sequel, yeah.
Yeah, on top of whites are bad, which is all crap. Everybody's warlike.
I can't remember if it's in the book or if I derived that from reading the book, but I got that immediately after I read the book.
Yeah, listen, here's the deal. The globalists want the future. They've already stolen all the money. They've already got all the power. And they see us as like roaches in the cupboard they want to kill. So they teach us to go, you know you're hateful and bad. You know humans are bad.
It's like with roaches.
Exactly. Go ahead and hello, roaches. I'm going to spray this poison. Take this vaccine. You're going to feel much better.
It feels kind of, if what you're saying, I'm going to say if what you're saying is true, it sounds kind of eugenic in a sense. That
eugenics and progressivism go hand in hand.
For sure, that the progressives back was like in the 1900s.
Oh yeah, they claim they love everyone because if you're Margaret Sanger, which finally the left's taking off the Planned Parenthood buildings, she said blacks are subhuman to be exterminated.
She did not say that. That's a complete myth.
What did she say?
She said they're weeds and need to be killed.
No, that's a complete lie. When Margaret Sanger was talking about preserving the race, she meant the human race. This is something that the boomer cons have made up completely disingenuously about. Number one, I have the quotes too.
Are you joking? It's Colgate Foundation. It's got her quotes.
Okay, but she would. Well, let's get this out of the way because
she said blacks were human.
No, she did not say that. She was talking about mentally limited people. People have retroactively made this out to be black. She worked with W.E.B. Du Bois, who was the founder of the NAACP.
Who was a communist.
Who was a communist, and he was driven out of the NAACP. The fact is, W.E.B. Du Bois was not an anti-black racist. Hold on. One more thing. What progressives don't realize is Margaret Sanger would be sterilizing Greta Thunberg so quickly, your head would spin.
Exactly. So middle class blacks. Exactly. My dad was like top of his class. So they brought him in when he was like a junior in high school to UT Plan 2, and he had this professor. And he said, listen, we don't agree with the Nazis. We're not going to kill certain races. We're going to kill the retarded people.
Yes.
So what I was saying
I don't mean that in a mean way. The mentally disabled people are going to get rid of them.
If
like what you're saying it's way beyond,
Yeah, it's much worse in a sense.
Well, so here's the point I was trying to make before
that is important.
If what you're saying is true, that they're basically telling all these people, give up your will, hide in your home, put on your mask, smart people can navigate this and survive very easily, successfully, and they'll be okay. It's the those of weak mental fortitude and weak will who easily fall prey to this.
But it could also be economic weakness. If I'm not in a position to stand up for myself, I better fall in line, and that's how all these totalitarian countries work.
But then they get you to do what they want as a political weapon. So you can look at a horde of dumbed down people, black, white, old, young, and you're like, oh, screw them, they're dumb. But they're a giant army that's been economically manipulated for stimuli to come attack you, and that's what communism is.
Yeah, well, I think we're. Let me tell you a story. In Hamburg, Germany, you know Luke Rukowski.
Yep.
We were down there covering the G20, one of the biggest Antifa unrest events ever. Luke was walking down the street with this guy. I think his name was Max. He's a local journalist. When someone yelled Nazi Schweinhund at him, people randomly got up and ran up and started beating him. Luke was getting punched and kicked and shoved just because someone yelled Nazi. Regular people standing nearby were like, I guess I'll join the mob and beat the crap out of this guy.
So that's programming.
That's insane.
Gustav Le Bon, yeah.
That's scary stuff.
Well, that's what Antifa does. They're saying that our rally on Sunday with all these libertarian, conservative, free speech groups down by the White House and march to the Supreme Court, they're literally saying Antifa's like, there's a Nazi rally. No, there's not Nazis there. I mean, we're not Nazi collaborators. We didn't work with the Nazis like certain people who fund Antifa. No, but they're just saying it, and some people believe it, and there's a green light to attack us.
One of the quotes in my book, which drives people like this crazy, is more white supremacists died fighting the Nazis than did urban feminists. All those voices from the South weren't exactly fighting for equality of the races.
There's a video I just showed Alex before we did the show. It's called Rap News number 6. It's from 2010. And I cite this often as a perfect example of the weird flipping in politics. It was leftists who put together a video mocking Hillary Clinton as an authoritarian and defending Julian Assange and free speech. And they mock you, Alex, as someone ranting that the commie Nazi fascists were coming to take over. That was 10 years ago. Now Hillary Clinton's the victim. Julian Assange is the bad guy. Free speech is bad. And the Nazi is actually Alex Jones.
And Trump is bad for trying to end these wars.
So,
right. He's a dictator who wants to not kill people.
But listen, here's the point. 10 years ago, the left in this country was celebrating a video, making fun of you because you were screaming the Nazis were coming, and defending free speech and Assange. And now it's all inverted. And the left
here's my deal. I was never a Republican or a Democrat. I was against Bush's wars. I was against the torture. And so I was critical of them. And the liberals would be like, well, you need to be with us against guns. Like, I love my guns. I was just an American. But that's exactly what happened is now they say I'm a Nazi because I support Trump. And meanwhile, Trump's pro-Israel. Trump moves the embassy. And then Netanyahu stabs in the back. I'm not against Netanyahu, but man, Netanyahu stabs in the back and says, no, you're right, Biden won. It's just crazy.
Didn't Trump just announce a withdrawal from Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Like recently, Rand Paul
and all of Trump's grandchildren will be raised Jewish.
Wow.
What's crazy is that Trump ordered them to leave a year ago. They didn't do it. He had to fire the Secretary of Defense Esper and put this new guy in who's actually a special forces guy who saw his buddies die for no reason to get him out. And now they're saying as soon as Biden gets in, he's saying troops back in.
Alex, knock knock.
Who's there?
Share.
Share who?
Sharing time with friends is the best thing people can do.
We're doing it right now, brother.
Is that it?
That's it?
What?
That's
But
amazing.
I want to tell folks something. The Great Reset. You shouldn't listen to Alex Jones or Tim Pool.
That's right.
You should listen to Tim Pool.
Don't listen to me. I'm the worst. I'm the milquetoast Spencer. I can't give you a straight.
Or Mr. Malice.
Yeah, none of us.
Just go look at the most powerful rich people in the world who are tax exempt saying we're going to shut the economy down to help poor people. The UN's own reports admit that a lockdown's already starved 2 million people to death. It'll kill 200 plus million if it goes on for a year. They're bringing it back. And so it kills dozens of times more than died of supposed COVID. We're not denying that COVID's a real thing, that it kills people. It's that the lockdown is meant to economically compromise us, put us into debt, and consolidate power and control.
To what extent is this a grand conspiracy or a standalone complex? Are you familiar with the term standalone complex? So is it possible that Amazon, for instance, is totally in favor of this, lobbies in favor of it, because they realize when you lock down the economy, people have to go to Amazon. People have to go
Sure.
to
Are they taking advantage of a crisis or are they creating a crisis?
Right.
Look, all I know is they wrote Lockstep 10 years ago, Rockefeller Foundation. Gates put out Event 201 back in October of last year, and they said we're going to use a virus to consolidate the economy and save the earth and save the third world. It actually kills the third world, collapses the third world, and has them flood us. And globalist Klaus Schwab, look him up, says that the lockdown will never end. They're never going to give up this power. Nazis, the communists, they couldn't get this power, but they have the fear and get us to wear the mask, take the inoculation, carry the apps. Ticketmasters is now announcing that if you are going to go to a rock concert, you got to have an app on your phone proving you've got your vaccines or whatever. This is medical tyranny.
So I pulled it up. World Economic Forum. Actually, if you pull up Alex, you can see the screen behind him. Our monitor's not working on the display. Yeah, but it says now is the time for a great reset. And there's a picture that says push to reset the world. They say visit the Great Reset microsite here. Here, Klaus Schwab on these podcast episodes, the Great Reset launch, and his book. We can emerge from this crisis a better world if we act quickly and jointly. Writes Schwab.
It's always quickly. Don't think about it. Quickly.
But then he says it never ends though.
There's more. The changes we have already seen in response to COVID-19 prove that a reset of our economic and social foundations is possible. This is our best chance to instigate stakeholder capitalism, and here's how it can be achieved. He says, this is Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum. I have it pulled up right here, NewsGuard certified. Switch back to Alex and you can see you can see the NewsGuard tag right behind Alex. NewsGuard says,
well, as long as Microsoft says so. It's Bill Gates certified. Okay,
we're going for it.
COVID-19 lockdowns may be gradually easing, but anxiety about the world's social and economic prospects is only intensifying. There's good reason to worry. A sharp economic downturn has already begun, and we could be facing the worst depression since the 1930s. But while the outcome is likely, it's not unavoidable. To achieve a better outcome, the world must act jointly and swiftly to revamp all aspects of our societies and economies.
Hold on, all aspects. All aspects.
And what he says is, you've got to go into debt and own nothing, and I will control you.
Let me keep reading. He says, all aspects of our societies and economies, from education to social contracts and working conditions. Every country, from the United States to China, must participate. And every industry, from oil and gas to tech, must be transformed. In short, we need a great reset of capitalism. There are many reasons to pursue a great reset. The most urgent is COVID-19. Having already led to hundreds of thousands of deaths, the pandemic represents one of the worst public health crises in recent history. And with casualties still mounting in many parts of the world, it's far from over. This will have serious long-term consequences for economic growth, public debt, employment, and human well-being. According to the Financial Times, global government debt has already reached its highest level in peacetime. Moreover, unemployment is skyrocketing in many countries. In the US, for example, 1 in 4 workers have filed for unemployment since mid-March, with new weekly claims far above historic highs. The International Monetary Fund expects the world economy to shrink by 3%.
We got to pause here because they're making it illegal for you to go to your job.
Yeah,
and I said, look, all these unemployment numbers are through the roof.
Yeah. So what exactly happened in mid-March?
Well, let's explain. It never ends. They admit that if you actually read it deeper, he says it's a 10-year, 100-year. It's to save the earth, cut carbon. He says we're getting rid of all small businesses. We're never going to stop. So he's up there saying we want to fix this, do what we say. We want to get you back to work, but it doesn't do it. It's a clampdown to get you into debt and control you. He admits it. So that's what I'm getting at. This is a fascist, authoritarian takeover to kill normal economies. They tell all small businesses to shut down. Only the big economies can stay open. This is modern warfare. This is the takeover.
And he's not wrong, because in New York City, where I'm from, what they've done to New York City is just absolutely devastating. To me, the best thing about America is when you have this immigrant family who creates a small business and they make something of themselves. Century 21, which is a clothing store, I spent a lot of time bored as a kid with my mom. After my entire lifetime, they're going out of business. Ice and Vice, which is the best ice cream place in America, they're out of business. They couldn't survive COVID. You're a small business. You don't have 9 months of liquid assets.
And the globalists know that. So by bankrupting, they take over.
All right. So but Amazon, they can play the long game. Target can play the long game. Walmart play. So what ends up happening is this is far more consolidating because the argument is in a free market, companies
And
consolidate.
they've all made record profits since it started. We're all going bankrupt. They're making record profits.
The rich get
I don't
richer.
mean to interrupt you. You're absolutely right. They admit it, though. They say we're vertically integrating because having lots of local businesses, they say, is bad for the earth. No, you spend the same carbon buying from their big companies. In fact, local's less carbon. If you believe carbon's bad, let's just go with their thing. Carbon's evil. We're bad life form. Buying local is less of a chain, less of travel, less of infrastructure, less of energy use. So why? No, they don't want the competition.
And it's a lot easier for me, without even having to use the law, if I just have to get Jeff Bezos on the phone and say, Jeff, can you do X, Y, and Z, instead of me having to call 20 people.
Right. So there's a passage here. They say governments should implement long overdue. Okay, I'm gonna stop. This is from the World Economic Forum website. They say governments should implement long overdue reforms that promote more equitable outcomes. Depending on the country, these may include changes to wealth taxes, the withdrawal of fossil fuel subsidies, and new rules governing intellectual property, trade, and competition. Wealth tax, withdrawal of subsidies. That's
But again, all these billionaires are tax exempt offshore. They want to knock out local elites that actually have infrastructure. Everything they say, they don't pay taxes. They don't have regulations. They're knocking out their competition, and their very COVID lockdown hurt small businesses on record. So everything they say sounds good, but it's an inversion of reality.
So why is it that Democratic governors, for the most part, are the ones locking down their states, and Republicans, for the most part, are the ones resisting?
Because they created a UN compact and a global government compact. They signed deals with China to move our jobs there with economic agreements with global corporations. Trump broke those agreements, saying they're fraudulent.
TPP.
They're pissed off. Exactly. They're pissed off. And so now we've got to go under economic sanctions for the business losses of China under Trump. And so because Trump put them under the last year and a half of sanctions, we have to be shut down while China's open using the COVID hoax to pay back China because there's a corporate agreement.
Hoax.
When I say hoax, the response to COVID, it's a real virus, it's man-made, so they can track it, has incredible gain of function, so they can own everybody, so everybody gets infected like a mosquito bite, they're not actually sick. And so the response to COVID is a hoax, the programming of COVID is a hoax, the taking our rights, locking us down when China's open for business, the response to COVID is a hoax.
Okay, just to clarify.
No, but when you talk about hoax, I mean,
So they're going to take that out of context for sure.
Sure, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Jones says there's no COVID. No, COVID, you pull up Newsweek, you can pull up Time Magazine, you can pull up Associated Press. Fauci and Gates and Obama 5 years ago had illegal North Carolina, Chapel Hill, biological testing, airborne, gain of function, chimera, bat, COVID-19. They even call it COVID-19. They didn't call it COVID-19. COVID-19 2 years ago. And they develop it, then it leaks out of this lab, and the very people then that are running the
No, okay, we got
North Carolina? You said Gates? Bill Gates?
Yes.
See, this is where
Microsoft just patented Internet of basically a pill that you can swallow that measures your body's heat.
What's the source on that?
Bitcoin.com, Microsoft cryptocurrency system. It's called the Internet of Bodies.
It tracks your every movement by satellite, make sure you follow
and it pays you cryptocurrency.
No,
what are you looking at me for, Michael?
Hey, just like Joe Rogan.
Let me
say this, just like Joe Rogan. I go, most of the new polio cases are caused by a UN Bill Gates vaccine for polio.
He looked that up, didn't
They looked it up as AP. I'm not making this up. Listen to me.
So they actually, Joe posted this on Instagram where Bill Gates was being interviewed, and it was, I think,
80% of people got sick. And they said, Joe's lying. Jones is lying. That was one study. 80% got sick, 20% went to the hospital. His mRNA vaccine, 100% got sick. That's in the Associated Press.
But listen, it's one thing if you say that, they're doing tests, there's new vaccines, people got sick. We see CBS actually brought it up. It's another thing to say that Fauci, Bill Gates, and other people had a secret meeting and were like manufacturing viruses or something.
All right, let's talk about this. Let's say, here's the headline. I'll give you exactly. Fauci funded controversial Wuhan bat virus technology. Then you pull up the other one.
Like that's the first one.
Yeah, but what is this website? This is not certified.
Yeah, we gotta double check it. We always check our
Oh,
sources.
wait, what?
Yeah, New York Post.
New York Post. Dr. Fauci backed funding for controversial Wuhan lab studying origins of coronavirus.
I brought this up
But that's
No, that's for specific. That's not even the one. Listen. I'll give you the next headline if you want it. Look up. Look up New Scientist. New Scientist was North Carolina studying dangerous gain of function bat coronavirus, and it's the exact virus that they then moved to China because it was illegal to test here. I've already had. You got.
I can't find this one.
Tim, you got to have him on. He's Dr. Francis Boyle. He wrote the U.S. Biological Weapons Treaty, and then became a world law. He's like a guy like prosecutor Solomon Milosevic and all those guys, and he has it all. And he told me this all in March. He's the one. I'm not a bioweapons expert.
But why trust this guy? I couldn't find the article.
Okay,
So,
well, let me give you the
from New
exact-
Scientist, you said? Yeah, I couldn't find it.
It was in a. It was
But
in a,
newscientist.com though, maybe.
Newscientist.com?
Yeah.
Well, let's do this.
It was. He found it right there.
Yeah,
Bring
just
it
send it
to
to
me,
you on Facebook, Tim, if you want to grab it.
I don't have it on here.
Listen.
What's the headline?
Oh.
Listen, all I'm telling you is that here's what he said. He has all these sources.
Okay, let's get the
The headline's Lab-Made Coronavirus Triggers Debate from the-scientist.com.
So this is okay. It is November 16, 2015. This is about what? This is from a certified NewsGuard website that is green across the board. If you can pull up Alex's camera, we can show.
So
just,
2015.
Just behind Alex Jones on the monitor, you can see I have the NewsGuard certification, and it is 100 out of 100.
Wow.
And now here's the. It wants me to
sign up?
I don't want to sign
No,
up.
go
What is this? Make it go away.
It just says they're doing illegal research.
Let me read this and make sure because this is from November 16, 2015, and it says. Okay, it won't let me read it because you got to pay a subscription.
Boo.
But let me just give you the gist of what I can get. Lab-made coronavirus triggers debate. The creation of a chimeric SARS-like virus has scientists discussing the risks of gain-of-function research. Ralph Barrick, an infectious disease researcher at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill last week, November 8th. I got to keep trying to block this to join the thing. Let me read it. They say, published a study on his team's efforts to engineer a virus with the surface protein of the SHC-014 coronavirus found in horseshoe bats in China and the backbone. Oh man, this is really.
Do a screen cap.
Well, I'd have to screen cap and then post it somewhere. They say the background of one that causes human-like severe SARS in mice. The hybrid virus can infect human airway cells and cause disease in mice, according to the team's results.
Use the stitching tool.
There's an update though. Let me read the update. March 11, 2020. On social media and news outlets, a theory has circulated the coronavirus at the root of the COVID-19 outbreak originated in the research lab. Scientists say there is no evidence the SARS-CoV-2 virus escaped from a lab.
And where's the link to that? Oh, scientists say. Now the Pentagon and the State Department directly say, here's what happened. And Boyle can't tell us all this is classified, but he's a really credible guy, been in 15 years. He said he has all these sources. He said, look, they were testing a vaccine for airborne coronavirus bat bird flu, basically SARS. That's why it's 5 different viruses. It leaked out of the lab, just like AP reported 2 weeks ago. 6,000 plus people got really sick from a virus leak in a vaccine lab in China, or just like the Chinese virus vaccine was killing people in Brazil just last week. China is the big giant lab. The poor Chinese people.
Well, so what's that AP story you mentioned? 6,000 people? What's the headline on that one?
It was brucellosis. 6,000 plus get ill or die from brucellosis leak from vaccine lab China. But that was a side issue. And they've also got Brazilians die from Chinese COVID-19 vaccine test in...
So we have a couple stories, actually. The New York Post, more than 3,000 contract bacterial disease with a Chinese lab leak. And we have Medical X Express. Once again, I always use NewsGuard certification, and I believe this is funded by Microsoft.
Microsoft, right. Whatever Bill Gates says, he's God, yeah.
Oh, that's
our God has said this is good.
Well,
he said he wants to get rid of the population, and he wants a shot. He says, I want to get rid of people, too many people. I want death panels for all people. And
did he really say it like that?
He said, yeah, I want death panels, and his dad, his mom was the IBM board.
But we have death panels. That's the thing. Like, if someone has low quality life towards the end, they do have to sit down and make that decision. We have it already.
I think it should be a firing squad. I read Bill Gates.
No, you can't say that.
But anyway, here's the thing. Bill Gates says you'll get rid of all.
Do you like Apple that much?
No, I'm being sarcastic.
No, I got to be serious. Don't talk about killing people.
No, but here's the thing. They take everything we say and make it this big thing. They want to get rid of old people. They want death panels. They want getting rid of old people. They've said that.
Have you seen the old people? They're not fun.
No, not even. I'm not.
Bill Gates said those are death panels, but you're not supposed to talk about it. And so you've got the new guy that heads up. Biden's new guy that heads up his COVID-19 response. Ezekiel Emanuel says, "I want to die at 75."
Right, that's true. Yeah, he had that article about like people. It's kind of like Logan's Run.
And he admits we want to bankrupt insurance to bring in a government-run system.
What's a death panel? So I found a story from the National Review that says Bill Gates supports death panels from 2014.
Oh.
It's once again NewsGuard certified.
There's a video of him saying.
And this is
he says we need to get rid of old people.
Read the quote. Read the quote from Gates.
I'm
showing the article. There's a quote.
Where here?
Yeah, just scroll down. I can't read. I'm blind.
Let's see. Let me read it.
I'm blind as a bat with COVID.
Now, in a Rolling Stone interview, Bill Gates joins the chorus. He says, like bioethicist Daniel Callahan, that we have to be careful about making technological improvements in medicine because we won't want to make them available to all.
Oh.
Here's what he said: if you accelerate certain things but aren't careful about whether you want to make those innovations available to everyone, then you're intensifying the cost in such a way that you'll overwhelm all the resources. And then RS says, like a Rolling Stone, like $1 million chemotherapy treatments. Bill Gates, yeah, or organ transplants for people in their 70s from new artificial organs being grown. There's a lot of medical technology for which, unless you can make judgments about who should buy it, you'll have to invade other government functions to find the money. Joint replacement is another example. There are 4 or 5 of these innovations down the pipe that are huge things. Rolling Stone says. Yeah, but when people start talking about these issues, we start hearing loaded phrases like death panels and suggestions that government bureaucrats are going to decide when it's time to pull the plug on grandma. Gates' response: the idea that there aren't trade-offs is an outrageous thing. Most countries know there are trade-offs, but here we manage to have the notion that there aren't any. So that's unfortunate to not have people think, hey, there are finite resources here. And then National Review says, but they do want to have the government or bioethics committees delegated the task by government decide.
Bioethics committees.
When to pull the plug on grandma. Moreover, trade-offs is a code term in this context for death panels. So I think this article is, they're using the phrase death panels in the context of...
No, there's a quote of him saying we need death panels.
But
there's video.
Listen, what I'm getting from
$1 million. $1 million is a quote of him saying.
I'm not saying I disbelieve you.
I'm saying, I'm not making this up.
I think he's saying that he perceives the meaning of death panels differently than you're saying.
Well, let's be clear. He wants, here's the deal. Obviously, they don't give everybody the healthcare to everybody. He wants a bioethics panel of eugenicists to decide who lives and who dies.
But we have to have that.
Well, or we can make atomic printers to print oil and food and expand rapidly.
Here's what I'm saying. Bill Gates, listen, you look all this up. Bill Gates' father was a secret army officer, got declassified, running major operations in Cold Springs Harbor.
Okay.
His mother was on the IBM board. Thomas Watson was the highest order in Germany. He had awards above Hitler. He ran Nazi Germany. He ran the Halder's machines and the tattoos. No, it's on record. It's on record. And he ceded it all to Bill. He gave it all to Bill to run it. This is literally...
So that quote, when Bill Gates was talking...
Thomas Watson gave birth to Hitler.
Okay, so let's...
He gave birth to Bill Gates.
All right, hold on. We're going too fast.
Yeah. I got one. Knock.
Oh my gosh.
You know I'm releasing the Death Star plans here.
Knock.
Who's there?
Olive.
Olive who?
Olive you, Alex.
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
Okay.
All right, I approve.
What I heard Bill Gates saying, in that context at least,
we're never going to get off.
I've had a conversation with people who say healthcare is a human right, and I say, but resources are finite.
No, obviously they can set up. We see a medical tyranny with COVID. I don't think there should be unlimited resources. People should have to pay for it themselves. We don't need a socialist system. Once they trick you into that, you get it. Gates gets us in a socialist system and says, "Oh, we the bioethicists decide who gets it now." That's why you don't want the socialism, because then he's the kingmaker. I say we shouldn't have that. I totally agree with you.
Someone has to be making these decisions. I think is the point.
Let me ask you.
Where's the bathroom?
You got it's downstairs and
kitchen.
And there's a labyrinth. Yeah. Folks, Tim Pool is rich. Okay?
But he is going to take
an 80-story house.
He is going to take your fingerprint to open the door.
Yeah.
Biometric.
Yeah,
no, it's
not.
Guys,
I'm not making any of this up. Listen,
I've got a link.
So hold on, I have a question.
Klaus Schwab says we're never reopening. So
I have a very serious question.
Burn in hell, Klaus Schwab.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think happens if everything carries on exactly as it is? Like, so imagine that's, I'm saying outside of this, with people starting businesses, people having kids, population expansion, do you think there's a point at which we have too many people, resources are strained?
This is the question that I ask myself every day, Tim. That's why I respect you and love your show. It's very smart. You guys are smart. And I totally agree with you. You just said the truth. Bill Gates is either Jesus Christ or he's Satan.
I didn't say that.
I heard you say it. You said it in those words. I heard it. Alex said it. You just said Bill Gates is either Jesus Christ or Hitler. We all heard it.
I'm very close to joining Bill Gates. Let me just hit the voice room real quick.
Okay.
My bladder's loaded up like a
That's true. We drank a bunch of coffee.
Double cheeseburger.
I've got a link to a Bill Gates YouTube video that you might want to check if you want. It's called End of Life Care versus Saving Teachers' Jobs.
Interesting.
And he says,
just get rid of old people for the save jobs.
Possibly.
He says that.
I haven't seen the
clip.
All right, but straight up, just to make it clear, no talking about firing squads, none of that stuff. It's not a joke because people go crazy. We got a lot of people watching, and when you have people who hear this stuff and they freak out, I don't want anybody.
No, I'm being sarcastic when I say firing squad old people.
I know, but
No, you talking about Bill Gates firing squad. You said.
That'll be the head. I don't want to hurt Bill Gates. I love Bill Gates.
But people,
But he's Hitler.
I have a picture
No,
of him.
Oh my gosh.
Listen,
I'm actually in love with Bill Gates.
when you talk about this stuff,
Sexiest man alive.
when you accuse someone of wanting to kill old people, then you talk about firing squads. There are people out there who are going to go crazy.
No, we don't. We want to make him a martyr. Bill Gates says
we don't want people to be hurt.
He says if we kill an old lady, we get 10 more teachers, but that's a death penalty. You don't want to say that.
If he's a bad person who's advocating
That's the
bad
quote.
things,
He's got it right there.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying if that's bad, don't do it.
I want to explain this. It's about, obviously, this is all real. There are too many people some places. There are issues. The point is who runs all this. And I'm just saying they haven't been honest about it. That's my problem. So I want to come back and respond to your incredibly important question of where I am every day. So I have a chance to join these people. They've already come to me a bunch. I'm not going to say names. Believe me. People are Richard and Bill Gates. I get it. I know all this stuff. I just can't sign off and kill all these poor people.
You ever see the movie Watchmen?
Yeah.
It's like the end.
He's like, we're going to nuke everybody for the world peace. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, as a comic book character, I'm offended that you refer to Watchmen specifically as a movie.
What is it, Mr.
All
Manhattan?
right, it's a comic book series.
Yeah,
Dr.
it's a
Manhattan.
graphic novel. You're right.
No,
Forgive me,
you're smart. I'm not kissing your ass. You guys are smart. I mean, that's it. It's Mr. Manhattan or
Dr. Manhattan. Yes,
He's
he's
like
done 12
Rorschach.
years of Blue Skins medical school to be called Mr.
Whatever, Dr. Manhattan. We're going to nuke everybody. It's in justifies the means. We're going to do this to save the planet, and maybe it's true.
Well,
Maybe
so
here's the deal.
listen.
Then frickin' I'll start. I mean, dude. Who's going to decide who lives and dies? It's like Superman. I'll see another analogy. The first Superman that just came back out, where he's like, Zod goes, these people are inbred, they're scum. He goes, yeah, they are, Zod. You going to decide? You're more inbred than they are. I mean, it's like, dude, you can't make this decision. That's the whole Hollywood's telling you.
think it's
they're
'cause
making the
Superman was
decision for General Zod is Bill Gates.
And Superman's
he's freaking going to kill us.
And Superman's the illegal immigrant.
Yeah.
Is Superman Alex Jones in that analogy?
Oh, that's a good question.
No,
I think he's Bizarro.
In Watchmen, the graphic novel, Rorschach says, I will not lie to these people about what you did, even if it means the destruction of the planet. I will never compromise. And then Dr. Manhattan says,
Rorschach, they blow him up.
Rorschach says, do it. And then
kills him.
Dr. Manhattan blows him up.
So if I'm anybody, I'm Rorschach. Because I'm like, dude, this is uncool.
But Rorschach was a sociopathic.
No, he wasn't.
homeless
He was an objectivist.
All right. Well, then take it away.
Well, I mean,
no. Like, listen. This is a very
Tim,
serious.
you said it. Hollywood's telling us this is the only discussion.
I apologize, everyone.
Sorry.
I apologize for my guess.
What was that?
He really has to make.
Yes, go to the bathroom.
Go to the bathroom. No, he's saying,
he's pissed off.
I'm going to talk very low.
Pissed off,
You guys actually get it. It's in all the culture. It's everywhere. Like Moonraker with who was the old James Bond guy? Not Sean Connery, but
Roger Moore.
But listen.
They're going to the elite going to release a bioweapon, killed by their up in space. They come back to Utopia. This is their ethos. This is their game plan.
But it also sounds like you watched the movie and you started to believe it.
And then I read the Club of Rome. I read the CFR. And I listened to Great Reset. And I actually heard what Ted Turner said.
So Ishmael.
Yeah.
So look, I think there are a lot of crazy people with power that do crazy things for sure.
I don't
like
like
lock
that
us
word.
down and say it's for our own good.
Crazy is when you say you don't understand what they're doing. They're doing things. It's like North Korea. They're doing things very consistently according to their own logic.
For power and control.
Yes. It just seems crazy to you because you would never think in these terms.
I just like. I'm not kissing you guys' ass. I'm glad you guys.
You keep saying that.
I'm glad you guys get this.
It might not be true.
Little punch in your arm.
This is the challenge.
Want to fight?
With the question that I asked,
Not even a little.
the
I'm about to
philosophical,
take you all on. All of you.
No.
the philosophical conundrum of if we sit back, do we burn ourselves out? And if it sounds like you view a lot of these people, and I'm operating under the assumption that these things are true, that they're mustache twirling villains who are out there to just hurt and destroy people. And is that the case? Are they just villains who hate and want to burn?
I think they're doing the right thing. It's the question of, do we live in a society with finite resources, or do we live in a society where we can advance technology to provide enough resources for everyone?
Non-zero sum game. Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
And these people actually think it's finite, and that's not going to change. So we have to think in those terms.
Finite.
Well, no. The universe is not finite.
No.
Earth is an infinite resource, and we've only literally just started scratching the surface.
I promise.
You think Earth is infinite?
This is the best podcast I've ever done. I love how smart you guys are. I got to release my letter.
All right, go for it.
Go for it.
Number 1 or number 2?
Just a letter.
No, we don't need to know that.
You don't tell me what I need to know.
Well, then you can ask him privately.
I just asked him publicly. He's going to go do number 4.
Oh my gosh.
There's pizzas
There's
here?
pizzas here. Yes,
Oh,
we got
there's
pizzas.
pizzas
This is
here.
the most.
Yes,
Are you going to go to the bathroom or are you just going to eat pizza?
Yeah, I'll get out.
He's going to eat while he pees. Because he likes equilibrium.
Oh my
We're
God.
at a zero sum.
We're getting banned.
That's a zero sum.
I love it.
We've been banned. We've been off the air for half an hour.
Well, no, we got a lot of people watching.
Oh,
So
man.
So how's it going, Michael?
This is better than I expected. I'm envious of the audience.
I am too.
So you can go listen to this. Geez, I am such in an opposite space from where Alex is.
No, you're not. You're not completely opposite. You agree that there's a lot of very nefarious people who are using things
Sure,
for
but like
deception
I just
control.
mean in terms of him screaming at the top of his lungs and talking about firing squads, and I'm like, I'm not into that. That's a way over the top. That's
well, I don't think it's a good idea to be talking about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, yeah, because we've seen what happens when you look. Let's say you have evidence that someone committed a crime or something, and they're doing something bad, and you come out and start screaming about it, and then you say, I want to see this, I want this. Like people will pick up on that. I'm not saying that it's direct incitement in a sense, but with great power comes great responsibility, and with great influence, you might make people snap off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't want that to happen.
Hey, in regards to you saying that the Earth was infinite, Michael, expound on that.
There's a great book by Julian Simon called The Ultimate Resource. And the premise of this book is that the human mind is the ultimate resource and that we haven't literally scratched the surface of the globe. If you go out how far down we've dug, it's barely anything compared to he's ready. What did you do
but listen, about that. The ecosystem is delicate relative to
that's a myth. There's
if
no
you
such
take
thing.
the planet, though, he's right. As an orange or an apple, it's thinner than the skin, the atmosphere, and our biosphere. But
Orange and apples are not natural
But our
objects.
potential is unlimited. But this is the big. Tim brought up, though. You brought up too. This is the ultimate question we should discuss.
Okay.
Sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, but the point being, in terms of the population, how much we can sustain, a human being creates more than they take out. That's why we're getting wealthier all the time.
An example is animals want to be where we're at. Like,
well, that's not true at all.
No. We're forest, wherever we're at, it's like it has more animals, like in a farm.
So listen. You're both. I know you're probably familiar with Fermi's paradox, both of you.
Yes.
So there's, for those that aren't familiar, it's the question, essentially the question of if there's intelligent, if the universe is as massive as it is, shouldn't we have encountered some kind of intelligent life? And then there's a bunch of ideas as to why we don't encounter intelligent life, and one of them is the great filter, which is that at some point intelligent life destroys itself.
Yeah.
So
the Atlantean moment.
Is it possible that you have a bunch of people who are trying to avoid that, or do they think
that's exactly the whole world government is based on what you just said.
I want to talk to you about.
No, Tim just released a big secret. You go ahead.
No, because you were talking about making contact.
I have a pen. I want to write this down. These are great questions.
You want to borrow my pen?
Yeah, let me borrow your pen.
It's mammoth tooth.
All right. When you're done, I'm going to lay out the big secrets.
So, talking about contact with. That's mammoth tooth. Don't throw it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize.
About the pen.
That they're extinct. I can't believe I audibly gasped. Well, there go the last lingering vestiges of my masculinity. I want to talk to you about the machine elves, because I saw you on Logan.
The machine
Don't throw
elves?
it. Please don't throw it, Alex.
The
That's
machine
an extinct animal. Just put it there.
Here.
Yeah.
That's a great image of
You were talking about on Logan Paul about how all these high up people smoke DMT and communicate with these interdimensional beings. What is it that these beings want from us, and what is their nature in relation to us?
Okay, this is a true story, and I'm not opening myself up to criticism here. I'm telling you the true story. My mom has a friend who was a research scientist who a lot came around the house when I was a kid, still comes around every once in a while, and she was visiting from San Francisco, and my mom would go on road trips with her. So I'd be sitting in the back of the Volkswagen Bug while they were driving up to like Arkansas.
Were you an adorable kid? You must have been really cute.
I was in the back seat
Like
listening to this. And she was talking about doing these advanced research projects for DARPA.
Yeah.
And how they had like basically astronauts, they're interdimensional astronauts. They were liquid veining them DMT. And how they were mapping these other dimensions, communicating with the machine elves.
Yeah.
Now the machine elves would give them technology, but always cause them problems. And like, so I remember being a kid, a couple times in the car on these long 10-hour trips. My mom a few times went with her, to different places. And who cares, a 5-year-old, 6-year-old's in the back.
Sure.
And once, and later on, I was about 7 or 8. She came out of the house, and she was sitting there talking about San Francisco, and before it's called Silicon Valley. And I remember sitting there at the dinner table hearing them talk about, how we thought we'd meet aliens in another planet, or we thought we'd find. No, it was actually all interdimensional with the drugs and then the psychedelic research institutes in San Francisco. So I was a kid hearing that.
But my understanding is they operate in 4D space and they can communicate with us in a 3D space. Just like if I look at a comic book strip, that's me, a 3D person looking at a 2D space. What is it that they're interested in with communicating with us, and what is it their goals? Do we even know?
I don't think we know, but when I was on Joe Rogan 2 years ago and talked about this, he then a couple months later had a professor on going, in Japan and the U.S., we're starting official studies with intravenous DMT to go in and map this. And so here's what they know.
Okay, that's Alex Jones and Michael Malice on Tim Pool's show. Important article here in the New York Times by Maggie Haberman. Trump floats improbable survival scenarios as he ponders his future. There is no grand strategy. President Trump is simply trying to survive from one news cycle to the next. At a meeting on Wednesday at the White House, President Trump had something he wanted to discuss with his advisors, many of whom have told him his chances of succeeding at changing the results of the 2020 election are thin as a reed. He then proceeded to press them on whether Republican legislatures could pick pro-Trump electors in a handful of key states and deliver him the electoral votes he needs to change the math and give him a second term. It was not a detailed conversation or really a serious one, nor was it reflective of any obsessive desire of Mr. Trump's to remain in the White House. He knows it's over, one advisor said, but instead of conceding, he is floating one improbable scenario after another for staying in office while he contemplates his uncertain post-presidency future. There is no grand strategy at play. Mr. Trump is simply trying to survive from one news cycle to the next, seeing how far he can push his case against his defeat and ensure the continued support of his Republican base. By dominating the story of his exit from the White House, he hopes to keep his millions of supporters energized and engaged for whatever comes next. The president has insisted to aides that he really defeated Joseph Biden on November 3rd. It is unclear whether he actually believes it. And instead of conducting discreet requests for recounts, Mr. Trump has made a series of spurious claims seizing on conspiracies found on the internet. Latest was on Thursday, when he falsely claimed on Twitter that Dominion voting machines switched hundreds of thousands of his votes to Mr. Biden, citing a report he had seen on the fringe network OANN, something even his supporters called ridiculous, and a federal agency overseeing cybersecurity disavowed in a statement. Advisors said his efforts were in keeping with one of his favorite pastimes, creating a controversy and watching to see how it plays out. As a next step, Mr. Trump is talking seriously about announcing that he is planning running again in 2024, aware that whether he actually does or not, it will freeze an already crowded field of possible Republican candidates, and it will keep the wide support he showed even in defeat and could guarantee a lucrative book deal or speaking fees. Trump has spent his days toggling between his White House residence and the Oval Office, watching TV coverage about the final weeks of his presidency. His mood is often bleak, though he is not raising his voice in anger. The work of government has been reduced to a sideshow for the president. He has not made any public appearances for a week, aside from a visit to Arlington National Cemetery on Veterans Day. He's not spoken about the coronavirus pandemic or mentioned it on Twitter. Several advisors have bluntly told Mr. Trump that the chances of changing the election's outcome are almost non-existent, including in a meeting with him on Saturday at the White House, to which the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, dispatched aides, even as he has generally backed Mr. Trump's desire to keep fighting. Peaceful transition is not as much on Mr. Trump's mind right now as settling scores both inside and outside the administration. The president has nursed a burning anger at Fox News. Allies acknowledged he could not do both a presidential campaign and create a news network at the same time. They questioned whether he would keep up his animus toward Fox if it were to offer him a lucrative contributor deal once he is out of office. Some advisors had hoped Trump would accept the state of the race by the end of the week, but a looming recount in Georgia may delay that. The president has told some advisors that if the race is certified for Biden, he'll announce a 2024 campaign shortly afterward. The president's goal for now is to delay certification of the election results. Advisors say there may be additional lawsuits filed. It is not clear who is leading the legal efforts. Rudy Giuliani has been source of enormous frustration for Trump's advisors. They say that Giuliani is offering voter fraud hope that simply does not exist. Trump is getting suggestions from an array of other lawyers, including Sidney Powell. Advisors have nudged the president to stop talking about fraud because that has legal implications that his team has not been able to back up. So Mr. Trump has taken to pronouncing the election rigged, one of his favorite words, but one with dangerous implications in terms of how his own supporters view the election's ultimate outcome. So we got Richard Spencer and Ed Dutton here analyzing.
It's Wednesday, November 11th, 2020, and welcome back to the McSpencer Group, an unrehearsed, hastily assembled discussion about meta-politics. Joining me today is Edward Dutton. Main topic: somehow everyone lost. This past week's presidential election went exactly as expected. It was a complete shit show. Liberals went to bed on Tuesday, crying and screaming, thinking that Trump had somehow won again, and their country was indeed racist. But as mail-in ballots arrived, their gloating began. Conservatives, on the other hand, declared victory early and danced on the graves of pollsters. But as the final tallies materialized, they were the ones whining and denying reality like a bunch of SJWs. Put simply, Americans hate each other, and it's impossible to imagine any election not being as heinous as this one. Ed and I discussed the real problems with mail-in ballots and Donald Trump's electoral woes with the people that got him elected in the first place. Ed, how are you doing? You look very cheerful.
I'm not a particularly jolly heretic at the moment, it has to be said.
Well, you said the world might be ending. I'm not sure it's
well,
going to happen.
well, I mean, if the QAnon conspiracy theory is correct, then the savior has not manifested. The savior has not manifested to take down the people, the bad hombres that are running the world. So,
well, isn't this the storm that was promised to us?
Oh, is this the storm?
This was the storm. You've just misread prophecy, as usual.
So he is going. Oh yeah, well that's the thing. The prophecies were quite vague and often seem to be wrong. But
Right,
so on this occasion, so Trump's ultimately going to triumph in some way that is unclear. It's like with God answering prayers. He doesn't answer them in exactly the way you ask him to, but he does answer them.
He moves in mysterious ways. Yeah,
that reasures me. Okay, fine. Good. Okay,
yes, everything's fine.
Excellent.
All right. So now that you've been relieved, we can now talk about what just happened. So yeah, this is wild. I mean, we can just start talking about kind of personal impressions and so on. I have to say, I do feel a little bit better knowing what happened. I have had a really serious Twitter addiction over the last week. I can usually keep my Twitter usage under control, but I've been totally addicted. And I actually wrote myself a little note like, "Dear Richard, get off Twitter. You know you have more important work to do. There are bigger things in the world." So I will be doing that. I'm going to be lightly using social media.
I know you were even quote tweeting me and disagreeing with me.
Oh, I dared to, to criticize. It's true. I always disagree with you very respectfully because I know that you're actually going to make a real argument. But that has been my impression. I think everyone was a bit catatonic over the past few days. We wanted closure for a long time. We didn't get it. And but how have you? But you seem to have taken this a little bit more harder than I have. I mean, I voted for the winner, so I tried to get a mental framing of like, see, I've won. That wasn't all of it, but that was part of it.
No, I just don't. As you know, I like to make sense of things. I like structure and order and things like that. And this is a period of disorder, and that makes me unhappy. I like to know what's going on. I like to know exactly what's going on to be able to sort of work out what's happening. I really can't be sure precisely what's going to occur. But I think the really interesting thing for me was the consequences of the postal vote, because we had this in Britain and it worked a charm. And they had it in America for different reasons, and it worked a charm. So in Britain in 2004, I think it might have been, the Labour Party were concerned for the good of their morale and whatever, that they were going to do badly in the European elections. The European elections, of course, Britain's not in Europe anymore, and they weren't really very important. And they were by proportional representation rather than by first past the post. And so this meant that unusual parties could do well, and this could give vent to extremism and give a platform to extremism.
Well, Nick Griffin was in the European Parliament.
Exactly, which is what they were trying to stop. So what they were concerned about was the rise of the UK Independence Party, which was, of course, regarded as a far-right party, and of the BNP, which was regarded as the British National Party, which was regarded as an even more far-right party. And particularly then they didn't like, because that very substantially took votes away from the Labour Party. And so concerned that they were going to win seats in the 2004 European election, they brought in, Britain was divided into these various large regions. One of them was the Northwest, the other was the Northeast, whatever. And the Northwest was the one where that party had support and councillors. And so they brought in compulsory voting by post. So everyone voted by post. That was what they brought in. And they claimed it was an experiment. It's an experiment with voting by post. You used to have to give an excuse to have a postal ballot, a good excuse that you were disabled or something like that. But you didn't have to have an excuse, and you couldn't even vote in person. Everything was by postal ballot. The result of that was two interesting things. One, yes, it substantially elevated the turnout. So normally people don't bother to vote in European elections because they're not considered particularly important. They don't have real power. Who cares? So it massively elevated the turnout, because all of these lazy people who in the past, I can't bother to go and vote, I've got to go in person to the polling station. It would be a half-hour walk away or whatever. I'm not going to do that. They can just go to the local post box at the end of the road, or even just send their wife to the post box at the end of the road. So they vote, and those people will tend not to be particularly interested, not particularly politically engaged, not particularly fervent, and so they vote for rather centrist parties, or like Labour Party, let's say, or Conservative Party. Whereas the parties of the extreme, those people really are into it. They really want to vote, and so they will always vote. And so therefore, it artificially elevates the turnout and suppresses the results of these parties that have more fervent supporters. That's exactly what it did. And that seems to have been what has happened with the American election, with the elevated turnout, which is all of these people who wouldn't otherwise bother to vote because they're lazy and don't care. It's much easier for them to vote, so they do vote, and they vote for the Democrats. So I think that's a big thing. I think if COVID hadn't been there and there hadn't been this easy access to postal voting, then the result might have been different.
I agree with that, actually. And let me also jump in. I am against this vote by mail thing. And so I'll give a little bit of a pass to them in terms of COVID, because we know what COVID was, back in May or something like this, when these things were first being floated. But now we do know what COVID is, and the Democrat, all these people who support mail-in voting and so on are, blissfully tweeting about these big rallies of liberals celebrating Joe Biden. They're dancing, they're kissing each other, they're not wearing masks, they're clearly super spreading a highly contagious disease, and these people don't care, much like they didn't care when Black Lives Matter went out into the streets. So I don't take them seriously, to be honest. And the other thing is, this is almost like philosophical. I don't like the idea of mail-in voting. I think it should be available if if you're in the military, or if you're a businessman who happens to be overseas, or you're disabled. Okay, fine. It's like 5% of the population at most votes by mail, or the voting population votes by mail. That's okay. But I think the election needs to be an event. It's not a poll. It's not an ongoing poll where someone's voting in August and someone's voting in September, and they kind of change their mind. There's like major Google searches of, can I change my vote?
Yeah, that's a serious problem.
I think I actually will fully agree with conservatives here. It should be an event, and you need to jump through some hoops if you want to vote by mail, and you should go. It captures a moment in time. It is like a sports game. You don't get to delay the match or the game if your quarterback is hurt. You don't just say, oh, let's play next week, or let's play the week before.
Yeah, it has to be on a day.
Exactly. You play on Sunday at noon.
The assumption in a democracy is that you're voting for the best. You're not only voting for the policies of the party, but you're voting also particularly with the presidency, you're voting for the best possible candidate, and therefore you need to be equipped with all possible information about that candidate. And you can only be equipped with all possible information about that candidate if you vote at the last possible moment. That's why campaigning is suspended on election day. So there's no further campaigning on election day itself. You campaign up to election day, and then you stop, and on election day the decision is made. So I agree that it's bad for that reason. It's bad also because I think it's just a further nail in the coffin of community life. As Robert Putnam's holding alone, it's a further nail in community, and community and trust are so important to sustaining democracy, and it's a ritual and doing things together. And it's a further thing that you're not doing together. You're just doing. I agree. So that's a further problem for democracy itself. So, but also the problem, a further problem with it is that some of these, I don't know about your ones, but some of the ones in Britain are quite complicated to fill in. My erstwhile colleague, Dr. James Thompson, calculated that you'd have to have at least average IQ to be able to correctly follow a postal ballot. It's quite, you can put it in this envelope and then sign this and put that in that envelope and ballot. It's quite, I mean, when I voted by post once in Britain, because you had to, it was very complicated to work out what was going on. And so I think that's bad, but also it is clearly open to fraud. And there was an investigation in Britain after the 2004 election where the judge concluded that the standards of the 2004 election in Northwest England, where it was an all postal ballot, he said it would have disgraced the banana republic.
Interesting.
And you had many, many cases of these votes going missing, of ballots being harvested by particular political parties and filled in, of pressure being able to put on people because you can go around people's houses and say, okay, you've got a postal ballot. We know you've got one, give it to us and we'll take it in for you. And so it ceases to be a secret ballot. Pressure can be exerted on people. The ballots can be interfered with and changed. They can't be observed in the same way that because there's so many of them coming in at once. And they've got these complicated system of envelopes and whatever. And so it's impossible to have observers there all the time, every stage of the process, observing everything. Whereas with normal ballots, you can have observers at every stage if you want to. So and he showed many cases of this, of it being corrupt, and the results in cases of council elections, I remember, being overturned on the basis that the level of corruption was demonstrated. And so it means that the stench of corruption in a tight race, and okay, he won the popular vote, but it's very tight at Biden, but it's very tight in Pennsylvania, it's tight in the places that delivered him the Electoral College vote. The stench of corruption hangs over it. Now, unfortunately, that's not really a good enough argument. I don't know that they'll be able to go to the courts and say, okay, well, therefore we won it. They won't. They have to be able to prove that it would materially affect the result.
Yeah, that it would have affected the race as well for them to get a hearing in the Supreme Court. Otherwise, it's not going to go anywhere. I mean, look, a couple of things. First off, I agree with the mail-in voting being bad. Secondly, I also think that it clearly affected the election, and without mail-in voting at this scale, Trump might very well have won. I mentioned in my forecast that Trump got a 30% increase of votes in the Republican primary in New Hampshire in winter. When was that? February, March? I can't remember. So basically, in an election that clearly didn't matter, 130,000 New Hampshireites walked through the snow to vote for him. And I was actually I didn't say this online, but I was kind of personally having doubts about my prediction of a Biden victory, and a comfortable victory, which I predicted, which obviously the comfort was missing from the outcome, because I felt like I had underestimated just the religious fervor of Trump voters. It just meant more to them than it did Biden voters. Trump voters love Trump. Biden voters simply hate Trump. And, I guess hate triumphed over love. Hate wins once again. But they had this major fervor. And the other thing I'd point out is that there were people who were predicting this. And there was a meme that was put out called the Red Mirage. And I remember reading about it and kind of discounting it because I was saying, well, everyone always said, everyone makes predictions about elections, and then the day of the election, they're all out the window and something weird happens. But in fact, the Red Mirage occurred. So in these states, where some states, Michigan being one, Pennsylvania being another, where early votes, mail-in votes were counted after the day of votes, you had this weird situation where Trump had big leads. And you can at least excuse him a little bit for saying that I won. Look at this. I was up by 15 points and there was 70% of the vote in, and so on. But those have to do with America itself, which has a 10th Amendment, which means that nothing that is, or anything that's not just explicitly stated in the Constitution is given to the states. Therefore, these kind of semi-sovereign entities, maybe that's saying a little bit much, but kind of sovereign entities called the states, determine the election. I mean, there's an electoral college, everyone knows about that, but also they run the voting system, and voting systems are simply different in each state. And even the process that we go through of when you count votes is different. So we knew about Florida early. The polls in Florida were very close, but Trump actually won it by a fairly sizable amount. And then we still don't know what's happening in Arizona and Michigan and elsewhere. And the Red Mirage occurred. Trump was up in these places, and then this slow recount of mail-in votes comes in and it goes down. So I think that the fundamental cause of the level of angst and like MAGA coping is something else. I don't think it's the election itself, but I can at least give them the benefit of the doubt to some level, in the sense that this is weird and messy, in the words of Joe Biden. And I agree, there is a kind of taint of corruption that will always be there. Now, I think the cause of that is actually deeper. I think you probably agree. The cause of that is this radical polarization that is occurring, to the point that I don't think either side is going to accept the other side winning.
No, it's not the thing with,
even if we could just definitively, scientifically prove that there was fraud was at a level of 0.001% or something, and it's okay, even then we would be focusing on, it's like the Heisenberg principle.
Even if it was erstwhile Trump people that we would expect to be sympathetic to Trump, like whatever they see as alt-right, then they would turn around and say, oh, well, Richard Spencer proved that, he must be a Fed.
Exactly.
The level of it. So yeah, I mean, for example, one of the things that they said was there were some areas, I forget where, some districts, some what do you call them, precincts, where the turnout black areas was very, very high, like 85-90%, and they were almost all for Biden. And well, you shouldn't be surprised by that, actually, because they're overwhelmingly going to vote for Biden anyway, and you put them in a situation where voting is incredibly easy. It's really, really easy in the way that it didn't used to be. You've just got to go to the end of the street. So have you even got to do that? So it's
someone will help you out with it.
Someone will help you out. Yeah, there'll be people you can bring up and they'll do it for you. So it's not actually as shocking as it seems when you take that into account. It's the postal votes. America always talks about, oh, it's terrible that you have a low turnout. Well, what having a low turnout means is that only the people that are really politically engaged and care bother to vote. And the other half of the country don't vote. And when you get an elevated vote, it's either because someone like Trump, some populist, has inspired, or Brexit or whatever, has inspired people that don't normally vote to vote. Or if you bring in postal voting, you just get people that lackadaisical and don't really care. They don't care. It's just, oh, whatever, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll vote for whoever. So that's what happened, I'm afraid. The impression I get is that if I was in their position, you would presumably hold your cards quite close to your chest. You wouldn't publicly. They keep saying in the news without any evidence, but you would surely wait in presenting your evidence until you were in front of the courts, which supposedly is going to be happening next week. But I would be interested to see what they're going to try and say, because they would have to demonstrate industrial scale electoral fraud, in hundreds of thousands of invalidated votes.
Yes, I think a lot of, I mean, there have been at least plausible explanations for some of these things. There's, the line, the Biden snake, where he jumps up 138,000 votes. There have at least been plausible explanations for this. I mean, look, I'll just admit, yes, there is some level of fraud in any election system, and particularly in big cities. I mean, my mother grew up in Louisiana. I mean, she's less cynical now, but when she said growing up, her level of cynicism about democratic elections was just off the chart. Like they said, like, they're all corrupt. Like, they all stuffed the ballot box. Like, but the point is, we kind of like this one. It was just like a base level of cynicism very high. Chicago is world famous. There were major election fraud, actually, in the election of 1960 that might very well have flipped it towards Kennedy as opposed to Nixon in 1960, and that's just clear. I mean, that is real. So there is a level of fraud there. But again, the level that we have now, I think we can look into it, sure, but I think it's coming from this radical polarization of not accepting the other side. I mean, the other side is evil in a world of radical polarization. The other side wants to round you up and throw you into a gulag.
Well, it literally does, though. I mean, it's not that it's not paranoid. You've got people like this AOC woman.
Yeah.
Who've actually said, okay, we want to make a list of anyone that's ever worked with or cooperated with the Trump administration in any way, and ensure. And then someone responded to that tweet. Yeah, we've got this list, and we're going to make sure that they can never get a faculty position, that they can never get a job doing, that they can never work for the state, never work for the government in any capacity ever again. So it's not actually that paranoid that they would.
I agree. There's a lot of vindictiveness. I mean, look, I have faced this, 100-fold. I mean, it's real, yes, but it's not necessarily real for your average Trump fan living in Ohio, and he seems to believe that too. Like, he's not going to be rounded up and put into a gulag, yet he believes that. And the left believes it. I mean, Marianne Williamson was tweeting before the election, like, if Trump wins, I was telling my daughter she might have to come visit me in a cell and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it is nonsensical. And Trump clearly, he's not a good fascist in this regard. He wouldn't actually do these things. They just say he's going to do them. But regardless, just polarization is so intense, and QAnon is a kind of tip of the spear. It is an intense expression of the level of paranoia and hatred and religious fervor that both sides actually have. And so I don't think any election would work this way. We were still polarized to a large degree in 2000. I mean, a lot of this is reminding me of the 2000 election. And I just recently this morning was watching Al Gore's concession speech. And he said, I mean, he got some jabs in. I mean, he said, I strongly disagree with the Supreme Court's ruling. Just as a reminder, at that point, Florida was extremely tight. It's been tight for 20 years. It never changes. It was extremely close. You actually had a very similar situation with the Cuban vote going for the Republicans on the basis of this. I think it was Ilya. Who was it? There was this a Cuban refugee who was sent back to Cuba, and that actually the Republicans kind of were in favor of him staying. I mean, it's kind of weird when you think about immigration. They're in favor of him staying. There was a huge wave of a Cuban vote in favor of Republicans. The vote was extremely tight, although it appears statewide that Al Gore might have had the edge, although it's slight. But anyway, the Supreme Court argued this will do irreparable harm to the country. The people dissenting said that this was a violation of Equal Protection Clause. Whatever, it's legalese. But Trump, the recount was stopped, and George W. Bush was given Florida for giving the election.
That it was stopped. That it will do irreparable harm to the country. So what? The point, they should want to know who won Florida. And I thought it was amazing.
Because you're disagreeing with Antonin Scalia. I mean,
amazingly gallant and magnanimous of Al Gore, and sort of Southern gentleman type.
It was.
To, as it were, put the unity of the country before the fact that, as far as I can see, he won that election. And he should have.
I think he did. It was extremely tight, though. But he said he got some jabs in. He said, I totally disagree with this. But he also was a Southern gentleman, and he said things like, we are one people with a common history and a common destiny. And he was making these we're all American like arguments. And Biden was making a lot of these as well in his speech. He was saying, we're all Americans. We need to lower the temperature and so on. And that's all fine and good. I mean, on a basic level, I agree with him. I don't want just intense hatred all the time and silliness and coping. But it just ain't going to happen.
No,
we are in a different place now.
He's up against a candidate. Yes, 20 years later, it's 20 years more of coming apart. And he's up against a candidate who is most certainly not a Southern gentleman. And who is not going to take this. And if there is the slightest possibility that he can overturn or even just undermine confidence in the result, then he's clearly going to do so. And, and I find it amazing that somebody can be that powerful and get into positions of influence like that. And this is just a childish act of pique. I can only assume he must have people seriously advising him, saying, look, this is the strategy we're going to take. and this is what we're going to try and achieve. And it might not be, we have to accept that you've lost. But this is our strategy, and this is what we're going to do. We expect it to have these outcomes, and so go and play golf. I don't think it's just. I can't believe it's just him stomping around. I mean, there must be people that he seriously takes the advice of that know what they're doing.
Well, reportedly, so take it with a grain of salt, Jared Kushner is telling him to concede. Now, also, and I don't want to get too, what on this, but I thought it was quite telling that Bibi Netanyahu recognized Joe Biden as the president. That actually was a kind of serious act. It is amazing that even the big Trump fans kind of assume that those two people are in it, so that either Trump's friends with Netanyahu is controlling him or something like that. But it's Netanyahu has acknowledged Joe Biden's victory. Trump did a tremendous amount for him, but I mean, understandably, Netanyahu's not going to die on this hill. And so that was a major thing. And I think that Trump actually I think looking at his character, I think he's going to try to play it both ways, which is what he'll always do. So he's going to undermine his rabid fans by conceding in the next few days. This is just my sense. I might be wrong. I've been wrong before. He's going to undermine his most rabid fans by conceding, but he's also going to leave it ambiguous so that they will still support him and there'll be this stench in the air. A different type of president or a different type of candidate would have been like, no, the voting's fine. We're all in this together. We're one America. We're going forward. And he would be applauded for his patriotism. Trump's obviously not going to do that. So he's going to concede, but leave the stench in the air, much like Hillary Clinton did. I mean, Hillary Clinton conceded, but she didn't exactly dampen, Russian conspiracy fears. She was likely behind the scenes kind of pushing these, and these ultimately, through a lot of twists and turns, led to the impeachment of Donald Trump. So I think Donald Trump is going to concede, but kind of keep that in the air. The MAGA diehards are going to die hard. They are not going to let this go. They will not treat Biden as legitimate at all, and it's going to kind of just get in this vicious cycle of rancor that will last indefinitely. And so MAGA is not dead. I mean, this is kind of I guess, often with the McLaughlin group, they'll ask exit questions. I mean, do you think that Trump is going to go off into the sunset? Do you think he'll run in 2024? Do you think MAGA will be going in 2024?
No. I'd be surprised if he ran again. I mean, it's a thing that he did. It was a thing of its time. It was a thing of 2016, and it works and whatever. And I'd be very surprised if he ran again. Although he won't want to remove himself from the scene, as it was his purpose. Once someone has been intoxicated with power, they can never easily abandon it. Yes. And that was true of Margaret Thatcher, and it's going to be true of him. And so he'll have to find. And one thing he's always saying, I got the most votes ever of any presidential, losing candidate. Basically, he would say that. He did. He got the most votes.
The other one.
Except for Biden, more vote. So I think that there must be some. I think we can expect some skullduggery. Whether he'll concede, it would be so out of character for him to accept weakness. I suppose he did it when there was the scandal over the grab and bug pussy thing. Then he publicly apologized, and so he was prepared to. That was kind of a public confession of weakness there. Yeah. He was a young, immature 59-year-old, and he
just at college.
Made some inappropriate remarks that he wouldn't make now as a 70-year-old or a 69-year-old. So mature since then. But I'm very interested to know what's going to happen. And I was quite pleased. I sort of got up early in the morning on the day. I watched thinking there might be something, and there wasn't. I was there watching when they finally declared that Biden had won.
Yeah.
And I think I get it. It's impossible. I just think it's impossible to predict what's going to happen. But what he'll do? Could they drag him kicking and screaming from the White House because he refused to?
Well, that was a meme that was out there. That was a reported meme. They're going to have to drag me kicking and screaming. And you and I, when we went on a kind of like hastily went on a podcast with Keith Woods at the last minute, I was kind of suggested that great schism type thing where Trump just remains the shadow president, and he's not in control of the bureaucracy or the military, but he just kind of doesn't ever concede. And there's just the polarization becomes so intense. It doesn't quite lead to actual civil war, but it leads to just parallel states of mind where Trump is still tweeting as if he's the president. He visits some foreign countries and, Bolsonaro or in Eastern Europe, and they accept him as the president. He acts kind of like the president. And it's just this bizarre realm where polarization so intense, we've just like separated into two mental states.
The media, of course,
we don't communicate with each other. I could see that. I mean, possible. I don't think it's going to happen, but very possible.
The media, that's just propaganda, of course, is now making out that, okay, everyone's accepted it and everyone's happy, and we can stop social distancing and men can kick each other in the street to show how happy they are about this and all this. And it's all a happy world, and Biden's going to reunite the nation and whatever. And suddenly it's completely forgotten that he's senile, he's pre-senile, he's got serious problems and whatever. So there must be things behind the scene. What the media are presenting to be what's happening, which is now, look, America's pleased, is obviously not true. And there must be, think of how they suppressed the Hunter Biden story, think of how they have done all these other things. So there must be something going on behind the scenes that I'm not perceiving by watching Sky News or whatever. Would be more noticeable in America, or would be more noticeable on the ground. But I just it would be satisfying that he would not give up. It would be in his character to not give up, and I want him even though to just go out in a blaze of infantile pique and fury. I think.
Well, I think Enoch Powell said all political careers end unhappily. You live long enough to become the villain, so to speak. I mean, it's just it is kind of a thing that happens. And we have this nostalgia for past presidents. Even George W. Bush, who was very unpopular in his second term and was, by at least my standards, was a disaster as a president. There's even been a kind of renewed nostalgia for him. There's certainly a nostalgia for Obama, even though he lived in an age of polarization. But I don't know. I mean, I think we're kind of past a point of no return, like or past a like singularity or something with Trump. I mean, I don't know if that will ever grow, at least on a national level. You know, all these other, as I pointed out in my forecast, all these other presidents achieved very high approval ratings during a crisis. You know, George W. Bush got up to 90% or 91, I think, even approval rating right in the midst of 9/11. And then it started to go down just gradually, slowly but surely, to very low approval ratings in a second term. LBJ won in a monumental landslide in 1964. George W. Bush's father got up to 90 during the Gulf War. All these, Clinton kind of survived impeachment and went out with a buzzing economy and a stock market going through the roof and all this kind of stuff. Trump has never existed outside of polarization, and the idea that he'll be looked back
also,
it's almost impossible.
One of the ways you can unite a country is by going to war. And that's what all of them did. All of his predecessors, to some extent. I don't know about Obama, but otherwise they all went to war.
Not Obama, actually. Obama was kind of like empire in decline. He did these small world wars, which I absolutely opposed and which were stupid, like in Libya and so on. But in 2014, he didn't really have the guts to go into Syria and punt it, and it was just kind of like a declining U.S. empire that wasn't really sure of itself. And Trump is like that too. Trump is very similar to Obama in his foreign policy in a kind of weird way. But so that at least leads me to believe that hot wars are on the decline, at least in the foreseeable future. But yeah, I mean, is the possibility out there that in the next month or so we get into a fight with Iran, and it maybe it would create a lot of rancor, but might secure a certain base? That's in the cards. I mean, I could see that. I'm not predicting that, but that's very possible.
What I like as well is the way that they try and portray Kamala Harris as the first, part African American.
Black. She's not. She said. Someone said she's the first biracial president, or vice. Maybe they said first biracial vice president. Okay, but so Obama was black. I mean,
what's interesting though is they've never had
white as I am.
They've never had an African American in the executive.
No, they haven't.
Positions because they haven't. Because Obama wasn't half African American, half Kenyan upper class. Intelligence correlates with migration. Upper class correlates with migration. He was the descendant of slave traders, and then she half sort of Jamaican, upper class, Jamaican sort of middle class. Again, intelligence correlates with migration, so it's nothing to do with being African American. There's never been an African American in such a senior position, and I doubt. I sincerely doubt.
No, it's just it's really bizarre. But okay, so let's look at what happened and the dynamics of the vote. So I, as you know, have a hobby horse called Legsit. And I see a little more people using this term. You don't have to use the term. It's not a big deal. But it is basically a trend that is in the near term, granted, but is significant. And this is that whites particularly, but not all, middle to upper middle class suburban whites are leaving the Republicans and going to the Democratic Party. So this is a long-term trend. And you could see it in even voting patterns over the past 10 years. So in 2010, with the so-called Tea Party election, Republicans got around 65% of the share of whites. And they took back the House. They had a parade, et cetera, et cetera. And they did extremely well. One would think, being the age that we are, around 40, that all upper-class suburban whites would be Republican. That's their natural party. It's the party of wealth and privilege and, the status quo and personal ambition and all that kind of stuff. At least it has been for decades. But they are leaving. So Mitt Romney won basically fewer whites and a lower percentage of whites. Excuse me, let me go back. Donald Trump won fewer whites and a lower percentage of whites than Mitt Romney did in 2016. So all of this talk of Donald Trump as the white nationalist candidate, I get why they say that, but it's kind of empirically incorrect. So Mitt Romney won 59% of the white vote and still was not able to defeat Barack Obama. Donald Trump won 58% of the white vote. The key issue is that he won different whites. So whites who were either apathetic, i.e. didn't vote, or voted for Obama in 2008 and or 2012. Millions of them came over to Donald Trump, and he won a miraculous election in 2016 by winning different white people. And there's also a long-term trend of whites, what we could call blue-collar whites, and that's measured in terms of not having a college degree. And that actually, I think that actually is a very good measure, because sometimes your actual income or wealth doesn't describe your class. Class is something, particularly now, it is something a little bit separate from wealth. So someone who's not making a lot of money and working in an internship, but has a degree from Yale and is a woke leftist, they are kind of a different class than someone who's making $70,000 a year while working as a plumber. So it just is what it is. But whites without college degrees used to vote, 70% of them used to vote for Democrats. Democrats is the good old boy party. It's the party of Southern segregation. It's the party, Midwestern unionist. It's that party. by 2016, that had flipped totally, where 70% of those whites were voting for Donald Trump. So that was a long-term trend. There's also this long-term trend of upper middle-class whites, or a short-term trend of upper middle-class whites leaving the Republican Party and going to the Democrats. And what did we see? I'll share my screen. This is a good analysis by the Brookings Institute. By William Fry is, I believe, his name. So we can just look right here. This is figure 1. There is a 5%. I've been promoting the 5% meme, so if others, it's real. There is a 5. So this is Democratic minus Republican vote margins by racial category. There is just a 5% change in voting patterns among whites in general, and particularly white men. So mail-in ballots might have actually helped Donald Trump a little bit because he did really well among black women. He doubled his support among black ladies. Remarkable. We should tell AOC this because I actually read an interview she did with the New York Times this morning in which she was saying she's really concerned about the white vote. Apparently, whites are still voting for Donald Trump. Well, actually, a lot fewer whites are voting for Donald Trump in 2020, and you need to talk to black ladies because they are supporting white supremacy, apparently, according to your own terms, AOC. So there is a major change in the white vote. And if we scroll down, it's actually pretty dramatic when you look at men with no college. So here we go. Men with college grads in 2016. Basically, this is figure 2. This is Democratic minus Republican votes. So basically, men who are college grads were going to the Democrats by 14% over going to the Republicans. This is really changing now in 2020. So basically, you had men, no college, blue-collar college whites went down for the Democrats, according to exit polls. These are CNN exit polls, by 11%. So that is a major shift. Huge, because the Republican Party, everyone's talking about this, Tucker, Josh Hawley, the Republican...
This is 2016?
2016 versus 2020.
It's less bad now for the Democrats. It's
a lot significantly less bad, yes. So they are actually, whites are now +2, white men with college degrees are now +2 voting for Democrats, and previously they were -14. And that's not, I mean, again, if we stereotype...
If you look at Charles Murray's book Coming Apart, of course, he looks at this way in which you've had this split that's occurred among the, among all classes, but certainly among the middle, what should we call it in America? It's funny these terms they use. Let's say the upper middle class or the upper class, whatever term you would use, whereby it was traditionally that the working class and the upper class all had pretty much the same kind of way of seeing the world, the same values, the same fundamental values in a lot of ways. But it was just that the rich, the poor, and the people in the middle. Whereas what you've had since the 60s is this divergence, whereby you've had this wokeness, this wokeification of the middle class, particularly, so that they don't any longer do the same things that the working class do. They don't have the same values. Have some of them that do. The ones that are the more Republican types, the more traditional types, and more religious types probably. But then you have those which deviate from it increasingly, and that's what we're seeing, this splitting apart, this coming apart. And what you might also expect would be that social climbers who were working class might begin to imitate what was perceived as the winning team.
Right. Or also Biden himself. I mean, look, Biden was associated with BLM and the riots, and that clearly did not help him. But at the same time, Biden is a old white guy. His senility, as I've told you, is a feature, not a bug. And he just seems normal and guileless and fun. And he doesn't look like he hates you. So I think Biden himself personally might have affected this. But again, this show's coming together kind of ironically. But then I'll go back to major states down here. So also Gen X shifted pretty. I mean, if we assume that this is vaguely Gen X basically changed the election. Go Gen X, my generation. Black leather jackets, depression, conspiracy theories, negativity. That's who we are. We listen to you too. Okay. Democrat minus. Now, this is again this way that he's calculating it. Which I think is good, which is Democrat minus Republican vote margins. So this is figure 4. This had a huge effect in the swing states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So over here on these two columns right here. So the gray column is 2016. The orange column is 2020. These are this one to the far right here is white men, no college. Again, you see in Michigan, you see a 14% shift. So that among white men without a college degree, blue collar, if you want to call them, 14% shift towards the Democrats. Now, they're still voting for the Republicans on margin.
But the other thing to think about is, does that mean they're changing their mind, or does that mean they've just got lazy chaps who are blue collar workers who wouldn't normally vote, and now it's a cinch to vote, so they vote?
That's a fair point. I mean, I don't know exactly.
Militate against the hypothesis of polarization. It's just that this is uniquely an election in which it's been incredibly easy to vote. And so people that really couldn't care less, and who are perhaps not very bright either, because it's intelligence predicts voting, who aren't very bright, and therefore might even think, oh, well, I'm working class, I should vote Democrat, like that behind the times.
Yes.
That they would do so. I mean, even I remember 20 years ago, the full change, this idea that you're a Southerner and therefore you must never vote Republican, ever.
Right.
That still holds with some people. Some particularly traditional people, they still take that view. My grandpappy said Republicans are the worst people ever, and I vote Democrat, even though it's diametrically opposed to everything they believe in.
Right.
So I think you might have things like that going on.
I don't doubt. Look, I fully admit that mail-in voting affected this election tremendously. And the other thing, once you get something going, it's hard to end it. So you created a new trend using the excuse, justifiable somewhat, of COVID. And now you create new behavior among people. So that now they said, oh yeah, I voted by mail last time, I'm going to do it again. It was so much easier. You created a new behavior, and that might also really fundamentally change elections. I agree. But like, I don't want to discount a couple of things. The first one being that I personally decided the fate of the world by my voting for Joe Biden. Just kidding. Joke. But it is real. Like at the end of his campaign, Trump offered a platinum plan for African Americans. He promised some other American dream plan or something to Hispanics. The wall is kind of sort of taking shape. No real immigration reform has been done. He didn't offer stimulus checks en masse. He did ones. There was one for $1,000 or whatever. He didn't really take care of people. He didn't talk about a lot of these populist issues at his rallies. He bragged about, lowest black unemployment. I mean, at some point, he did not deliver. And no, I don't think it's all a bunch of Richard Spencerites who changed the election. I was joking. But there actually are some of those people, and we shouldn't just dismiss that. There's a significant amount of people who made the exact same calculation that I did, that Trump is a fake politician. It's fake populism, and I've had enough of it. He lies. He's a con man. It's bullshit. That actually is. There are a number of people like that. Trump won Michigan by 10,000 votes last time. 10,000 people might very well think like this. I do not dismiss that. I also don't dismiss macro trends that you were talking about. But the fact is, Trump gained among every single through mail-in election. Trump gained among every single group, including white women. He did not gain among white men. There is a 5% gap in terms of percentages.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. And I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting on my high horse here, but all of these Trump fans who just want to just slam, oh no, that doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. It is what it is. It is real. Stop denying the fact that white men determined this election. We did. And take exit polls with a grain of salt. Fair enough. But the trends are pointing in one direction. White men.
So what would be consistent with that? It would be two things then. One would be that men are less likely to vote than women.
Right.
White men, therefore, you've got an elevated working class people less likely to vote than middle class people. So you end up with an elevated more white people voting, and those people are going to be more white men voting, and those people are likely to be less fervent, and therefore they're more likely to vote for a status quo Democrat candidate. And the other possibility, or related possibility, is that these kinds of white men see that Joe as a bit like them.
Yeah,
Uncle Joe is sort of not seemingly. I'm sure he's very intelligent, but seemingly not particularly intelligent. Dodgy old bugger with the embarrassing son, and
reminds them of their own family.
Family. Whereas Trump is just this wealthy, conceited man. So,
and he's conning them. He didn't Trump said that coal mining was going to come back. Trump told people at rallies, don't sell your house, don't get a new profession. We're bringing it all back. Trump made promises in Wisconsin about a new Foxconn facility that we're going to just reinvent manufacturing. That was a joke. They built a bunch of stuff. They poured millions into it. It's not doing anything. And maybe it's too much to ask for Trump just to revolutionize everything in 3.5 years or whatever, but okay, but it's still, he just didn't deliver on any of this stuff. And at some point, you just view him as a bad joke, and you just want to move on. And he's just like the other Republicans who wanted Detroit to go bankrupt, and I would lose my job. He's just like Mitt Romney, basically, and they just go back to the fold. And this is what happened. I mean, the states, the key states, at least now, the key states that Biden flipped are Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. We'll see about Arizona, and Georgia is also just a huge state. Even if Trump does win, which is possible, that the fact that is a swing state in the Deep South and so on demonstrates tremendous demographic shift, i.e., whites moving to Democrats.
Mm. Yeah. So I don't know. All I can say is the end of the world's been prognosticated, and I'm waiting for it to occur. It doesn't seem to be occurring. But what he could have done, the things he could have done, reacted to the big tech problems and all this kind of stuff, he didn't do.
Exactly.
It was a wasted opportunity.
And he's now just getting owned. Every other tweet is said, this is election. This is a false claim about the election. I mean, they're just owning him now, and you can't. I mean, I think this is maybe a discussion for another day. But it's funny when he owns journalists, because yes, journalists are all a bunch of liberals. I mean, of course they are, but at some point, they're going to own you back. You can't just endlessly try to delegitimize them and get your followers to just say they're all fake news. They're absolute liars. They're tricking you. They're horrible people. If you do that enough, they're going to punch back. And it's just kind of like you either need to find a solution.
Humiliating punchback, though, wasn't it?
Okay, that's going to do it for tonight. Let's go out with a nice bit of music.
When you're feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. I'm on your
Bye-bye.